Chapter 9:18. When will boss come out of seclusion? You ask me, but who should I ask? On a mountain peak outside the valley, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were talking. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet Gu Fei still hadn't come out of seclusion. To mortals, 10 years was a long period of time. But to cultivators, it was negligible. Some big shots could spend hundreds of years in seclusion, and some living fossils and antiques could even sit in seclusion for 1,000 years. After becoming immortals, everyone lost the concept of time. They only thought about how to improve their strength so that they could live longer. The world of cultivation was very cruel. Existences above the immortal level could theoretically have immortal bodies, but they could still fall. No one could live forever. Even the invincible extreme Dao saint had disappeared. This is not a good place, He Tian said. He had successfully reconstructed his flesh and blood. Now, He Tian was a handsome young man. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His white skin was tinged with red. His black hair was casually tied behind his head with a black ribbon, giving him the temperament of a pale scholar. There was nothing much to say about Mahakala's appearance, but the space between his eyebrows gave people a bad feeling. This was definitely a lady killer, and the female cultivators of the cultivation world were probably going to suffer a calamity. The power of heaven and earth is more than 10 times stronger than 10 years ago. This is the real untainted primeval world. Xiaoqing sighed. No wonder no one was willing to stay here. The people of the major powers of the ancient desolation retreated from the untainted primeval world. Even those who stayed behind had to suppress their cultivation to avoid attracting the heavenly tribulation. The untainted primeval world had the laws of heaven and earth of the untainted primeval world. To a certain extent, it was also a cultivator's paradise because the concentration of heaven and earth's spiritual energy here was several times that of the outside world. The place where the dragon veins converged was far better than the so-called paradise of the outside world. It was a holy place for cultivators to cultivate even in their dreams. However, this place was not suitable for the cultivators of the Tenglong continent. It was only suitable for the cultivators of the ancient desolation. It was a paradise for ancient cultivators. If we undergo the heavenly tribulation here, what do you think our chances are? He Tian said. He was quite moved. This was a primordial world. As long as he could endure tribulation here, there would be tremendous benefits. Maybe a 20 to 30% chance. Xiaoqing said. He did not have any experience in crossing tribulations, but they had already refined their respective holy weapons. With the protection of a holy weapon, the chances of successfully passing the tribulation would naturally increase. In fact, in ancient times, ancient cultivators refined magic tools and forged divine weapons not to kill their enemies, but to resist the heavenly tribulation. 20 to 30%? Sighed. He Tian sighed. Although he was tempted, it didn't mean that he was willing to take the risk, especially when it was a life and death risk. The sun set over the long river. Above the mountains in the west, a red sun bloomed. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the 3 people on the mountain peak red. In the distance, tired birds were returning to their nests, and there were beasts roaring. However, the area around the valley was very quiet. Not even a bird or a butterfly could be seen. There was no chirping of insects either. The silence of the nearby forest formed a sharp contrast with the active birds and beasts in the distance. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Although the fluctuation was very weak, Xiaoqing and the others still sensed it. This, bus, Xiaoqing and the others quickly looked towards the depths of the valley. From the mountain peak they were at, they could see the cave abode on the cliff. The door of the cave abode was tightly shut, but the runes around the cave abode appeared and triggered the power of the heaven and earth. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the belly of the mountain, and the entire cave abode gradually began to shake. The divine formation laid down by He Tian was immediately impacted. Runes appeared around the cave, flashing with a dazzling divine light. The power of heaven and earth gathered together, forming a great force that sealed the cave. Is he finally coming out of seclusion? Xiaoqing and the others were a little nervous seeing this. Gu Fei had meditated for 10 years. He must have had a breakthrough in his cultivation. His speed of cultivation was too fast. Soon, Xiaoqing and the others were shocked. They felt a force gathering in the sky above the cave abode. It was not the power of the heaven and earth that was triggered by He Tian's divine formation. It can't be. Above the abode, in the cloudless blue sky, traces of black qi began to appear. The black qi gradually condensed into black clouds, and soon, the black clouds covered the entire sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan's qi to tremble. The qi in their bodies seemed to be disturbed by some kind of power, causing their cultivation that was sealed by the divine weapon to loosen. Heaven's tribulation, this is heaven's tribulation. He Tian was the first to jump in shock. His expression changed. The power of the heaven and earth made He Tian feel danger. The reaction of the heaven and earth was very subtle and mysterious. Gu Fei once again attracted the heaven's tribulation. He broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation because this was the only way to attract the heaven's tribulation. Damn it! Boss is really something. Erebus cursed before retreating into the distance. Little Qing and Baron also felt the dangerous aura coming from the heavens and the earth. They also retreated. Even if they had a powerful saint weapon to seal their bodies, if they were too close, they would still trigger the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the four of them would go through the tribulation together. That would be interesting. He Tian and the others retreated to a mountain 300 or 400 li away. They stopped and looked in the direction of the valley. They saw that the heaven's tribulation that Gu Fei had attracted this time did not seem as powerful as the last time. The black clouds in the sky did not flicker with lightning. However, the aura of destruction from the black clouds was even more terrifying than Gu Fei's previous heaven's tribulation. Even though He Tian and the others were hundreds of li away from the clouds, they still felt a great pressure. Their minds almost collapsed, and they had no choice but to use their divine weapons to protect themselves. Under the shocked gazes of He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others, the black clouds in the sky descended. Everywhere the tribulation cloud passed, everything was obliterated. An area of space was obliterated into the most primitive nothingness and chaos, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Without a sound, the black clouds descended, destroying the void. This heaven's tribulation was rather strange, but it was extremely terrifying. The black clouds descended very quickly, landing above the cliff in the depths of the valley. The terrifying power of destruction descended, causing the void to collapse. The cliff in the depths of the valley was silently turned to dust. Chapter 9:19. There was no lightning or thunder, nor was there any earth-shattering noise. Everything was happening in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. Everything had turned into the most primitive substance that made up the void. The pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire valley. In the depths of the valley, the cliff where the Dong mansion was located was silently turning into dust, dissipating like ice and snow. The black clouds descended, and the entire valley was collapsing. Nothing could stop it. Everything in the world was being annihilated under the tribulation clouds. This was the world trying to erase everything in the valley. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This black tribulation clouds was too terrifying. Anything it touched would be completely annihilated. Could Gu Fei withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei's aura didn't appear. The cliff had collapsed, the Dong mansion had been destroyed, but Gu Fei didn't appear. He didn't even come out to fight against the heavenly tribulation. All of this seemed a little strange. This wasn't Gu Fei's style. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others all knew that Gu Fei was the kind of person who pressed forward courageously. He wouldn't give in. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? For Gu Fei, it was just a whetstone. Could it be? Xiaoqing and the others thought of a result that they didn't want to think about. The black tribulation clouds could annihilate everything. Gu Fei wouldn't be directly annihilated by the destructive power contained in the tribulation clouds, would he? The descending black tribulation clouds finally descended to the ground, and then stopped. The black clouds rolled, emitting a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. This was a destructive aura, as if it could destroy everything. The black tribulation clouds didn't last long. They only existed for half an hour before they began to dissipate. The world became clear again. At this time, the last ray of the setting sun had just disappeared from the horizon. Big Brother, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon stood on top of a mountain hundreds of kilometers away. They had never even heard of a heavenly tribulation like this. They couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura, so they didn't know if Gu Fei could survive the heavenly tribulation. They were so nervous that they didn't say anything. The entire valley had disappeared and was replaced by a huge pit. The soil on the ground had been shaved off, forming a super huge pit. They did not see Gu Fei's figure. After a long time, He Tian was the first to soar into the sky and fly forward. He was very uneasy. Gu Fei could not die. Xiaoqing and Balon also flew forward. They wanted to confirm whether Gu Fei had really fallen or not. Especially Xiaoqing, his expression was extremely ugly. He and Gu Fei were like brothers. If something happened to Gu Fei, he wouldn't know what to do. Gu Fei was his role model. Just when He Tian and the others arrived in front of the huge pit, a hand suddenly stretched out from the edge of the pit. In that hand, there was a black iron sword without an edge. The iron sword had no edge, but it gave people a feeling of sharpness. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was pressed against their throat, making them feel cold. Big Brother. Great. Xiaoqing saw this sudden change and was immediately surprised and happy. Gu Fei was still alive. He survived the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a naked man climbed out of the pit. In his hand was a blunt black sword without an edge. This person was Gu Fei. Phew! After climbing out of the pit, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. That black gas immediately shattered the void in front of Gu Fei into nothingness. This is, He Tian, Balon, and Xiaoqing were shocked. Gu Fei was unexpectedly able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. They spat out a mouthful of black gas. This was not ordinary black gas. It was the black gas that formed the tribulation clouds. This black gas contained the power of destruction between heaven and earth. It could destroy everything. Gu Fei took out a set of clothes and put them on. After transcending the heavenly tribulation, his body had become even stronger. The 365 life gods, nurtured in his 365 Shui Dao, had become clearer, as if 365 Gu Fei were sitting cross-legged in the void of the Shui Dao. Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, boss. He Tian said to Gu Fei with a flattering smile. He found that even if he stood next to Gu Fei, he still couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura. Big Brother, did you break through? Xiaoqing asked. Gu Fei nodded, then asked Xiaoqing, how long have I been in seclusion? Gu Fei sensed that this part of the world had changed. Boss, you've been in seclusion for 10 years and 5 months. Before Xiaoqing could answer, He Tian interrupted. 10 years and 5 months? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He didn't know how to react. He had never been in seclusion for such a long time. 10 years in one sitting, was this true? Gu Fei didn't dare to believe that he had been in seclusion for 10 years. But after thinking about it, he understood. Time was the most worthless thing to immortals. In order to break through bottlenecks, some old antiques would sit for hundreds or even thousands of years. Boss, your mountain and river cauldron. He Tian took out the cauldron and handed it to Gu Fei. Very good. Not only has your blood and flesh been reborn, your cultivation has also broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei took back the mountain and river cauldron, then looked my Tian up and down and nodded repeatedly. Gu Fei didn't expect He Tian to be a handsome youth after his rebirth. He didn't have the slightest trace of a ruffian's aura. At this time, Gu Fei had successfully passed his second heavenly tribulation. His body had been tempered by the power of heaven and earth, so he was strong enough to punch through heaven and earth. This time, Gu Fei took out the sword embryo of the 9 heaven stars sword and had it undergo the tribulation together with him. After the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, The sword embryo that looked like a black iron rod gradually transformed into a black blunt sword. The 9 heaven stars sword was taking shape. After a brief conversation, Xiaoqing and the others learned that Gu Fei had just experienced a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had managed to pull through at the last moment. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Gu Fei had an unyielding will. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't destroy him. In the past 10 years, no one had been idle. Everyone's cultivation had increased. Balon had finally taken that step and become a mysterious transformation realm demon king. Only Xiaoqing's cultivation had increased to the 9th level of immortal spirit, but he hadn't broken through to the mysterious transformation realm. Both Erebus and Balon had to undergo tribulation, and it was a major heavenly tribulation because their cultivation bases had broken through a great realm. Xiaoqing also had a heavenly tribulation, but it was a minor heavenly tribulation. Chapter 920. Gu Fei had successfully passed the life and death juncture of mysterious transformation and reached the 2nd heavenly layer of mysterious transformation. At this moment, he could even fight against the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. If he used the 9 secrets of immortal path, ascension secret art, he would even dare to fight against sect leaders above the 5th heavenly layer of the celestial being realm. To Gu Fei, the untainted ancient world was definitely a suitable place for him to cultivate. Others would not dare to cultivate in such an ancient world that retained the untainted ancient law of heaven and earth, but he was an exception. The untainted ancient world was suitable for the growth of the ancient martial sacred body. Legend had it that the ancient supreme martial ancestor had refined the indestructible martial body under countless heavenly tribulations and comprehended the supreme great way of martial Tao. The supreme martial sacred realm was the ultimate realm of martial Tao. Since ancient times, only one martial ancestor had reached it. There was only one supreme martial sacred realm in the world. However, Gu Fei had unlimited potential. He was the person who could prove the supreme martial Tao after becoming a martial ancestor. Roar. In the afternoon, a deafening roar was heard deep in a mountain range. A terrifying aura spread in the mountain range, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Bang! A black tiger the size of a small mountain flew out from the mountain range. It smashed a mountain peak and rolled among the rocks. Boom! Amidst the mournful roar, a beast with scales like a pangolin was sent flying and smashed into the ground. The earth shook and dust rose into the sky. More and more untainted ancient beasts were sent flying from the depths of the mountain range. The ground was cracked and the mountain range was shattered. A fierce battle was taking place. More than 10 terrifying untainted ancient beasts were surrounding a bare-chested man. The man's black hair danced wildly in the wind. The ferocious aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying and powerful than the untainted ancient beasts. His bronze-colored skin looked like it was made of immortal steel. He was full of power. Every move of his could shake the void and shatter the heavens and earth. This person was even more terrifying than the savage beast king. His combat power was unparalleled. Boom! With a single punch, he blasted away a beast that pounced at him. Bam! With a sweep of his leg, a giant golden snake that was hundreds of meters long was cut in half. Blood splattered on the man's body, dripping from his hair and flowing on his body. He took a big stride forward, grabbed a giant beast, and tore it into 2 halves. His entire body was bathed in the boiling hot beast blood. Ferocious, crazy, ruthless, this was a man who seemed to have gone mad. He bare-handedly killed a primordial beast that was comparable to an immortal god, the scene bloody to the extreme. Roar! He threw his head back and let out a furious roar, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The dozen or so primal beasts were sent flying by the terrifying killing power of the sound and tumbled to the ground, unable to stand up for a moment. Human, why do you want to kill us? These primitive beasts were existences that were terrifying to the extreme. They were comparable to immortals and gods, and they developed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans a long time ago. So be it. Why are there so many reasons? The man said coldly, "The emperor of my clan will not let you go." The voice of the beast directly resounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was the most direct communication, breaking through the language barrier and directly expressing his thoughts to the other party. Humph! Let's wait for the Beast King to come, let's call it a day. The man said, and a black divine light immediately rushed out from his danton. Swish! 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 The black divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it circled the surroundings and then entered the man's dantian. The heads of the dozen or so primal beasts that were knocked down flew up. They were beheaded almost at the same time. Dying in the hands of Gu Fei, is not an injustice. Gu Fei didn't even look at the corpses of the primal beasts around him and directly walked out of the mountain ridge. After his cultivation broke through, he began to fight in all directions. As a mysterious transformation realm immortal martial king. Although he had to fight continuously. During the fight, he could vent his strength to his heart's content and familiarize himself with and perfect control of his own strength. Unlike the people of the immortal way and the divine way, fighting was also a part of the cultivation of the martial way. Moreover, it was an indispensable part. Blindly sitting in meditation would definitely not allow one to cultivate to the great success realm of the martial way. Gu Fei was very clear that as a warrior who embarked on the path of the martial way, it was impossible to truly become an invincible supreme martial saint without experiencing a great battle. In the ancient world of the untainted land, there were endless mountain ridges and countless rivers and lakes. Even in the depths of this world, there was the existence of the ocean. This was a real world, a world with the laws of the untainted land. After Gu Fei walked out of the depths of the mountain ridge, he found a lake and washed off the bloodstains on his body. He changed into a clean set of clothes and then started a fire by the lake to roast the meat of the primal beasts he had killed. Rumble. After Gu Fei had eaten his fill of the primal beast meat, there was suddenly a faint sound of thunder in the distance. Has it finally begun? Gu Fei soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the sound of thunder. He saw that 1,000 miles in front of him, there was a mass of darkness. From time to time, there was a strong flash of lightning. A destructive aura came from the front. Although it was 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could still feel the terror of this aura. This was the power of the heavens and earth. Someone was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in front of him. This heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even from 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could sense it and see the black mass of tribulation clouds. Hey Tian, that guy? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then, he took a step forward in the void, traveling 100 miles with each step. In just a few steps, he had reached the vicinity of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Bolts of lightning that were like mountains struck down from the tribulation clouds. The entire heavens and earth were trembling. Below the tribulation clouds was a huge mountain. On top of the mountain sat a figure with his legs crossed. A godly glow like a star floated above the figure's head, emitting a boundless force of the stars to protect the figure. The terrifying lightning that could shatter a mountain range struck the star, but it only caused the star floating above the figure's head to vibrate slightly. The person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was none other than He Tian. At that moment, two terrifying auras came from two other directions. Gu Fei could sense that they were not the auras of cultivators or beasts, but the auras of the heavens and earth. Seriously, they are facing the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Xiaoqing and Baron attracted their heavenly tribulations in the other two places. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved by this. With 3 people undergoing tribulation, he could only care about one, but not the other. If 3 of them were in danger at the same time, which one should he save? No one could say for sure that they could survive the heavenly tribulation. Even in the ancient times, less than 10 out of 1,000 cultivators were able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. However, people like Xiaoqing and He Tian, who possessed almighty sacred weapons, had a higher chance of passing the heavenly tribulation than ordinary people. As expected, the auras of almighty sacred weapons were emitted from where Xiaoqing and Balan were. A golden pagoda floated above Xiaoqing's head, resisting the force of the heavenly tribulation. The sun god Pearl emitted a divine light from where Balan was facing the heavenly tribulation. It was like a sun floating in the tribulation clouds, emitting a powerful true yang force. Gu Fei did not stay idle while the three of them were facing the heavenly tribulation. He was running around in 3 places, ready to take action at any time. He did not want to see anyone fall under the heavenly tribulation. He had an extreme sacred weapon, so he could directly disperse the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was a test for cultivators. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others had to experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation in order to become a true expert. Gu Fei would not easily take action. Even under the protection of the almighty sacred weapon, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were in danger, especially Xiaoqing. His cultivation was the weakest among the 3. Several times, he was struck by the heavenly lightning until his flesh was badly mutilated and his bones were shattered. He was beyond recognition, but he still managed to endure. Seeing Xiaoqing's miserable state, Gu Fei almost took action, but in the end he held back. Erebus and Baron had also encountered a great danger. Both their bodies and souls had almost been destroyed, but they had managed to survive. Every time they were in a critical situation, their divine weapons would protect their souls, allowing them to reconstruct their flesh and blood, allowing them to catch their breaths on the edge of life and death. The heavenly tribulation was too powerful. Not everyone was like Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian, who had almighty sacred weapons. If it were not for them, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan would most likely have died. To Gu Fei's surprise, among the 3 of them, Xiaoqing, who had the weakest cultivation, was the first to pass the heavenly tribulation. Xiaoqing's heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc for 2 days and 2 nights before the tribulation clouds dissipated. Xiaoqing, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, was on the verge of death. His almighty sacred weapon had become dim, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Gu Fei immediately took Xiaoqing into his inner world and placed him in the divine spring of life, using the endless life essence contained in the divine spring of life to help Xiaoqing recover. Balan's heavenly tribulation dissipated after 3 days. Balan had also almost died, suffering unimaginable damage. He was also taken into his inner world and placed in the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Of all the heavenly tribulations that the 3 of them had triggered, the most monstrous one was definitely He Tian's. Endless 9th heaven divine thunder had bombarded He Tian for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire mountain that He Tian had been on had turned into ashes. In the end, He Tian also succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation. Of course, his vitality was also greatly damaged, and he was thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei. The momentum of the 3's heavenly tribulation was so great that it alarmed many wild and strange beasts. Even the ancient beast king, who was comparable to the celestial being realm, appeared nearby. However, even the ancient beast king didn't dare to attack those who were passing the heavenly tribulation. Even the ancient beast king was very worried about the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. Moreover, the moment Xiaoqing and the others successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Those ancient beast kings couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. This was because Gu Fei had the 8 steps extreme speed of the unrivaled beneath the heavenly tribulation. After Gu Fei took Xiaoqing and the others into his inner world, he directly linked up with the Hell Path, left the untainted ancient world, and entered the Hell Path. Then he returned to the Tenglong continent from the Hell Path. Chapter 9:21. There was only one passage between the Hell Dao and the outside world, and that was in the depths of the ancient desolate land in the extreme west. There was a Buddhist formation laid down by the Buddhist Lord that sealed a part of hell. For thousands of years, only the souls of the dead could enter the Hell Dao, and they couldn't leave. However, Gu Fei was an exception. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he still couldn't take away this world, even though he had successfully refined the origin world bead. However, it wasn't that Gu Fei didn't get any benefits. At the very least, he could enter and exit the Hell Dao freely. Of course, there would be some trouble when he left. After Gu Fei entered the Hell Dao, he used the power of the Origin World bead to open up the passage between the Hell Dao and the ancient desolate land. Ever since Gu Fei and the others caused havoc in the Buddhist land, the Western Buddhist sect no longer sent anyone to guard the sealed Hell Dao. Gu Fei smoothly exited the Hell Dao and walked out of the ancient desolate land. "I'm finally out." Gu Fei stood on a barren mountain and looked at the heaven and earth filled with spiritual energy. It felt like a lifetime ago. He had stayed in the ancient desolate land for more than a decade. More than a decade was nothing to cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye, but it was enough for a lot of things to happen. One had to say that the border between the Western Buddhist land and the ancient desolate land were two completely different worlds. The border between the Western Buddhist land and the ancient desolate land was filled with barren mountains and turbulent rivers. It was a barren land. Such a land spanned a few hundred miles and didn't have a trace of celestial spiritual energy. There wouldn't be any dragon veins or spiritual caves that cultivators dreamed of. The mountain that Gu Fei was on was a barren mountain. However, a few dozen miles ahead, there was spiritual energy and trees were flourishing. Occasionally, there would be the silhouettes of birds and beasts in the mountains. It was a scene full of vitality. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly rushed into the sky from the peak of the mountain. He used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the paradise in front of him. That was the legendary Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, the Bodhimanda of the ancient Buddhist masters. Gu Fei only wanted to return to the Supreme Profound sect now. After more than 10 years, Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others should have come out of seclusion. He really wanted to know the current situation of the Supreme Profound sect. On the day that Gu Fei succeeded in refining the 9 Revolutions Immortal pill, Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist took the pill and went into seclusion. At that time, the Guangxing Immortal sect's Lu Yunhe had sent a flying sword message, inviting Gu Fei and the others to enter the great desolate ancient world together. At that time, Zhao Ziru and the others had yet to come out of seclusion. More than 10 years had passed, and he wondered how everyone was doing. One must know that the eastern region was not peaceful. There were the primordial Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and other superpowers. Moreover, Gu Fei had great enmity with the Zhao clan and the eastern world. In the eastern domain, there were definitely many people who wanted to kill Gu Fei. And the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan knew of Gu Fei's background. If they vented their anger on the Supreme Profound sect, then Zhao Ziru and the others would be in danger. Since the return of the primordial ancient world, the cultivation world of the Tung Long continent had been reshuffled. In a sect, there must be at least an immortal god in charge to be called a great sect. Even if Zhao Ziru and the others took the 9 Revolutions Immortal pill and successfully broke through to the immortal god realm, they would definitely not be a match for the primordial ancient world and the Dongfang clan. However, He Tian had once set up a peerless killing formation around the Dragon Valley where the Supreme Profound sect was located. It could trap celestials, and unless it was someone at the level of a sect master, no one would be able to attack the Dragon Valley. However, Gu Fei was still very anxious. The primordial Zhao clan had a powerful sacred weapon. If Zhao Wuji used the sacred weapon of the Great Path, even He Tian's killing formation would not be able to withstand it. After entering the Western Buddhist land, Gu Fei began to look for a teleportation formation. The Western Buddhist land had a radius of millions of miles. It was extremely vast. Even if Gu Fei had the speed of 8 steps, which was unparalleled in the world, it would still take him a long time to cross the Western Buddhist land and return to the Eastern domain. The Tung Long continent was really too vast. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, it would take him several years to cross the Western Buddhist land and the Central Plains to return to the Eastern region even if he continuously used his 8 steps extreme speed. How could Gu Fei wait that long? He could not wait another quarter of an hour. He could not wait to return to the Supreme Profound sect. There were his brothers there, and there were people he liked. There were definitely teleportation formations in the Western Buddhist land that were connected to other major regions. Gu Fei was looking. The Western Buddhist land was peaceful. Celestial birds danced in the air, and beasts played. Melodious bells rang out from the spirit mountains that dotted the land. In the void, the sound of chanting could be heard from time to time. However, in this piece, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. This was because, from time to time, pairs of monk soldiers with Buddhist ritual implements would fly by in the sky. Gu Fei did not want to meet with the people of the Buddhist clan. He did not want to cause trouble. It should be known that there were powerful figures of the Buddhist clan in the Western Buddhist land. If the powerful figures of the Buddhist clan were alerted and they acted, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Gu Fei carefully avoided the monk soldiers who patrolled in the sky from time to time. He headed in the direction of the holy land of the Buddhist clan, Spirit Mountain. Spirit Mountain was said to be the cultivation place of the ancient Buddhist lord. There were relics of the ancient Buddhist lord. According to legend, the current supreme Buddhist scripture was engraved on a large stone at the peak of Spirit Mountain. Some people said that this was the supreme Buddha left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord to become a Buddha. As long as one comprehended this stone scripture, one could become a Buddha. Of course, since the ancient times, only the ancient Buddhist lord had become a Buddha. After the Buddhist lord, there was no news of anyone being able to attain the supreme Buddha's fruit. Spirit Mountain was the center of the Western Buddhist land. It was a place of pilgrimage for countless living beings in the Western Buddhist land. Gu Fei was not going there on a pilgrimage, but to search for a teleportation array. A teleportation array that could traverse the various large regions was definitely not something that could be drawn at the moment of need. Perhaps, even the current powerful figures of the world would not be able to draw a teleportation array that could transport people to various large regions at once. Therefore, there was definitely a teleportation point in the Western Buddhist land. Such a point would not be located in an ordinary place. It was very likely that there were experts of the Buddhist clan guarding it. Gu Fei carefully moved in the Western Buddhist land. After 9 days, he walked out of an ancient temple on a spiritual peak. Inside the ancient temple, an old monk had fainted on a praying mat. Damn it! I still can't get anything out of him. Gu Fei was slightly annoyed. In these 9 days, he had already silently found his way to 8 mountains with ancient temples. He had subdued 6 great monks without anyone noticing. 2 of the ancient temples were empty. One had to say that the cultivation method of the Buddhist clan was truly different from the others. No matter how much Gu Fei interrogated them, these great monks refused to speak. Moreover, even when Gu Fei used the soul-searching technique to read their memories, he still failed. These great monks had nothing to do after eating their fill, so they meditated and chanted scriptures all day long. However, they had cultivated their state of mind to be as calm as still water, untainted by even a speck of dust. It was difficult for Gu Fei's divine sense to enter the depths of these great monk souls. Why am I so stupid? Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the ancient temple, suddenly slapped his head. These great monks are all great and virtuous eminent monks. Their state of mind is firm, but those monks with weaker cultivation. Chapter 9:22. The dark moon hung high in the sky, the land was quiet. In the Western Buddhist lands, other than the occasional patrolling monk soldiers, there was no other movement. Under the night sky, between the mountain ridges, flickering lights could be seen. Those were the lights of the temples dotted between the spiritual peaks and the treasured lands. In the Buddhist lands, spiritual energy lingered in the air, the mountain peaks were picturesque, and there were dragon veins running through the earth. Wherever spiritual energy gathered, it would become a spiritual land. These spiritual lands usually already had an owner. There were Buddhist eminent monks who built temples on the spiritual lands, accepted disciples, and passed down supreme Buddhist Dharma. The Blessed Buddha Valley was one of the Buddhist land's 3 sacred lands. According to legend, it was the place of nirvana of the ancient Buddhist Lord's eldest disciple, the inheritance of the Buddha's son, with an ancient history. The ancient Buddha Lord had 3 personal disciples who were known as the 3 saints of Buddhism by the disciples of the later generations. Other than the ancient Spirit Mountain, the other 2 sacred grounds were founded by the previous disciples of the ancient Buddha Lord. In the dark of night, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Blessed Buddha Valley. Good place. Gu Fei stood outside the Blessed Buddha Valley, as if he had merged with the world around him. No one could sense his presence. Above the valley in front of him, there were faint silhouettes of dragons. The spiritual energy in the valley turned into dragons, hovering above the valley, affecting the weather. One could imagine how thick the spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley was. The spiritual energy is like a great dragon, hovering in the air without dissipating. Looks like there's an expert laying down an array around this valley that can restrain spiritual energy. Gu Fei was inwardly alarmed. This valley had a circumference of several hundred miles. This was definitely a super grand formation that enveloped an area of several hundred miles. It was truly a grand formation. With the grand array's suppression, although the spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley soared to the sky, it was hard for the spiritual energy to soar into the sky, akin to a real dragon trapped in a cage. This place was many times better than those so-called heavenly lands. It could be said to be a rare immortal land. Cultivating in this kind of immortal land would yield twice the result with half the effort. In a place like this, even if there aren't any powerful beings guarding it, there would definitely be a sect master-level figure guarding it. Gu Fei's eyes lit up in the darkness. An hour ago, he had subdued a monk in the demigod realm in a small temple. The monk in the demigod realm could not be compared to those reclusive Buddhist Vedanta. He could not resist Gu Fei's soul-searching technique. Gu Fei knew what he wanted to know. Suddenly, Gu Fei, who was deep in thought, flashed and hid in the forest beside him. Soon, a group of monk soldiers flew over the place where Gu Fei had been standing. After the monk soldier flew past, Gu Fei walked out of the forest. He looked at the direction where the monk soldiers disappeared and murmured, "What exactly happened in the Western Buddhist land? Why is the security so tight?" Gu Fei felt that something was amiss. On the surface, the Buddhist land looked peaceful and peaceful. But secretly, Gu Fei had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Why should I care about it? Gu Fei shook his head. Whatever happened in the Western Buddhist land had nothing to do with him. His only goal now was to leave the Western Buddhist land and return to the Eastern region. Thinking of this, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. Executing the 8 desolate steps, like a specter, he entered the blessed Buddha Valley without making a sound. Not encountering any obstacles, Gu Fei learned the way to enter the blessed Buddha Valley from that unlucky monk's memories. He did not touch the grand formation that enveloped the entire blessed Buddha Valley. The moment he stepped into the blessed Buddha Valley, Gu Fei felt his body being enveloped by spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was at least 10 times denser than the outside world. The rich spiritual energy relaxed Gu Fei's pores. Strands of spiritual energy actively seeped into his body through his pores, causing Gu Fei to be dumbstruck. It really is a land of immortal spiritual energy. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. Such a treasure land was rare even in the legendary heavenly world. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. Under the night sky, the blessed Buddha Valley was dotted with dots of lights, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Huang Xiaolong sensed no less than 3 powerful auras, and those were the auras of Buddha emperors in the celestial being realm. Sure enough, there were Buddha emperors in the blessed Buddha Valley, and there was more than one. The strongest aura came from the highest floor of a pagoda deep in the blessed Buddha Valley. There was a Buddha luminance glimmering there, exuding an auspicious yet powerful aura, as if facing a whole world. The pagoda had 9 floors, and each floor was glimmering with Buddha luminance, exuding a powerful aura. That should be the cultivation place of blessed Buddha Valley's Buddhist eminent monks. The pagoda deep in the blessed Buddha Valley was an ancient pagoda, exuding an aura of vicissitudes. It was not the tallest and most conspicuous building in the blessed Buddha Valley, but it was akin to a primordial divine mountain towering there. If it was an average second heaven profound transformation realm cultivator, they would have retreated in fright. The powerful aura coming from the highest floor of the pagoda definitely belonged to an ancestor-level Buddhist eminent monk. The other 2 celestial auras came from 2 other places. In the blessed Buddha Valley, there was a transmission array that could connect to other regions. This was the reason why Gu Fei took the risk to enter the blessed Buddha Valley. He wanted to use the transmission array to return to the eastern region. Only by using this method could Gu Fei return to the eastern region in the shortest time possible. Found it, it's over there. Suddenly, Gu Fei's eyes lit up, staring at a small hill 100 li to the right. Vaguely, he could see a stone platform on top of the hill. However, Gu Fei's expression turned ugly, because one of the 3 celestial auras came from that small hill. There's a celestial being guarding that transmission array? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had never expected such a situation to occur. A Buddha emperor was guarding a teleportation formation. The blessed Buddha Valley was several hundred li wide. Even in the dark of the night, with Gu Fei's eyesight, it was no different from daylight. Everything was in his sight. Gu Fei cautiously crept towards the small hill 100 li away. Even if there was a celestial being Buddhist emperor, he wouldn't retreat. Even if it alerted the ancestor-level Buddhist eminent monk in the valley, he wouldn't hesitate. The ancient Buddha pagoda was about 300 li away from the small hill. As long as he could subdue the Buddhist emperor on the hill and activate the transmission array, he had a high chance of escaping. Soon, Gu Fei arrived near the small hill. On top of the hill was an ancient stone platform, precisely the ancient transmission array that Gu Fei was looking for. However, there was a thin figure sitting cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. It was a middle-aged monk with a sallow complexion and emaciated skin, as if he was malnourished. This middle-aged monk's monk robes were covered in a layer of dust. It was hard to tell how long he had been sitting on this ancient stone platform. What should I do? Gu Fei was inwardly anxious. A celestial being Buddhist emperor was sitting cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. He couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. If he made a move, he would definitely alert the Buddhist eminent monk inside the ancient Buddha pagoda. The ancient transmission array was right in front of him, but he could only see it but not use it. This made Gu Fei feel like he was going crazy. Chapter 923. Under the night sky, the blessed Buddha Valley was very quiet. This was a land of immortal spiritual energy. There was a spiritual energy gathering array that constantly gathered spiritual energy. In the sky above the valley, there was a vague shadow of a dragon. It was not the legendary true dragon of Buddhism, but the dragon shadow formed by the spiritual energy in the earth's dragon veins, which was sealed in the valley by the array. The spiritual energy in the blessed Buddha Valley had reached the point where it could transform into a dragon. One could imagine how thick the spiritual energy in the valley was. However, none of this was what Gu Fei needed to care about. He wanted very, very badly to return to the eastern domain, to the Taishan sect. The Zhao family and the Dongfang family were not good people. They both had a grudge against Gu Fei. Once they vented their anger on the Taishan sect, the Taishan sect would face a great calamity. Especially the narrow-minded Zhao Wuji. He was one of the most outstanding youths cultivated by the Zhao family. If he borrowed a holy weapon from the older generation of the family, the Taishan sect would be in danger. The ancient array that could transport people across domains was right in front of Gu Fei, but there was a Buddha emperor sitting cross-legged on the ancient array, which almost drove Gu Fei crazy. That was a Buddha emperor in the celestial being realm. Even if it was a sneak attack, Gu Fei did not have much confidence that he could subdue it without alerting anyone. In the blessed Buddha Valley, there were sect masters guarding it. As long as he made the slightest movement, it would be noticed by those masters. At that time, Gu Fei might not even have a chance to escape from the blessed Buddha Valley. The sect masters in the 9-story ancient pagoda in the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley made Gu Fei very wary. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was absolutely impossible to contend with a sect master. If he alerted the masters in the ancient pagoda, Gu Fei could only escape. He was very confident in his speed. At this time, Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others were still in Gu Fei's inner world. They had yet to fully recover, as the damage caused by the heavenly tribulation was too great. He couldn't count on Tian and the others now. The ancient formation platform is right in front of us. Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Should he retreat just like that? Impossible. Within a radius of 10,000 li, only the blessed Buddha Valley had an ancient array platform that could teleport people across boundaries. There were not many ancient array platforms that could teleport people between the 4 major regions of the Tenglong continent. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the various superpowers. Even in the entire Western Buddhist land, There were only 5 or 6 such ancient array platforms. Gu Fei stood quietly in the forest at the foot of the short mountain. There was no moonlight in the sky, not even stars. He had completely blended into the darkness. The area around the short mountain was verdant and lush. There was a kind of fragrance lingering in the air, and some aged spirit herbs could be seen. The immortal spirit land was indeed extraordinary, capable of nurturing rare treasures. In the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley, there might even be a 10,000-year-old herb king herb. After pondering for a long time, Gu Fei finally decided to take a gamble. However, he wasn't an impulsive person. He was very careful, silently disappearing into the forest. From the beginning to the end, the Buddha Emperor on top of the short mountain did not notice Gu Fei's presence. Boom! Half an hour later, an earth-shattering boom sounded 300 li away from the short mountain. A spiritual mountain peak suddenly collapsed, and a violent aura erupted, as if a giant desolate beast had suddenly appeared in the blessed Buddha Valley. Terrifying killing intent lingered between heaven and earth. The whole valley could feel the tremors from the impact. This sudden explosion completely shattered the tranquility of the blessed Buddha Valley. Rays of Buddha luminescence shot out from all directions, akin to a golden divine rainbow, piercing through the void, flying towards the collapsed spiritual mountain peak. In the depths of the blessed Buddha Valley, in the 9-story ancient pagoda, a figure resembling a Buddha flew out from each floor, surrounded by Buddha luminescence. These were actually 9 Empyrean realm Buddhist monks. From the other 2 ancient temples, 2 Empyrean realm Buddhist emperors also flew out. There were actually 12 Buddhist emperors in the blessed Buddha Valley. This was a force that could sweep through the entire Tenglong continent. The West Earth's Buddhism forces were much more terrifying than what the world knew. One Holy Land already had 12 Buddhist emperors. The other 2 Holy Lands' strength was definitely not weaker than the blessed Buddha Valley. No wonder the West Earth's Buddhism forces could stand toe-to-toe with the ancient desolate forces. What's going on? Did that devil lord come to disturb my Buddhist land again? There's no devil chi, it doesn't seem like a devil's invasion. Buddhist chants reverberated throughout the blessed Buddha Valley, but at this time, a figure blended into the darkness, moving swiftly between the hills, heading towards the short hill. Rumble! The earth quaked. Although the spiritual mountain peak 300 li away had crumbled, there seemed to be something breaking out from the earth, attracting the attention of the Buddhist experts. Even the Empyrean realm Buddhist emperors felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Gu Fei's speed was unparalleled under the heavens, covering the 300 li distance in the blink of an eye. He used the internal force of heaven and earth to seal his body, preventing anyone from sensing his presence. When he appeared in the forest at the foot of the short mountain, the Buddhist emperor sitting cross-legged on the ancient platform was nowhere to be seen. The sudden change alarmed everyone in the blessed Buddha Valley. The blessed Buddha Valley was one of the 3 holy lands of Buddhism, the place where the Buddhist Lord's personal disciple resided. Nothing could go wrong. Seeing that the Buddhist emperor had been lured away, Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he dashed up the short mountain, stepping onto the ancient platform. The ancient platform was made from black divine stones. The surface of the divine stones was covered with the marks of the passage of time, and the black divine stones had lost their original luster. The merciless passage of time could corrode everything. Only immortal divine materials and the legendary immortal elixirs could withstand the corrosion of time. Activating the ancient platform wasn't difficult. Gu Fei had already mastered it. After injecting his spiritual essence into the formation eye, he succeeded in activating the ancient platform. The moment the ancient formation platform was activated by Gu Fei, several extremely powerful divine senses swept over from afar and sensed everything that was happening on the short mountain. At this time, the transmission array emitted a resplendent divine light, and lines of formation patterns rushed out from the ancient platform, wrapping Gu Fei inside. Bang! At this moment, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky above the short mountain, directly grabbing downwards. In the palm of the gigantic hand, there was a one character faintly visible, emanating boundless Buddhist energy that sealed the space around it. A Buddhist emperor of the sovereign level was making a move. However, at this critical moment, from the bottom of the collapsed spiritual peak 300 li away, a giant figure rushed out, exuding an extremely fierce aura. Gua! A bird's cry resounded between heaven and earth. It was a ferocious bird that resembled the legendary Great Pang. It rushed out from the ground, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Swoosh! The ferocious bird flapped its wings, stirring up strong gales that blew some of the monks nearby away. No one could remain calm. Swoosh! The space above the ancient array platform distorted and all the divine light disappeared in an instant. Just as the giant hand was about to grab the entire ancient array platform, Gu Fei was teleported away. Gu Fei took a spin at the gates of hell. If he had been a step slower, he would have been in for a tragedy. I can only apologize to He Tian. Gu Fei traveled at high speed in the void formed by the formation patterns. The ferocious bird that suddenly appeared in the Blessed Buddha Valley was the ferocious bird that He Tian had captured in the pseudo-heaven world. He Tian was cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world, but he had placed this ferocious bird inside Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei used this ferocious bird to lure the monks away from the Blessed Buddha Valley. Gu Fei thought to himself, there are 12 Buddhist emperors guarding the Blessed Buddha Valley, and among them, there are even sovereign-level Buddhist emperors. That ferocious bird is most likely going to meet a tragic end. Traveling in the void, Gu Fei felt like he had traveled for a long time, but at the same time, it felt like only a moment. In the end, he sat cross-legged in the void, motionless. Swoosh! Suddenly, Gu Fei felt his body lighten, the formation energy enveloping him disappeared. In the next second, he felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and saw that he was sitting cross-legged in the air above an ancient formation platform. 2 bald men dressed in monk robes stood beside the platform. These 2 bald men were staring at Gu Fei in extreme shock, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. You are... One of them, a dark-skinned bald middle-aged man, regained his senses and was about to ask, but at this time, Gu Fei flew up and kicked the bald man's face. Perhaps because of the old tortoise, Huang Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of these bald men. Gu Fei's extreme speed was unparalleled in the world. Very few people could compare to him. His kick was as fast as lightning. Although the big baldie's strength wasn't bad, he still couldn't dodge it and was sent flying. Bang! That dark and skinny bald head directly hit the wall a few feet away, directly smashing through the wall and flying out. Buzz! Just as the dark-skinned bald man was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, a deafening sound reached Gu Fei's ears. A golden disc-like Buddhist artifact flew over and fell on Gu Fei's head. The Buddhist artifact had a golden Buddhist light flowing on it, emitting a powerful Buddhist power. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and directly used his physical body to block the Buddhist artifact. The violent force actually shattered the Buddhist artifact, causing its fragments to shoot in all directions. Rays of golden light hit the surroundings. The ground and the walls were immediately filled with holes. Only the ancient formation platform made of divine stones didn't show any signs of damage after being hit by the fragments of the Buddhist artifact. Chapter 924. Gu Fei kicked the black skinny monk away and punched the white fat monk's Buddhist weapon. He was so powerful that the white fat monk was scared out of his wits. Swoosh! With a flash, Gu Fei's feet did not touch the ground. In an instant, he appeared in front of the fat and white monk who was retreating. He extended his hand and grabbed the fat and white monk's neck, lifting him up. The fat monk's feet left the ground. His white and chubby face immediately turned purple. However, this monk was an immortal Buddha in the immortal realm after all. His cultivation was not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Although he was restrained by Gu Fei, he did not panic completely. Who are you? The white fat monk asked in shock. He was already having trouble breathing, but his life was not in danger. It would be a huge joke if an immortal Buddha was killed by a human. This was especially true for Buddhist disciples. In the eyes of Buddhist disciples, the physical body was just a bag of smelly skin. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. A purple divine light rushed out of his eyebrows and entered the white fat monk's forehead. He used his powerful divine telekinesis to read the monk's memory. He did not even bother to ask. The fat monk's body trembled, and then a pained expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be struggling in some way, but very quickly, the fat monk's expression became stupefied. Then, the divine light that entered the white fat monk's head rushed out of the white fat monk's forehead and entered Gu Fei's Niwen Palace. Eastern region, the Qi dynasty? Gu Fei read the monk's memory and got what he wanted. The white fat monk had already fainted and there was a trace of blood seeping out of his forehead. Forcefully reading a cultivator's memory would cause great harm to the cultivator. The white fat monk's primordial spirit had already suffered a blow. If he did not rest for 3 to 5 years, his injured primordial spirit would definitely not recover. I'm finally back in the eastern region. Gu Fei waved his hand and threw the white fat monk to the side. Then he walked out of the ancient temple. This was an ancient temple located halfway up a mountain. It wasn't very big and was located in the forest halfway up the mountain. If one didn't look carefully, even a cultivator flying in the sky wouldn't be able to discover this ancient temple. At this moment, the dark-skinned monk who was kicked in the face by Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged not far away, circulating a Buddhist cultivation technique to heal his injuries. The black skinny monk's face was covered in blood. It was a kind of blood with a golden luster. It was the blood of immortals and Buddhas and contained Buddhist power. This black skinny monk was also an immortal Buddha. Immortal Buddhists were as weak as ants before Gu Fei. Gu Fei could easily kill them without even using any martial Dao battle skills. The black skinny monk was also badly injured. His skull was cracked and his divine soul was shaken. For a moment he lost the ability to fight and could not attack. Gu Fei did not kill the 2 monks who guarded the ancient transmitting formation. This was not because he was merciful, but because it was unnecessary. He did not take the 2 monks in the immortal Buddha realm seriously. Gu Fei stood in front of the ancient temple and glanced around. Under the night sky, the mountain was very quiet. Only the rustling of the tree leaves could be heard from time to time. The simple and crude ancient temple was actually a transmitting point. Moreover, it was a transmitting point that could be used for inter-regional transmitting. Such a transmitting point was very important to all the major forces. The existence of the transmitting point allowed the major forces to travel freely in the 4 regions. Without the existence of these transmitting points that could be used for inter-regional transmitting, the communication between the 4 regions would be very troublesome because the Tung-Long continent was too vast. Gu Fei soared into the sky and stood in the void. Looking down, the simple and crude ancient temple on the mountainside was already hidden in the branches and leaves of the trees. The ancient temple was surrounded by towering trees. Gu Fei realized that the ancient temple was hidden very well. There were no signs of human habitation in the surrounding areas. This was the northern mountain range of the Great Qi dynasty. Needless to say, this transmitting point was very well hidden. It was definitely one of the hidden transmitting points and not one of the public transmitting points in the 4 regions. Actually, this was an open secret in the world of cultivation. The major forces of the 4 regions would install these hidden transmitting points in the 4 regions. All the major cultivation forces were well aware of the function of the teleportation formation. Gu Fei did not think too much. After he identified the direction, he used the desolation steps and disappeared into the night. This place was still tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern mountain range. Gu Fei did not want to delay. He needed to rush to a city several hundred miles away from this secret transmitting point, then use the transmitting point there to return to the Great Qi dynasty's eastern mountain range. As soon as Gu Fei left, the ancient runes on the teleportation formation platform in the temple lit up again. Very soon, a figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. A Buddhist eminent monk had arrived in pursuit. The divine light on the transmitting point gradually dissipated. The person walked out from the transmitting point. This was a middle-aged monk with a sallow complexion, tall and thin. This monk's every move seemed to blend into the void of heaven and earth. There seemed to be the great Tao circulating around him. It was natural. This was a celestial being realm Buddhist emperor. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked. because this celestial being realm Buddhist emperor was the same Buddhist emperor who sat cross-legged on the transmitting point in the Blessed Buddha Valley. Gu Fei's ruckus in the Blessed Buddha Valley alerted the 12 Buddhist emperors. This Buddhist emperor, who seemed to be the guardian of the transmitting point, directly chased after Gu Fei through the transmitting point. However, at this time, Gu Fei was already several hundred miles away, near a brightly lit city. North Yuan City was a medium-sized city outside the Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range. In the Central Plains, where the human race flourished, only a city with a population of more than 1 million could be considered a medium-sized city. The population of North Yuan City definitely exceeded 1 million, but most of them were transient people. North Yuan City was the resting point for those who wanted to venture into the Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range. The Great Qi dynasty's northern mountain range didn't have much, but it had the most number of fierce beasts. Moreover, the fierce beasts' grades were not high. They were the Great Qi dynasty's low-level cultivators who hunted fierce beasts to earn their cultivation essentials. Therefore, North Yuan City was often filled with cultivators who came from all directions to the northern mountain range to hunt fierce beasts for treasures. A medium-sized city with a population of more than 1 million definitely had an expert guarding it, and this expert was most likely the castellan here. Without an expert guarding the city, North Yuan City would turn into a land of chaos. Moreover, the entire city was enveloped by an array formation. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they could only obediently enter North Yuan City through the city gates. At this time, it was already deep into the night, but faint voices could still be heard coming from North Yuan City. The city was brightly lit, and the city seemed to be bustling with activity. The city gates had long been closed, and the array formation was activated. No human, no fierce beast, could break through the array formation that enveloped the entire city without a sound. It was a layer of transparent light barrier. Gu Fei arrived in front of North Yuan City, surveying this medium-sized city that was filled with the traces of time. There were more than 1 million people in the city, but this wasn't something that Gu Fei cared about. He only cared about the location of the city's transmission array. North Yuan City's defensive array was useless against Gu Fei. He activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and directly drew out a trace of primordial chaos qi. Then, he used the primordial chaos qi to silently corrode the power of the array formation. Primordial chaos qi was the ancestor qi of all living beings, and it could dissolve all sealing powers. Soon, on the transparent light barrier, a large hole was opened by the primordial chaos qi. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly passed through the hole and entered North Yuan City. No one knew, not even the experts in the city could sense that an uninvited guest had come to North Yuan City. Transmission array. Gu Fei read the fat monk's memory, and he knew that there were only 3 transmission arrays that connected North Yuan City to other cities, and there was one in the castellan's mansion. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Fei didn't want to alarm anyone, especially the castellan of North Yuan City. One had to know that he was a ruthless character, and he had a terrifying strength that was close to the ancestor level. The other 2 transmission arrays are at. Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth to seal his body. With his current strength, even the Almighty of the present world would find it hard to sense his existence. Gu Fei controlled his flight in North Yuan City, and finally ascended the tallest building in the city. Then, he scanned his surroundings, and everything in the city was within his sight. The other 2 transmission arrays in North Yuan City were each guarded, and the guards were of decent cultivation. One of them was in the south of the city, and the other was in the east. These were 2 public transmission arrays, but for every person that was sent, the Great Qi dynasty had to collect some fees. This wasn't a free meal. Gu Fei sensed that there were a few incomparably strong auras in the city. One of the strongest auras came from the castellan's mansion, from the castellan who was comparable to the ancestor level. The Great Qi dynasty's foundation was also incomparably deep. The castellan of a medium-sized city was already comparable to the ancestor level. If it was a super-large city with a population of 10 million, wouldn't there be a true ancestor-level figure overseeing it? Gu Fei discovered that there was a strong aura at the 3 transmission arrays, and the weakest was a demigod-level figure guarding the transmission arrays. Gu Fei immediately moved, and he headed for the transmission array in the east of the city. This was because the transmission array in the east of the city was guarded by a demigod-level figure. He didn't want to complicate matters, and he just wanted to quickly return to the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty. Gu Fei was very straightforward, and he directly knocked that demigod unconscious. Then he activated the transmission array and teleported out, returning to the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty. Swoosh! In the eastern region of the Great Qi dynasty, a certain city's transmission array suddenly lit up, and the array patterns emitted resplendent divine light. Someone was being transmitted over, and the ripples emitted by the transmission array immediately alerted the two cultivators guarding the array. Chapter 925. The Tenglong continent, the Central Plains. The human race was extremely powerful. No one knew how many people there were in the Central Plains. Even the three immortal dynasties had a hard time keeping track of them. The three immortal dynasties were not the dynasties that ruled over a region in the eyes of the common people. The human emperors of the dynasties were definitely not ordinary people. The Central Plains was divided by the three dynasties. Each dynasty had existed for countless years. Northern Wei, Southern Yan, and Eastern Qi each controlled millions of miles of territory. Eastern Qi, the Eastern Immortal Dynasty, was the youngest. It was founded by a supreme human emperor 30,000 years ago. That human emperor was extremely talented. He forcefully created the third dynasty between the Northern Wei and Southern Yan dynasties. In the current era, there were three human emperors. These three human emperors were the rulers of the three immortal dynasties. Each of these rulers had the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great beings. The immortal dynasties had the human emperors and were not afraid of the ancient powers that returned once every 10,000 years. This was because the three immortal dynasties had the power to fight against the ancient powers. Skyfrost City was a city in the eastern part of the Great Qi dynasty near the eastern mountain range. It was a medium-sized city with a population of 1 million. The city lord was a member of the royal family. The Heaven and Earth Union was one of the three great powers in Skyfrost City. There were 5 teleportation arrays in Skyfrost City. 2 of them were controlled by the city lord while the other 3 were controlled by the 3 great powers in Skyfrost City. In the cultivation world, controlling the teleportation arrays was equivalent to controlling a good source of income. Teleportation arrays were not free for cultivators to use. The southern part of Skyfrost City was the territory of the Heaven and Earth Union. At this time, the east side had already turned white. The night was about to pass. 2 cultivators were sitting under a high platform that was covered in runes. Phew! One of them was a middle-aged man in a green robe with a thin face. He let out a long sigh and then opened his eyes. One could faintly see 2 rays of light hidden in his eyes. A cultivator in his early 30s who was sitting cross-legged next to the middle-aged man also woke up. In reality, they were not cultivating but resting because they had to protect this teleportation array. This teleportation array could be said to be an important source of income for the Heaven and Earth Union. In the cultivation world, unlike mortals, people did not use money to buy things they needed. Instead, they used something else, a type of crystal that contained the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It was unknown when it started, but the cultivation world had developed the practice of exchanging these crystals that contained the world's spiritual energy for things that cultivators needed. These crystals, which contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, were called spirit crystals. It could be said that the currency in the cultivation world was the spirit crystal. The spirit crystal was equivalent to the money in the mortal world. In addition to the spirit crystal, there was also a kind of spirit jade that contained the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that circulated among the cultivators. The heaven and earth spiritual qi contained in spirit jades was purer than that of spirit crystals, and the amount of spiritual qi it contained was also greater than that of spirit crystals. High-level cultivators generally used spirit jades. Old Wu, there shouldn't be anyone using the teleportation formation at this time, right? The cultivator in his early 30s stretched his body and said to the cultivator called Old Wu, "Yes. Today is the last day of this month to guard the transmission array. It seems like we didn't get much profit this month." Old Wu said. Hearing Old Wu's words, The cultivator in his early 30s was also very unhappy. F***ck. Those fellows still said that guarding the transmission array is a lucrative job. I heard that last month, Li Datu and the others were guarding the transmission array. There was a rookie who was tricked by Li Datu and the others for a few hundred low-grade spirit crystals. Old Wu said with incomparable envy. Who asked us to not meet such a sucker? The cultivator in his early 30s lamented. The cultivation resources of the low-level cultivators were relatively scarce. Spirit crystals contain the world's spiritual energy, and the cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit crystals to cultivate and increase their cultivation. The big sects occupied the paradise and had a lot of cultivation resources. The disciples of the big sects didn't need to worry about cultivation resources, but it was different for the small sections. The cultivation resources were all occupied by the big sects, and the small sects could only rely on the big sects to earn spirit crystals to maintain the cultivation of the disciples in the sect. The cultivation world was cruel, and the survival of the low-level cultivators was even more difficult. For example, a stock of spiritual medicine that was old would require a large amount of spirit crystals to purchase. At this time, the teleportation formation platform behind Old Wu and the others suddenly lit up. There's still someone teleporting over at this time? Old Wu and his companion in his early 30s immediately jumped up from the ground. It would be great if the person who came was a sucker. Old Wu and his companion's eyes lit up. The runes on the teleportation formation platform turned into spirit light and rushed up. The void on the teleportation formation platform rippled like transparent water and emitted a powerful aura. Feeling this aura, Old Wu and the cultivator in his early 30s immediately changed their expressions. When a blurred figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform, Old Wu and the cultivator had already collapsed. Their bodies trembled as they lay on the ground. The aura emitted by the person was too powerful. The two people from the Heaven and Earth Alliance who were guarding the transmission array were only in the transcending mortality realm. In front of this powerful aura, the two of them almost had a mental breakdown. Could it be a big shot in the demigod realm? When Gu Fei appeared on the teleportation formation platform and saw the two cultivators lying on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Immediately, he knew the reason. Gu Fei smiled. It turned out that he had inadvertently released a strand of his aura to intimidate the two cultivators. After that, he used the power of the world to seal his body, sealing all of his aura. The two cultivators immediately felt as if they had been pardoned and their bodies relaxed. At this time, they realized that their clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. Greetings, senior. Old Wu's voice trembled. In front of such a cultivator, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. One must know that if this person was unhappy, he could be killed with a finger. At that time, he would die a wrongful death. What is this place? Gu Fei glanced at Old Wu and asked calmly. He had just teleported here from Beiyuan City and didn't know which city he had been teleported to. One must know that there were countless cities in the eastern part of the Great Qi dynasty. Senior, this is Sky Frost City. Old Wu slowly regained his senses and answered. The cultivator in his early 30s was still in a state of shock. His entire body was trembling as he lay on the ground. He probably didn't even know what Gu Fei was talking about. This Old Wu's mental fortitude was not bad. Sky Frost City? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This Sky Frost City was not unfamiliar to him. This city was not far from the eastern mountain range of the Great Qi dynasty. However, Sky Frost City was a little far from the mountain range where the Dragon Valley was located. The Dragon Valley was at least 30,000 miles away from Sky Frost City. Moreover, Gu Fei also knew that there were no teleportation formations within these 30,000 miles. No one would be so bored as to set up a teleportation formation in a deserted mountain range. Although Gu Fei also had a teleportation formation platform that He Tian had refined using spiritual jades, this formation platform could only teleport people in a single direction. Without accurate coordinates, this kind of teleportation would cause people to get lost in the mountains. This kind of teleportation also had a major disadvantage. That was, Gu Fei's cultivation limited the distance of the White Jade Formation platform's teleportation. The stronger his cultivation, the further he could teleport. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, if he used the White Jade Formation platform, he could already teleport to a distance of 30,000 miles. However, if there was a slight deviation during the teleportation, he would be out of luck. A deviation of a few hundred miles was enough to cause people to get lost in the mountains. That's the only way. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before he rushed into the sky and directly rushed out of Sky Frost City. At this moment, the protective formation of Sky Frost City had already been removed. There were already cultivators walking around in the city. What kind of person is this? After Gu Fei left, Old Wu immediately went limp again. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Instead of waiting for a succor, a maleficent star had come. It's too scary. This person is probably even scarier than a demigod. Old Wu muttered to himself. He had seen great cultivators at the demigod realm before. This person's aura definitely surpassed that of a great cultivator at the demigod realm. Was that person just now an immortal? At this moment, the cultivator in his early 30s finally dared to sit up from the ground. However, his voice was still trembling. That person's aura almost drove him crazy. Perhaps, sighed. Old Wu and the others did not know that Gu Fei was not an immortal. He was an immortal martial king at the second firmament of the mysterious transformation realm. Ordinary immortals were not even worthy of carrying Gu Fei's shoes. The aura that Gu Fei released also startled many people. However, no one dared to approach him. Although it was just a trace of aura, it was enough to intimidate everyone. Even the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance was alarmed. However, when the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance arrived at the teleportation array, Gu Fei had already left Sky Frost City and was already thousands of miles away. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He hurried in the sky, traveling hundreds of miles with each step. The earth flitted under his feet so quickly that it was impossible to see Gu Fei's shadow with the naked eye. He could seal his own aura so that no one would know of his existence. In the mountains, there were many places where spiritual energy gathered. There were experts cultivating in these places, but no one sensed that Gu Fei was flying over their heads. Even when he flew over a palace where a godly king was cultivating, the godly king in the palace did not sense Gu Fei's existence. On the day of the 3rd stroke, Gu Fei appeared in the vicinity of the Dragon Valley. Even with the extreme speed of 8 steps, it took Gu Fei a lot of time to cover a distance of 30,000 miles. He did not stop and directly headed in the direction of the Dragon Valley. When he arrived in the sky above the Dragon Valley, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 9:26. Gu Fei returned to the Dragon Valley, but what he saw in front of him made him go mad with anger. The Dragon Valley had been destroyed, and all he could see was ruins. There were traces of fighting inside, and there were many bones lying in the rubble and grass. Gu Fei's heart trembled violently. He flew down from the sky and walked into the valley step by step. Someone had broken through the supreme killing formation laid down by Erebus and killed their way into the Dragon Valley. Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others. Gu Fei thought of his fellow disciples, and his hands and feet became cold. He rushed into the depths of the valley like an arrow, and came to the cave where Zhao Ziru and the others were cultivating. He saw that the cliff in front of him had been overturned by a great force, and all the caves had been destroyed. On the ground, he could see the fragments of magic treasures scattered everywhere. There had been a great battle in the Dragon Valley, and Gu Fei saw skeletons wearing the clothes of the Supreme Mystery Sect lying in the grass. Their flesh and blood had rotted, and only their clothes and bones were left. This battle should have happened several years ago. Gu Fei walked in the valley as if he had lost his soul. He was very afraid to see the bones of Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others in the rubble. Is it the primordial Zhao family or the Dongfang family? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the end, he carefully examined the entire valley. He found a total of 11 skeletons in the valley. Among these skeletons, there were complete ones, and there were also broken ones. It was obvious that they had all been killed in the great battle. Among the 11 skeletons, 8 of them were wearing the clothes of the Supreme Mystery Sect. They were obviously disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, among these 8 disciples, Zhao Ziru and Li Lingfeng were not. This made Gu Fei feel a little relieved. As long as he did not see the bodies of Zhao Ziru and the others, they might still be alive. However, the other party had actually broken through the killing formation laid down by He Tian and entered the valley. Junior Sister Zhao and the others were definitely no match for those people. As for the other 3 skeletons, from their clothing, it was impossible to tell which family they belonged to. Their magic treasures had also been taken away, so Gu Fei could not find any useful clues. In the Eastern Domain, there weren't many powers that could break through He Tian's killing formation. The primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family had the ability, and they both had enmity with Gu Fei. If it's not the primordial Zhao family, then it's the Dongfang family. If anything happens to Junior Sister Zhao and the others, I'll make sure you all die with them. Gu Fei said hatefully. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian. Very good. They have finally recovered. Gu Fei was overjoyed. With the help of He Tian and Xiaoqing, he was even more confident in dealing with the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Swoosh! Gu Fei vanished into thin air and entered his inner world. 3 days later, in the evening, 4 uninvited guests showed up near the primordial Zhao clan's territory. They were Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan. Gu Fei and the others stood on top of a mountain in the distance, staring at the primordial Zhao clan. The terrain in front of them was extremely rare. The primordial Zhao clan sure is generous. That's a land of rising dragons. It's many times better than the so-called Heaven's Chamber. No wonder the Zhao clan was able to survive for so long and still stand tall in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei and the others could not help but exclaim. There were 4 mountain ridges in front of them, each one 1,000 li long, like 4 giant dragons lying on the ground. The 4 mountains were like 4 dragon heads, guarding the east, south, west, and north directions. In the center of the 4 mountains, there was a palace. It was the primordial Zhao clan's main base. The 4 mountains were decorated with many pavilions and pagodas. They would occasionally see people moving around in the mountains ahead. Boss, are you really going to make a move? He Tian felt uneasy seeing the primordial Zhao clan's current situation. They would be in deep trouble if a powerful cultivator were to escape from the land of the rising dragons ahead. Could it be fake? Gu Fei said snappily. In these 3 days, he didn't find anything useful. The Dragon Valley was located in a very remote area. Even so, Gu Fei was going to make a move, and he was going to target the primordial Zhao clan first. Someone is coming out. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a middle-aged man in a white outfit walking out from the land of the rising dragons ahead. The man rose into the sky and flew toward the south. Gu Fei also rose into the sky and chased after the white-robed middle-aged man who just came out from the Zhao clan's ancestral ground. This place was too close to the Zhao clan's main base. The middle-aged man was fast, but with Gu Fei's 8 steps, he was still intercepted by Gu Fei after chasing him for 1,000 li. Who are you? How dare you stop someone from the primordial Zhao clan? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He secretly held on to his life artifact. Not only am I going to stop you, I'm going to kill you too. Gu Fei said coldly. He then closed in on the middle-aged man with a murderous aura. The middle-aged man was shocked upon hearing this. Was this guy out of his mind? How dare he challenge an elite disciple of the Zhao clan in the Zhao clan's territory? Bam! Gu Fei did not waste any more time. He used the most direct way to express his thoughts. He threw a punch forward. The force of the punch was unbelievably strong, causing the rift to shatter. Humph! You're courting death. The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of disdain. He did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. He also threw a punch. Rumble! The middle-aged man's fist was like a primordial divine mountain. It crushed through the void, causing the entire world to tremble. It was simply too powerful. Gu Fei controlled his cultivation to be below the immortal spirit realm, But the middle-aged man's cultivation had actually reached the fourth firmament of the profound transformation realm. It was easy for a profound transformation realm figure to kill an immortal spirit. However, when Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's, the smile on the middle-aged man's face immediately froze. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The middle-aged man's entire arm was bent, and his body was also pushed back 7 or 8 steps. Thud! 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 How is this possible? The middle-aged god king from the Zhao clan completely forgot about the pain in his right arm. He was extremely shocked. He could not believe that he was injured by an immortal realm expert. Gu Fei's body was comparable to a holy weapon of a great expert. Moreover, he had hidden his cultivation. The moment the god king from the Zhao clan was targeted by Gu Fei, the outcome was already decided. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a fist landed on the chest of the god king from the Zhao clan. Bam! The god king from the Zhao clan was smashed into pieces. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. His speed was so fast that he could not even leave a shadow. The unlucky god king did not even have time to scream before his body was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. Swish! Chapter 927. Gu Fei appeared in the vicinity of the primordial Zhao family's territory, but he did not infiltrate it. The primordial Zhao family was definitely a colossal existence. It was not something that Gu Fei could set foot in so easily. There was definitely a terrifying saint weapon that enveloped the entire primordial Zhao family. This was the conclusion that He Tian arrived at after observing the outside of the primordial Zhao family for a very long time. Although it was not an extreme saint weapon, it was able to draw upon the might of the world in the land of the rising dragon and draw upon the power of the 4 dragon veins to protect the Zhao family. Even the most powerful figures of the current era would probably be in danger if they entered, let alone Gu Fei. The news that a god king of the Zhao family had been killed 1,000 kilometers away from the Zhao family spread very quickly. The primordial Zhao family was shaken, and they sent out experts to investigate the matter. However, very soon, someone discovered a mangled corpse in a valley several hundred kilometers away from the Zhao family. The experts sent out by the Zhao family had been killed in the valley. This time, it was not just the primordial Zhao family that was shaken. The various large organizations in the eastern region were alarmed as well. Did you hear? Another expert of the Zhao family has been killed in the mountains. What? Someone from the Zhao family died again? Yeah. I heard that the one who died was one of the most outstanding successors of the Zhao family. Could it be that someone killed that arrogant and domineering Zhao Wuji? In the major cities of the eastern domain, countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Some people were attacking the primordial Zhao family, killing their experts one after another. As soon as someone from the primordial Zhao family was left alone, a mysterious person would kill them mercilessly. After a few days, the mysterious person had already killed 7 people from the primordial Zhao family. Among the 7, there was a god king and an immortal king. As for the other 5, there were 3 demigods and 2 immortals. A loss like this was no small matter to the Huanggu clan. Furthermore, this was practically a slap in the face to the Zhao clan of the Huanggu clan. They had killed a descendant of the Zhao clan in their territory. The primordial Zhao family was enraged. A supreme elder of the primordial Zhao family sent out a message saying that as long as someone killed the person who was secretly opposing the Zhao family and took his head to the primordial Zhao family, they would be able to obtain a 10,000-year-old divine herb. The primordial Zhao clan was very generous. One should know that a 10,000-year-old herb was definitely something that all cultivators dreamed of. Not only could a 10,000-year-old herb increase one's cultivation base, but it could also increase one's lifespan. My head is only worth a 10,000-year-old divine herb? In the private room on the top floor of Donglin Pavilion in Floating Cloud City, Gu Fei sneered and said in a disdainful tone. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were also sitting in the private room. Boss, your life doesn't seem to be worth much, He Tian said with a faint smile. In the eyes of the primordial Zhao family, Gu Fei's life was only worth a 10,000-year-old divine herb. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, The fact that the Zhao family could take out a 10,000-year-old divine herb was already shocking enough. One should know that 10,000-year-old divine herbs were almost legendary in the current era. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, a 10,000-year-old divine herb was nothing. Gu Fei even had an immortal divine herb in his inner world. Is the Zhao family of the primordial clan too stingy? Xiaoqing said with disdain. As Gu Fei and the others conversed in the private room, Gu Fei had already isolated the void with his inner world energy. No one would be able to hear their conversation. At this moment, a series of footsteps and voices were suddenly heard from outside. Gu Fei's control of the inner world energy had already reached perfection. He could prevent his voice from being transmitted outside, but the voices from the outside could still be heard. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others could not help but frown. The footsteps were actually approaching them. Young Master Qian, the top floor is really full. So what if it's full? Just tell them to scram. Two voices came from outside. When Gu Fei and the others heard this, their expressions immediately turned ugly. Bang! The wooden door of the private room that Gu Fei and the others were in was forcefully opened. A young man in luxurious purple clothes walked in with large strides while waving a folding fan in his hand. Behind the young man were two attendants and a middle-aged shopkeeper. The two attendants of the young man were blocking the middle-aged shopkeeper outside. The arrival of the young man in purple startled many people. The wooden doors of the private rooms on the top floor were opened. Some people were watching the show. Isn't that second young Master Qian? Heavenly Dragon Sect's second young Master Qian? That second-generation ancestor? There's going to be a good show. Scram. Second young Master Qian's face was filled with arrogance and disdain. He directly threw a spirit jade on the table. Then he did not even look at Gu Fei and the others. This brat. Seeing this, Haydon almost jumped up and wanted to beat this guy up. He actually dared to be presumptuous in front of them. He was simply courting death. However, this second young Master Qian was truly courting death. What? You think it's too little? Second young Master Qian did not see Gu Fei and the others pick up the spirit jade and scram as he expected. So he threw another spirit jade on the table. Gu Fei expressionlessly looked at second young Master Qian. Then he extended his hand and picked up the two spirit jades on the table. Second young Master Qian did not see Gu Fei pick up the two spirit jades and felt even more disdain. However, Gu Fei and the others did not have any intention of leaving. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected that these four people would not even give second young Master Qian face. It should be known that second young Master Qian was the second-generation ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. In Floating Cloud City, the Heavenly Dragon Sect was the most powerful sect besides the City Lord. This was because a supreme elder of the Heavenly Dragon Sect had successfully broken through to the Immortal realm more than 10 years ago. The Heavenly Dragon Sect had an Immortal overseeing it. In the entire Floating Cloud City, the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect could do whatever they wanted. Young Master Qian, please be magnanimous. The private room downstairs is also not bad. How about all your expenses in Donglin Pavilion will be free of charge? The middle-aged shopkeeper didn't want to offend this playboy, because the Immortal in the Heavenly Dragon School was the ancestor of this playboy. If he offended this playboy, even if the Donglin Pavilion had a powerful backer, it would still be troublesome. Please make way. One of second young Master Qian's followers said in a deep voice. 2 spirit jades? Gu Fei didn't seem to hear the attendant's words. He only looked at the 2 pieces of spiritual jades that were 2 fingers wide and 8 centimeters long in his hand as he spoke. These 2 spirit jades did not contain much spirit qi. They were not pure and had impurities. They were the lowest grade spirit jades. However, they were much better than spirit crystals. A spirit jade like this was equivalent to 50 gene of top-grade spirit crystals. 2 spirit jades were 100 gene. Not bad. I guess you country bumpkins have never seen such spirit jades before. Second young Master Qian said with disdain. Chapter 928. In the private room on the top floor of Donglin Pavilion, second young Master Qian, the spoiled brat of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and his two followers were all stunned, especially second young Master Qian, whose eyes almost popped out. This, second young Master Qian's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. His expression was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. They saw that Gu Fei, who was playing with the two inferior spiritual jades, had actually crushed the two spiritual jades in his hands. Moreover, he had crushed them into powder. A ball of spiritual light emerged on Gu Fei's fist. Everyone felt a powerful spiritual qi erupt from Gu Fei's hand. However, the spiritual light flickered twice and then disappeared into Gu Fei's fist. The powerful spiritual qi fluctuation also disappeared at once. No way! He actually refined the spiritual qi contained in the two spiritual jades into his body in an instant? His cultivation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Floating Cloud City was a city in the east of the Great Qi dynasty, close to the eastern barren mountain range. Although there were immortals guarding here, no one had ever seen one. Not to mention immortals, even demigods were rare in Floating Cloud City. Is he a void-controlling realm cultivator? Or a demigod? A dark-skinned middle-aged follower beside second young Master Qian said with a trembling voice. This move of Gu Fei had shocked everyone. What kind of concept was it to crush the spiritual jades that were as hard as divine iron with his bare hands? Such a figure was not someone that they, small fries, could deal with. Second young master, let's go. Another follower whispered in second young Master Qian's ear. If this spoiled brat were to suffer any loss, they would be the ones to die. Second young Master Qian must be fine. Why are you leaving? So what if you are a demigod? I, your young master, am going to eat here today. If you don't want to die, get lost. After second young Master Qian recovered from the shock, he seemed to feel offended and threatened, so he shouted fiercely. Ignorance is not terrible. What is terrible is that some people are not only ignorant but also arrogant. It doesn't matter if they are arrogant. The worst thing is that they don't have the strength to be arrogant. Xiaoqing didn't even look at second young Master Qian and said, "You." Second young Master Qian was very angry. He pointed at Xiaoqing and couldn't say anything for a while. Second young master. The two attendants beside second young Master Qian kept signaling second young Master Qian with their eyes, wanting him to leave. However, second young Master Qian had already fainted from anger and simply ignored them. Young brother Qin, young Master Qian, young Master Qian, is not. Young brother young Qin, said. Young Qin, young Qin said, young Master Qian, young Qin Saint Master Qin, Tian Qin, said. Young Qin, young of Qin, is young Master is. Really? Is there really someone dumber than a pig? Erebus asked. The conversation between Erebus and little Qing thoroughly infuriated second young Master Qian. Second young Master Qian's pale face turned the color of a pig's liver. Kill them for me. Second young Master Qian roared. He directly opened the folding fan in his hand. Several transparent lights rushed out of the folding fan and chopped at Gu Fei and others. Seeing second young Master Qian's attack, the shopkeeper of Donglin Pavilion couldn't help turning pale with fright. This damned playboy. If he wants to attack, he should wait until these people get out of Donglin Pavilion. Second young master. The two followers of second young Master Qian were also shocked. They had already seen that Gu Fei and others were not ordinary. They wanted to hint second young Master Qian to leave, but this playboy not only ignored them, but also directly attacked these people. You want to show off such rubbish? He Tian directly grabbed it without looking at it. The power of extreme Yin condensed in his hand, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. He Tian's right hand directly shattered the few rays of light that rushed out from the folding fan in second young Master Qian's hand. He snatched the folding fan, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it out of the window. My carefree fan, second young Master Qian suddenly turned pale with fright. He didn't know fear until now. It should be known that this folding fan was personally refined for him by his father, the master of Sky Dragon sect. After this spoiled brat obtained this folding fan, it was unknown how many people had fallen under this folding fan. With a wave of the folding fan, There would be light that was condensed from spiritual power that rushed out like a sharp blade, chopping people into pieces and dismembering them directly. The Playboy's carefree fan was destroyed just like this? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. They can casually destroy a magic weapon refined by a half-god. Could it be that these people are the legendary immortals? The people in the other private rooms were shocked to the extreme after witnessing this scene. The master of Sky Dragon sect was a frightening existence of half-god realm ninth heaven. Sky Dragon sect could become the second biggest power in Floating Cloud City. This was absolutely not by chance or luck. You pig, remember to be smarter in your next life. Erebus laughed. He was about to point out with his finger to kill this good-for-nothing young master. The two followers of second young master Qian were immediately scared out of their wits. This guy actually wants to kill second young master Qian? He actually dares to kill the second young master of Sky Dragon sect in Floating Cloud City? Even the shopkeeper of Donglin Pavilion was so scared by He Tian's words that his face turned pale and he almost collapsed. If second young master Qian had an accident in his Donglin Pavilion, even the power behind Donglin Pavilion might not be able to protect him. Please be merciful. This second young master Qian is the second young master of Sky Dragon sect. The shopkeeper of Donglin Pavilion suddenly rushed into the private room excitedly and blocked in front of second young master Qian as if he had eaten a complete tonic. F***CK. Who is the bodyguard of second young master Qian? The two followers of second young master Qian were dumbfounded. This shopkeeper of Donglin Pavilion was too fierce. Sir, please be merciful. The shopkeeper's whole body was trembling as if he would collapse at any time. However, he still held on and stretched out his hand to block He Tian. At this time, second young master Qian came back to his senses. Humph! You dare to kill me? My Sky Dragon sect is a big sect with an immortal. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Second young master Qian said in a stern voice. He now realized that these four guys in the private room were not to be trifled with. It turns out that you have a sect with an immortal as your backer. No wonder you are still so confident at this time. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Humph! You have no idea of death. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes shot out two incomparably sharp divine lights and he stood up from his seat. He Tian was about to attack. So what if you have a sect with an immortal as your backer? In his eyes, an immortal is nothing. He Tian, who has successfully crossed the heaven tribulation, is already an immortal king at the first layer of the mysterious change realm. Don't kill him, I want him to do something for us. Gu Fei suddenly said. Chapter 929. Did you hear? The Heavenly Dragon sect's second young master Qian was miserably messed with today. What? In Floating Cloud City, who dares to mess with the second young master Qian? Are they tired of living? Someone saw with his own eyes that the second young master Qian was put under a restriction spell. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In the streets and alleys of Floating Cloud City, a shocking news was spreading. The Heavenly Dragon sect's second young master Qian, who usually ran amok in Floating Cloud City, had provoked someone he should not have provoked. In the private room on the top floor of Donglin Pavilion, Gu Fei and the others did not leave. Big brother, do you think that pig can find out what happened to the Supreme Mystery Sect? Xiaoqing said. He Tian originally wanted to kill the second young master Qian, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. The Heavenly Dragon sect was a large sect within 10,000 li of Floating Cloud City. There were immortals guarding the sect, so their power was definitely not small. Gu Fei wanted to use the power of the Heavenly Dragon sect to find out who broke into the Supreme Mystery Sect. It should be possible, Gu Fei said. Although he had been to many cities in the past few days, there was no news of Zhao Ziru and the others. Although Gu Fei killed many people from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era, he did not get any valuable information from them. Old He, how are your preparations going? Gu Fei asked He Tian. It's done, but boss, do you really want to? He Tian said with a dignified expression. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, the people from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era are chasing us all over the world. It's time to let the Zhao family know the pain. Gu Fei killed many cultivators from the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. Even 2 mysterious transformation realm experts died in Gu Fei's hands. The entire Zhao family was furious. The Zhao family master spread the word that he would not rest until Gu Fei was killed. In the past few days, the Zhao family's bounty on Gu Fei had been raised to the point that any cultivator would be jealous. Whoever killed Gu Fei would receive this bounty. The primordial era's Zhao clan also sent out a sect master-level celestial to hunt down Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's whereabouts were very secretive. The Zhao family's men were unable to uncover Gu Fei's whereabouts. Instead, Gu Fei killed several of the Zhao family's disciples. "You guys wait here. I'm going to meet that guy," Gu Fei said and stood up. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others didn't say anything. The guy Gu Fei wanted to deal with was extremely powerful. They couldn't help at all. They would only be a burden if they went. Gu Fei left the private room. With his cultivation, no one would be able to sense his departure. Dragon Lake City was the closest city to the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. The city master was a demigod, but no power dared to look down on the city master. This was because the city master had the entire Qi dynasty behind him. The people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Era searched all the cities within 10,000 miles of the Zhao family. They caused a lot of chaos, but they couldn't find Gu Fei's group. Especially Dragon Lake City. The people of the Zhao family had almost dug 3 feet into the ground. This made the city master of Dragon Lake City very unhappy. After all, the Undying Dynasty was a superpower that could contend with the forces of the Desolate Era. The people of the Zhao family didn't dare to go too far. The Undying Dynasty made them have some misgivings. 2 hours later, Gu Fei appeared near Dragon Lake City. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. It was noon. Dragon Lake City was very lively. The main road of the city was bustling with people and carriages. Gu Fei didn't have any misgivings and directly walked into Dragon Lake City. He had just appeared in Dragon Lake City when he was discovered by the disciples of the Zhao family. He didn't hide his whereabouts. He did it on purpose. "Kid, you killed the people of my Zhao family and still dare to appear here so brazenly." A loud shout came from ahead. Gu Fei, who was walking on the street, immediately stopped. At this time, everyone on the street was stunned. In the next moment, the pedestrians on the street who had come back to their senses immediately retreated in all directions with a boom. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He saw a tall figure approaching him step by step. Every step the person took caused the entire ground to tremble. This person seemed to have fused with the heavens and the earth. His footsteps seemed to coincide with some sort of supreme principle of the heavens and the earth. It actually carried along the might of the heavens and the earth and pressed down towards Gu Fei. The person arrived around 30 m away from Gu Fei before stopping. "Who are you?" Gu Fei spoke coldly. His eyes shot out a dazzling divine light as he stared fixedly at the person's face. This was a middle-aged man with a formidable appearance. He wore azure clothes, his hands were empty, and he didn't have any magic weapons. However, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from him. "I'm the one who killed you," the man in azure said calmly with his hands behind his back. There was no killing intent leaking out from his body. This middle-aged man's aura made Gu Fei a little uneasy. This was a celestial of the sect master level, and he was extremely powerful. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Gu Fei's eyes flashed as he said this. He directly took a step forward and blasted a punch towards the middle-aged man. "My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right?" Someone actually attacked the malefic star of the Zhao family. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. What was happening in front of them was too unexpected. Many people recognized this middle-aged man and knew how powerful he was. "Hey!" With a low chuckle, the middle-aged man also stretched out his hand and sent his right palm forward to meet Gu Fei's punch. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged man's palm. There was no earth-shattering sound, and there was no terrifying energy wave that could destroy everything. There was only a muffled sound. However, it was this muffled sound that caused blood to seep out from the ears of many people. Their expressions changed greatly as they felt an indescribable impact, and they hurriedly retreated to the distance. Stomp! 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 Gu Fei took 5 or 6 steps back, and then he turned around and rushed out of Dragon Lake City. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden divine light descended from the sky and rolled back towards Gu Fei. Everywhere the golden light passed, the void was cut apart, and it emitted terrifying energy waves. Someone blocked in front of Gu Fei and wanted to stop him. Dong! Gu Fei directly blasted out a punch. This punch shook the entire heaven and earth, and it fiercely hit the golden light that was rolling back. The golden light collapsed into 7 or 8 pieces under Gu Fei's fist. The golden light dissipated, and it was a dazzling golden rope. That's the heaven-binding rope. It was actually destroyed by someone. Someone recognized the origins of the golden rope, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The owner of the heaven-binding rope was even more shocked. His magic treasure was destroyed by a single punch from Gu Fei, and he suffered an extremely great impact as well, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his body was blasted flying. However, Gu Fei utilized the world desolate steps and revealed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he'd caught up to the immortal that was blasted flying, and then he directly blasted out a punch. Bang! The immortal's body was blasted into pieces by Gu Fei's fist, causing a mist of blood to spray out in midair, and he didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before his body and soul were obliterated. Chapter 930. It's the sky-piercing godly spear. Zhao Chen, it's the desolate ancient Zhao clan's sky-piercing heavenly king. In Dragon Lake City, many people recognized the spear that shot out from the middle-aged man's body and exclaimed in surprise. The Zhao clan's sky-piercing Shin King had actually appeared in Dragon Lake City. Celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King were extinct in the mortal world. It was difficult for ordinary people to even see them. Only those old cultivators knew the origins of the immortal emperors and Shen King. Zhao Chen was the sect leader-level character that the Zhao clan had sent to hunt down Gu Fei. Swish! A pitch-black spear shrouded in thick black qi pierced through the void, piercing towards Gu Fei's back with extreme speed. Gu Fei sneered. Executing the 8 desolation steps, the 5 elemental void emerged from his body, as if there were 5 lesser worlds revolving around him. His speed suddenly increased by a large margin. The sky-splitting divine spear that had pierced through Gu Fei's body instantly missed its target. Its destructive power shattered the void, but Gu Fei managed to dodge it. This sky-piercing Shin King Zhao Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Fei's speed to be this fast, able to dodge the attack of the sky-piercing godly spear. Gu Fei strode in the 5 elemental void, increasing his speed to the limit. With a single step, he had already appeared near Dragon Lake City. Swish! 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 As soon as Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void, 3 rays of treasure light shot out from outside the city. There were people lying in ambush outside the city, and now, they had made their move. The treasure light soared into the sky, and a crimson divine light wrapped around a divine saber, slicing through the void towards Gu Fei. A black mountain rapidly expanded, blocking the entire sky, and pressed down on Gu Fei. There was also a magic treasure in the shape of a full moon, emitting a cold divine light, slashing towards Gu Fei. 3 immortal god-level experts? Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this. The actions of the members of the Zhao clan are really swift. I've only just arrived at Dragon Lake City and I've already encountered such a situation. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out and sent the red divine saber flying. The light of the divine saber dimmed and it almost collapsed. The owner of the divine saber also suffered a great impact and vomited blood as he flew back. Boom! At the same time, Gu Fei took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the cold moon-like magic treasure that was spinning towards him, and the magic treasure directly fell from the sky. Rumble! At this moment, the black divine mountain pressed down from the sky, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was descending, causing the void to collapse. Gu Fei's physical body was unparalleled. He didn't dodge, nor did he care to dodge. He directly punched upwards, blasting the black mountain high up into the sky. His divine power was monstrous. Ancient martial arts? You're the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline? Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen's voice came from behind Gu Fei. After being blocked by the 3 fellows of the Zhao clan, Zhao Chen had already caught up. The cultivators in Dragon Lake City also rushed out of the city or flew up into the sky to watch the battle from afar. A battle of this level could only be encountered by luck. There's actually someone fighting with Heaven potioneering Shin King. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Heaven potioneering Shin King is a killing god of the desolate ancient Zhao clan. This guy is going to be out of luck. Hee, it's not certain who will be the winner until the end. Some old monsters were discussing. Only these old monsters knew the origin of Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen. These young cultivators probably hadn't even heard of Heaven potioneering Shin King's name. The battle between Gu Fei and Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen had already alarmed the older generation cultivators in Dragon Lake City. Even the city lord of Dragon Lake City had come out. The city lord of Dragon Lake City drove an ancient bronze chariot and rushed out of the city. The chariot was surrounded by a purple draconic curtain, so no one could see the appearance of the city lord. However, no one dared to look down on the city lord of Dragon Lake City. The aura of a peak demigod realm expert made all the cultivators in Dragon Lake City unwilling to go near him. The mysterious city lord of Dragon Lake City was a formidable existence that already had half a foot in the Paramount Saint realm. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, the city lord of Dragon Lake City was nothing more than an ant. Although the various powers of the desolate ancient era had returned, there weren't many immortal-level existences, not to mention the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King. In the present age, unless the almighty experts appeared, celestial beings were invincible. These were formidable existences that stood at the peak of the entire cultivation world. Such figures would absolutely not be dispatched easily. However, the desolate ancient Zhao clan wanted to kill Gu Fei, so they had no choice but to send out a sect master-level figure. Sush. Just as the heaven-piercing Shin King Zhao Chen was approaching Gu Fei with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand, Gu Fei's figure suddenly became blurry. Then, he instantly appeared in front of an immortal being of the Zhao clan. The immortal being of the Zhao clan was scared out of his wits. With a furious roar, a black mountain hovering above his head immediately pressed down on Gu Fei. Under the frenzied control of the immortal being of the Zhao clan, the black mountain emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Streams of black qi circled around the black mountain like huge dragons. Bam! The black divine mountain shattered the space in front of the immortal god. The destructive power turned the space into nothingness. Even the immortal god himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was affected by the shockwave. Damn it! The heaven-piercing Shin King Zhao Chen let out a furious roar. The heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand unleashed an explosive aura that flew out from Zhao Chen's hand. However, the heaven-piercing Shin King Zhao Chen was one step too slow. Gu Fei had already disappeared the moment the black divine mountain came crashing down. He executed the 8-step speed and dashed above the immortal being of the Zhao clan who was sent flying. He then took a step forward. The 8 steps speed instantly turned into 8 steps 8 deaths. Bam! The immortal being of the Zhao clan let out a cry of agony. His body was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's stomp. Blood splattered everywhere as a godly glow wrapped around a tiny person dashed out from the mist of blood. Gu Fei pointed his finger forward and shattered the primordial spirit of the Zhao clan's immortal being, killing him in both body and soul. An immortal being has fallen. The scene made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Someone had just killed an immortal being. This was something that had never happened before. At least, it had never happened in Dragon Lake City. The death of an immortal being was absolutely shocking. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Meanwhile, the heaven-piercing Shin King's heaven-piercing divine spear had just arrived in front of Gu Fei. It was a terrifying ray of light like a black dragon that pierced through the heavens and earth. Chapter 931. Clang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the heaven-piercing divine spear, producing a terrifying metallic sound that penetrated the void and spread in all directions. Ah! Cries of alarm and howls rang out in the distance, and some of the cultivators who had been watching the battle from afar immediately fell down from the sky. Even some of the old-timers had blood oozing out of their ears as they retreated in terror. Rumble, the ancient bronze chariot was like a giant mountain crashing through the sky. Even the city lord of Dragon Lake City had no choice but to retreat, not daring to stay in the vicinity. On the nearby mountains, cultivators who couldn't fly fell to the ground one after another. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Seeing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but shiver in fear. A battle between experts above the immortal realm was truly terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's divine strength was monstrous and his king's martial physique was unparalleled. With a single palm strike, he managed to knock the heaven-piercing divine spear away. How is this possible? Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe his eyes. Gu Fei actually used his physical body to block the heaven-piercing divine spear, an emperor divine weapon. Could it be that his physical body is already comparable to an emperor divine weapon? Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen's heart pounded. This bastard must not be allowed to live. Heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen felt immense pressure. He knew that he couldn't allow this person to grow, otherwise, the Zhao clan would be in great trouble. Even the major powers of the ancient desolate would feel fear towards a grand completion expert. Although Gu Fei managed to knock the heaven-piercing divine spear away with a single palm strike, he himself was also sent flying 1,000 zhang away. A numbing sensation spread from his palm. What a powerful emperor divine weapon! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Swish! He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Black Mountain treasure that belonged to the Zhao clan's immortal he killed. Then he charged towards heaven potioneering Shin King Zhao Chen. Rumble! The huge Black Mountain crushed down from the sky. Endless black gas surged and filled the entire sky. The huge mountain was covered with hideous cracks. A violent, destructive power erupted. Gu Fei had already destroyed the magic treasure and unleashed all the power contained within it. When Zhao Chen saw this, he couldn't help being shocked and angered. This fellow actually dared to destroy a sovereign divine armament so decisively. If he was allowed to mature, he would definitely become an invincible cultivator. Shen King's killing intent towards Gu Fei deepened. Swoosh! The heaven-piercing Shen King held the divine spear in his hand and pierced forward with an indomitable will. The heaven-piercing divine spear surged with a monstrous explosive power, and in an instant, it pierced through the huge Black Mountain. Boom! After an earth-shattering explosion, the huge Black Mountain exploded. The destructive power shattered the void, and the sky and earth seemed to collapse. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The huge Black Mountain was not an ordinary immortal weapon. It was an emperor's weapon refined by an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm. When such an emperor's weapon exploded, its power was definitely comparable to the full power of a 9th-level immortal king. It shattered the void, destroyed the world, and destroyed everything. After unleashing the emperor's weapon, Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolation steps and dashed away to avoid the terrifying power released when the emperor's weapon exploded. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. It was as if they had turned into stone statues. The other 2 immortals of the Zhao clan were also scared out of their wits. They used their magic treasures to protect themselves and dashed away with all their might to avoid the explosion. However, the immortal with the cold moon magic treasure hovering above his head was a little too slow. He was sucked into the destructive power of the explosion. After an extremely terrified scream, the immortal god's presence completely disappeared. Even an immortal god would die after being swept into the primordial void. Damn it! A furious roar came from the void of primal chaos. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who didn't die in the void of primal chaos. It was truly unbelievable. A powerful aura surged out from the chaotic void. The heaven-piercing Shin King Zhao Chen actually dashed through the chaotic void and charged toward Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward. He instantly appeared next to the last immortal of the Zhao clan who was still in a state of shock. The immortal had just escaped a calamity, but the next calamity immediately found him. Before the last immortal of the Zhao clan could recover from the joy of escaping a calamity, Gu Fei was already charging toward him. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei pointed his finger and pierced through the immortal's head, crushing his Naiwen palace and destroying his divine soul. The Zhao clan immortal's soul was immediately destroyed and his body fell from the sky. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the immortal's crimson divine blade. It was a blade imbued with the power of Yang. Gu Fei could feel the surging power within it as he held it in his hand. Bam! The world suddenly shook violently. The heaven-piercing spear pierced through the sky and the heaven-piercing Shin King Zhaochen charged out from the chaotic void. Gu Fei had already killed 4 Zhao clan's immortal divinities, causing Zhaochen to almost go berserk. Those were 4 immortal divinities. Losing 4 immortal divinities in one go was a great loss even for the primordial Zhao clan. Heaven-piercing Shin King Zhaochen's eyes were bloodshot. Divine light surged from his body and the might of a celestial erupted. Everything in the world paled in comparison. Everyone felt as if their minds were about to collapse. The cultivators who had retreated to a distance to watch the battle had no choice but to retreat again. The might of a celestial was too terrifying. It was as if they were facing the entire world. Although Gu Fei was already a king of immortal kings at the 2nd level of the mysterious change realm and possessed the sovereign martial constitution, he still felt a great sense of danger from Zhaochen. This was a deity emperor at the level of a sect leader. Sush. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned and left. Humph. At this time, do you still want to live? Heaven-piercing Shin King Zhaochen was like an ancient god of death descending. Holding the heaven-piercing divine spear, he chased after Gu Fei. With a single step, he could cross 100 li in an instant. His speed was so fast that he could actually keep up with Gu Fei's speed. So fast! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. A sect master-level character was indeed terrifying. Although he had the unrivaled speed of 8 steps, it was still difficult to shake him off. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With a few steps, Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shin King's figures disappeared into the horizon. The terrifying might of a celestial disappeared into the distance. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Some old antiques didn't want to miss this battle, so they immediately chased after them. Rumble! A bronze chariot came from the distance and disappeared into the horizon. It was the chariot of the Dragon Lake City Lord. Is the Dragon Lake City Lord really only at the 9th layer of the demigod realm? Someone asked. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Lake City Lord dare to chase after them? One had to know that even a demigod could be affected by the shockwaves of a battle of this level. At this time, Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shin King Zhaochen had already traveled a few thousand li. Gu Fei's speed of 8 steps was worthy of being called unrivaled under the heavens. Although Zhaochen was a sect master-level Shin King with a cultivation of at least the 5th layer of the sky being realm, he still couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. However, a sect master-level cultivation was not to be underestimated. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to shake off Zhaochen. That guy's speed. How could he be so fast? Heaven-piercing Shin King Zhaochen was incomparably shocked. In his eyes, Gu Fei was only a martial king at the 2nd layer, but his speed was on par with his. Swoosh! Zhaochen directly executed the sky-piercing godly spear, piercing forward. A black divine radiance pierced through the void, traversing 1,000 li in an instant, arriving behind Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. A sect master-level Shin King's full-powered attack shook the heavens and earth. An extremely intense killing intent filled the air. That sky-piercing godly spear was definitely a ferocious weapon. Gu Fei retaliated with a palm strike. His palm emitted a dazzling golden divine radiance, as if his entire palm was forged from gold. Boundless energy surged out from his palm. Bang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the black divine radiance emitted by the sky-piercing godly spear. Gu Fei only felt his entire arm trembling as he was sent flying. He had successfully blocked the power of the sky-piercing godly spear. However, due to the impact of the attack, Gu Fei's speed slowed down. Heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen took the opportunity to close the distance between them. Damn it! Gu Fei groaned inwardly. This Xiaochen actually used this kind of method to disrupt his movement technique. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was caught up to by this bastard. I'm almost at that place. Gu Fei wasn't worried at all. As long as he could lure Xiaochen to that place, he would have a 50 to 60% chance of killing this sect master-level expert. Swoosh! The black divine radiance resembled a black poisonous dragon, rushing out from heaven-piercing Shen King's palm, piercing towards Gu Fei. Although it couldn't kill Gu Fei, it was enough to disrupt his movement technique, slowing him down. The distance between Gu Fei and heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen continued to shrink. Just as the distance between them was less than 100 li, a valley suddenly appeared in front of them. Less than 100 li was enough for heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen to launch a fatal attack on Gu Fei. Prepare to die! Heaven-piercing Shen King bellowed. His entire body's divine energy surged madly towards the sky-piercing godly spear in his hand. Wang! The sky-piercing godly spear emitted a deafening hum. The murderous aura it exuded was unprecedentedly strong. The black divine radiance caused the sky to darken, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 932. The heaven-piercing Shen King's might was unparalleled, chasing after Gu Fei for tens of thousands of miles. The heaven-piercing divine spear pierced through the void, bombarding Gu Fei relentlessly, putting Gu Fei in danger. The distance between the two continued to shrink. Just as the heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen was about to launch an all-out attack on Gu Fei suddenly rushed into a valley in front of him. Today is destined to be your doomsday. It's useless no matter where you run. The heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen sneered coldly as he rushed into the valley with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand. He had the peerless heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand, and he was also a grandmaster. There were not many things in this world that could make him hesitate. Xiaochen had no scruples. However, the moment he rushed into the valley, the world around him changed. Rumble! Bolts of blood-red lightning flashed above the valley, and on the ground below, black light surged. This was the power of the earth condensed into a peerless killing light. This was a valley, and it was as if one had entered the legendary Azura hell. Murderous intent soared to the sky, blood-red light and black chi intertwined. Even heaven-breaking divine Emperor Xiaochen was taken aback by the scene in front of him. Gusts of chilly wind blew, blood-red light flickered, and faint ghostly howls could be heard echoing in the void, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling in grief. The heaven-piercing Shen King Xiaochen sensed danger. Gu Fei was nowhere to be found. He had already locked onto Gu Fei's aura, and it was impossible for Gu Fei to escape. However, at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence anymore. So he had already arranged everything, and then deliberately lured me here. Xiaochen's mind raced, and in a split second he understood what was going on. Xiaochen, tell me what happened to the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect, and I will let you go. Gu Fei's voice suddenly sounded in the void. Xiaochen tried to determine the direction of the voice, but he soon discovered that it was useless. A powerful force had sealed off this part of the world. This was a peerlessly ominous formation, and the fiendish aura it emitted was countless times more powerful than his heaven-piercing divine spear. This was a terrifying formation that could grind down celestial beings. Xiaochen stood in the middle of the ominous formation, his expression unchanged. Wisps of black chi shrouded his body. It was the heaven and earth's killing intent, the ruler of all slaughter. Heaven Destroyer Shen King was definitely a terrifying god of slaughter. He was a frightening character who had entered the Tao of slaughter. Supreme Profound Sect? Never heard of it. Heaven Potioneering Shen King Xiaochen coldly spoke. His divine eyes pierced through the void, scanning the surroundings, but he failed to find any trace of Gu Fei. Then you can die. Gu Fei's voice came again. Then the entire ominous formation began to move. Rays of blood-red divine light descended from the sky, bombarding towards heaven potioneering Shen King. The black light that swam across the ground also rose from the sky and shot upwards. This was a true inescapable net. The ominous formation condensed into a fiendish aura that enveloped this part of the world. Heaven Potioneering Xianxia had no place to hide. Haha, do you think you can kill me with this ominous formation? You underestimate me too much. Heaven Potioneering Xianxia laughed angrily. He shook the divine spear in his hand, and a circle of transparent ripples immediately spread out from the spear. The blood-red divine light that descended from the sky and the black light that swept across the ground collapsed in an instant under the influence of this circle of transparent ripples. The heaven-piercing divine spear vibrated, as if a god had awakened within it. A towering fiendish aura surged out from the spear. "Break for me!" Zhao Chen roared angrily, his voice shaking the vast sky. He held the divine spear in his hand and pierced towards the sky with all his strength. The heaven-piercing divine spear bloomed with endless black light. A bright black light rushed out from the divine spear. Under the black light, heaven and earth were pierced through, and a big hole appeared in the blood-red sky. The aura of the outside world came in through the big hole. The peerless ominous formation was shaken. The ominous formation attracted spiritual energy from all directions, condensing a peerless divine light that sealed the void. It was unable to withstand the attack of Heaven Potioneering Xianxia, who was wielding an emperor's ominous weapon. Swoosh! Heaven Potioneering Xianxia soared into the sky, wanting to rush out from the big hole that had been created. Boom! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the big hole and directly attacked. The power of yin and yang surged. That person was holding a simple and unadorned seal and pressed down from the sky. This attack shattered the entire void. The yin and yang seal that descended from the sky circulated a trace of the aura of the great Tao. It was like an ancient divine mountain, crushing the world. Damn it! Just as Zhao Chen was about to rush out, he didn't expect Gu Fei to be standing in front of the big hole. He was enraged. The formation that had been pierced by the heaven-piercing divine spear showed no signs of collapsing. The big hole in the sky was shrinking at a rapid pace. Swoosh! There was nothing more to say. Zhao Chen directly rushed forward with the heaven-piercing divine spear in his hand. As long as he killed Gu Fei, he could take advantage of the ominous formation's power to rush out before it was fully unleashed. Heaven Potioneering Xianxia Zhao Chen had already seen through the extraordinary nature of this formation. It was an ancient ominous formation that had been lost for generations. It possessed terrifying power that could kill a celestial being. Naturally, this ominous formation was created by He Tian. This guy might not have any other skills, but his ability to trick people was definitely at the Grandmaster level. This ominous formation was specially created by He Tian to kill celestial beings. His purpose was to trick the Zhao clan's sect master. Bam! The heaven-piercing divine spear collided with the yin-yang seal. The emperor-grade ominous weapon charged forward with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the yin-yang seal. Its momentum did not diminish in the slightest as it continued to stab at Gu Fei's chest. Clang! Just as the heaven-piercing divine spear was about to hit Gu Fei, a blunt black sword with no edge slashed at the heaven-piercing divine spear like a black ray of light. Both the heaven-piercing divine spear and the blunt black sword vibrated. Both Gu Fei and Zhao Chen were sent flying back. Gu Fei's god force was overwhelming, forcing Zhao Chen to retreat. How is this possible? Zhao Chen was taken aback. He could clearly see the black sword in Gu Fei's hand, an unsharpened black sword. Yet, this black sword was able to block his emperor-grade ominous weapon. One had to know that his heaven-piercing divine spear was an emperor-grade divine weapon. Could it be that this unassuming black sword was also an emperor-grade divine weapon? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After clashing head-on with Gu Fei, his hands that were holding the heaven-piercing divine spear were numb from the impact. The strength of the emperor martial physique surprised him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, the entire formation shook violently. A part of the sky had turned crimson, as if it was dyed red by the blood of a celestial being. On the ground, black light swam, black chi surged, and endless evil energy was drawn out. Chapter 933. The blood-red sky seemed to be dyed red by the blood of celestials. A terrifying energy of extreme yang rapidly condensed, and numerous crimson figures appeared in the sky. black light flickered on the ground, and black chi surged. Numerous pitch-black figures stood up from the ground, and boundless baleful energy condensed. Rumble. The absolute slaughter formation shook, and a great force drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth, forming an extremely terrifying heavenly aura that sealed off the surroundings. Some of the old fellows that had chased from Dragon Lake City stopped when they were 500 kilometers away, and they didn't dare approach. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn over by the absolute slaughter formation, and a horrifying baleful aura swept through the heavens and the earth. Even immortal realm figures would feel fear in their hearts. That's a bronze chariot charged over from the distance, and an exclamation sounded out from within the chariot. Based on the voice, the person within the chariot seemed to be a woman. The surroundings of the bronze chariot were obstructed by violet dragon-patterned curtains, and no one could see the scene within the chariot. Even divine sense couldn't permeate it. This chariot seemed to be a treasure as well. The city lord of Dragon Lake City is a woman? How is this possible? Some of the old fellows couldn't help but be extremely shocked when they heard the voice that came from the bronze chariot. The city lord of Dragon Lake City was extremely mysterious, and he seemed to have never shown his face. However, to be able to become a city lord and manage the government affairs of a region, such a figure would probably have a great background even in the Grand Qi dynasty. No one dared to rashly offend the city lord of an eternal dynasty. Although these old fellows were extremely curious, they weren't willing to get too close to the bronze chariot. The ancient baleful heavenly slaughter formation. These words came from within the bronze chariot. The mysterious city lord of Dragon Lake City seemed to recognize the terrifying grand formation that surged with baleful energy. How is this possible? Zhao Chen, who was trapped within the formation, couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when he saw numerous crimson figures condense in the sky and countless black figures stand up from the ground. This ominous formation has long been lost for countless years. How could it possibly appear here? Zhao Chen couldn't help but turn pale. This formation could annihilate celestials. Even Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark and activating the ferocious formation, was shocked. The energy condensed by the ferocious formation left him in a daze. One after another, crimson figures shrouded in the energy of extreme yang, like ancient celestials walking out from the sun, silently pressed toward the heaven-breaker Shin King, Zhao Chen. On the ground, a figure formed from black chi soared into the sky, exuding a baleful aura of extreme yin as it charged towards Zhao Chen, freezing the space around it. The heaven-crushing Shin King Zhao Chen could no longer remain calm. He could feel a great sense of danger looming over him. Brandishing the heaven-crushing divine spear, he pierced through the void, wanting to rush out. However, this time, he was unable to successfully penetrate the absolute death formation. Buzz! The heaven-crushing divine spear vibrated repeatedly, emitting a pitch-black radiance that swept out in all directions, scattering the illusory figures that were charging at him. The heaven-crushing divine spear's power was also nullified. The crimson figure formed from the extreme yang energy of heaven and earth, and the black figure formed from the baleful aura of extreme yin energy displayed great power, capable of suppressing an emperor divine weapon. Swoosh! A black figure silently pounced on Zhao Chen's right arm. Zhao Chen felt a burst of cold air rushing into his right arm, and in the next instant his entire right arm was sealed in ice. Bang! Godly energy erupted, shattering the ice on Zhao Chen's arm. However, at this time, another crimson figure pounced on Zhao Chen. In the instant that the crimson figure pounced on him, Zhao Chen felt as if he had fallen into a furnace, being burned by the true yang fire. His entire body was almost burnt to a crisp by the heavenly yang energy. Roar! Zhao Chen roared again and again. The heaven-crushing divine spear in his hands swept out in all directions, annihilating the crimson and black figures that were charging at him from all directions. However, in the blood-red sky, more crimson figures appeared one after another, and on the ground, more and more demonic figures formed from the baleful aura of extreme yin energy stood up. I'll exhaust you to death. Gu Fei was in no hurry seeing this scene. He knew that he couldn't kill this sect master-level character in one go. He drove the formation with all his might, gathering spiritual energy from all directions, condensing the supreme heavenly slaughter grand momentum to obliterate the heaven-crushing Shin King Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was in a sorry state, he was in a passive position. The baleful aura of the heavenly yang earthly slaughter grand formation sealed a corner of heaven and earth. The heavenly slaughter grand momentum could even kill a celestial being. In the end, the power of this grand formation reached its peak. Above the blood-red sky, numerous immortal palaces descended, suppressing Zhao Chen. Abyssal nether god mountains surged out from the earth, crashing towards Zhao Chen. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura shattered the void, destroying heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even the old monsters watching from 1,000 li away were horrified. Under this kind of attack, even a sect master-level character couldn't withstand it. Zhao Chen's body was nearly crushed, and horrifying bloody scars appeared all over his body. Even the heaven-crushing divine spear in his hand was dimming. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura converged, intertwining, transforming into a supreme yin-yang slaughter grand path that destroyed everything in its path. Zhao Chen was fatally injured. The power of the heavenly yang and earthly baleful aura was destroying his life force. If this continued, he would die without a doubt, and it would be the most thorough way to die. "I can't die," Zhao Chen screamed in his heart, roaring in his heart. "I'll give you one last chance. What happened to the people from the Supreme Mystery Sect? If you can tell me, I'll let you live." Suddenly, Gu Fei's voice rang out. "Supreme Mystery Sect? The people from the Supreme Mystery Sect are all dead." Zhao Chen roared. "Was it your Zhao family that destroyed the Supreme Mystery Sect?" Gu Fei's voice trembled. Could it be that Zhao Ziru and the others had not escaped this calamity? "I'm not afraid to tell you that it was my Zhao family and the Dongfang family that destroyed the Supreme Mystery Sect. So what? What can you do about it?" Zhao Chen said harshly. Gu Fei was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "I want your soul and body destroyed." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly yang and earthly fiend slaughter grand array trembled. Gu Fei had activated the array's ultimate power. Endless true yang energy was drawn in, and the earthly baleful aura of the earth and earthly baleful aura surged out from the earth. Clang clang, clang clang. Endless crimson yang energy and earthly baleful aura condensed into a yin and a yang sword that were thousands of meters long. Their destructive auras caused the heavens and earth to pale. "Ignite my divine blood, kill in 10 directions." Zhao Chen knew that this was the moment of life and death. Using a forbidden technique, he burned his own divine blood, raising his strength to an unimaginably terrifying level. Boom! Endless bloody light erupted from Zhao Chen's body. His body instantly collapsed into a bloody mist. Then, the bloody mist wrapped around the heaven-splitting divine spear and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The void shattered and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was shattered in an instant. The heaven-splitting divine spear became the only thing between heaven and earth. The entire grand array collapsed. But the entire power of the grand array was concentrated on one sword and one blade. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade pierced into the chaotic void. This was the supreme killing path of heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade contained a trace of Tao power that was indestructible. The heaven-splitting sword and earth blade cut through everything. The bloody mist wrapped around the heaven-splitting divine spear was broken, and a bloody figure disappeared into the void. Chapter 934. Heaven Potioneering Shin King had fallen. The news was immediately spread by the old monsters who were watching the battle. The entire Dragon Lake City and the entire Eastern Domain were shocked. Someone had killed a celestial from the Zhao family of the ancients. Those who knew about Heaven Potioneering Shin King's background were all shocked. Heaven Potioneering Shin King cultivated the great Tao of life and death. The Heaven Potioneering Divine Spear had killed countless geniuses to create this god of death. However, this god of death had been killed by someone. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even his emperor weapon, the Heaven Potioneering Divine Spear, was broken. It had lost all its spiritual energy and turned into 2 pieces of scrap iron. The death of Heaven Potioneering Shen King had caused a great disturbance in the entire eastern domain. All the sects felt insecure, afraid that the Zhao family of the ancients would target them. Once the Zhao family of the ancients made a move, the entire eastern domain would be shaken. Soon, the people of the Zhao family of the ancients found out that the person who killed Heaven Potioneering Shen King was called Gu Fei, a disciple of the Taishan sect. The primordial Zhao clan had issued a kill order. Whoever could kill Gu Fei would be rewarded with an emperor divine weapon refined by a sect master celestial being. When this news came out, the entire eastern domain, and even the entire Tinglong continent, became extremely envious. Who didn't want an emperor weapon? Moreover, it was said that the person called Gu Fei was only at the second sky of the mysterious change realm. He could kill Heaven Potioneering Shen King only because he borrowed the power of an ominous formation. Many old monsters had wandered around the place where Heaven Potioneering Shen King died. After careful observation, they found out that this was a peerless ominous formation that had been lost since ancient times. It was called the Heaven Yang Earthly Fiend Sky Killing Formation. This ominous formation could be said to be a matchless ominous formation that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It drew upon the power of the Heaven Yang and the Earth Yin to evolve the supreme Tao of death. It was no wonder that the Heaven Destroyer Shen King had perished. Even the most powerful beings of the current era would have a headache trying to break through this ancient formation. It could kill all existences below the celestial being realm. On the third day after the great battle, at dusk, a figure appeared at the place where Heaven Breaker Shen King had fallen. That place had already been completely destroyed, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 li had sunk by a full 3,000 zhang. It was a mysterious man dressed in white. The mysterious man did not show his true appearance. He wore a golden mask that shone with golden light. The power of the metal element circulated around it. It was no ordinary metal. That person stood in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura, like a true immortal descending from the 9 heavens, as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. The man with the golden mask stood there for a long time. In the end, he waved his hands in front of him, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from his hands. Then, a scene began to appear in the void in front of him. It was a valley with towering evil chi. The scene kept changing, and a figure holding a divine spear could be seen dashing left and right in the valley, trying to rush out. If Gu Fei were here, he would be extremely shocked. This mysterious man was actually using some kind of secret technique to replay the battle 3 days ago. Replaying something that had already happened, this kind of magical power was really frightening. An hour later, the mysterious man gradually came to a stop. The scene in front of him disappeared into thin air. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Heaven Destroyer Shen King died unjustly. The mysterious man in white was silent for a long time. Finally, he uttered these words and disappeared into the void. At this time, Gu Fei had already returned to Floating Cloud City. He was still in the Donglin Pavilion, meeting with Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balon in the private room on the top floor. "Big brother, I didn't expect you to succeed," He Tian said when he saw Gu Fei. The Heavenly Yang Earthly Fiend Sky Punishing Formation was his masterpiece, but the person they wanted to trap was a celestial being and a sect master Shen King. Even He Tian was shocked by the result. The ominous formation he had set up had tricked Shen King. "Big brother, tell us what happened at that time," Xiaoqing said. They were very curious about how Gu Fei lured Heaven Destroyer Shen King into the ominous formation set up by He Tian. Balon also looked at Gu Fei and pricked up his ears. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei told him everything that had happened. "Serves that guy right for being unlucky." After listening, He Tian and the others couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Heaven Destroyer Shen King actually entered the ominous formation so easily. However, after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange at all. Heaven Destroyer Shen King was too conceited. Gu Fei was only at the second layer of the mysterious transformation realm, while Heaven Destroyer Shen King was a sect master. For a sect master Shen King to kill a divine king or immortal king at the second layer of the mysterious transformation realm, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Heaven Destroyer Shen King must have thought that he had Gu Fei in his grasp, which was why he was so easily tricked by Gu Fei. One couldn't help but admit that Heaven Destroyer Shen King's death was really unjust. Boss, the other party must have found out your identity by now. I'm afraid they are already making their move. He Tian said. The people of the Zhao clan of the Primordial Desolate clan were not idiots. Besides, many people in Dragon Lake City had seen Gu Fei's appearance. Given the Zhao clan's capabilities, it wasn't difficult to find out Gu Fei's identity. I'm going to let everyone know that I, Gu Fei, have returned, Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes flickered coldly as a strong battle intent burst out from his body. This, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan exchanged glances with one another. The Primordial Desolate faction has returned. The celestial demons that have been asleep for countless years are awakening. A new era is coming. I'm going to fight to the death and cultivate my supreme martial path. Gu Fei's words caused He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan to be incomparably shocked. Heroes are born in troubled times. After the chaos, some people might be able to prove their Dao and become extreme Dao saints. With the rise of many heroes, a great war is unavoidable. Since this is the case, Gu Fei decided not to endure any longer. With his current cultivation and strength, as long as the current era's supreme experts don't attack him, he can protect himself. Oh right, is there any news about the Heavenly Dragon Sect's second-generation ancestor? Gu Fei suddenly asked. He immediately withdrew his battle intent. Gu Fei restrained the Heavenly Dragon Sect's second young master Qian and used a forbidden technique on his body. He made him use the Heavenly Dragon Sect's power to find out the whereabouts of the Supreme Mystery Sect's people. He wanted to find out what exactly the Supreme Mystery Sect had discovered. I was just about to tell you about this. He Tian said. Speak. Hearing this, Gu Fei still appeared calm on the surface. However, he couldn't help but become nervous in his heart. This matter was related to the life and death of Zhao Ziru and his fellow disciples. He didn't want to hear any bad news. Therefore, He Tian began to speak. Chapter 935. What Gu Fei did not want to happen the most had happened in the end. Some people from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family had indeed vented their anger on the Supreme Mystery Sect. Some of the experts from the two forces joined forces and attacked the Dragon Valley where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located. Fortunately, He Tian had set up a shocking killing formation around the Dragon Valley. Otherwise, everyone in the Supreme Mystery Sect would have been slaughtered. The experts of the Zhao family and the Dongfang family were blocked by the killing formation that He Tian had set up around the Dragon Valley. For a while, they were unable to attack the Dragon Valley. This gave Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and the others a chance to breathe. After a stalemate of more than 10 days, the news that some people from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family had joined forces to destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect spread. The Supreme Mystery Sect was no longer what it used to be. Almost all of the experts in the sect had fallen in the chaos of the demons 300 years ago. The current Supreme Mystery Sect was not even as good as a second-rate sect in the world of cultivation. No one thought that the Supreme Mystery Sect could escape this disaster. Although this was only an alliance between the Zhao clan of the Desolates and the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan's clan leader turned a blind eye to this matter and did not interfere. As for the sects in the eastern region, even the Great Qi Divine Dynasty, they did not say anything. These forces did not want to offend the Zhao family, so no one stood up and said anything. For these forces, it was absolutely unwise to offend the Zhao family for the sake of a small Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, some people from the Zhao family used a powerful holy weapon to break the shocking killing formation that He Tian had set up and attacked the Dragon Valley with the experts of the Dongfang family. In this battle, the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect were almost slaughtered. However, at the critical moment, several important figures of the Taishan sect had successfully escaped. However, these people who had escaped were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had disappeared from the world. Even the people of the Zhao family and the Dongfang family were unable to find the main figures of the Supreme Mystery Sect and completely destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Supreme Profound Sect disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief after listening to He Tian's explanation. He then gritted his teeth and declared, "If anything happens to junior sister Zhao Ziru and the others, I will make sure that everyone from the primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family are buried with them." As he spoke, Gu Fei's body emanated a horrifying and ghastly killing intent, and it caused He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon to shudder with fear and be extremely astounded. Even the people of the primordial era's Zhao family could not find Zhao Ziru and the others, let alone the small heavenly dragon sect. Second young Master Qian, that spoiled brat, was unable to find anyone from the Taishan sect. While Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon were chatting in the private room of Dong Lin Pavilion, the unlucky second young master of Heavenly Dragon sect, second young Master Qian, was running around for his life. Although second young Master Qian normally relied on the power of the Heavenly Dragon sect to run amok in Floating Cloud City, he was extremely afraid of death. He did not dare to neglect the matters Gu Fei gave him. For 3 days in a row, almost all the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect were mobilized and turned the entire Floating Cloud City upside down. Of course, except for one place, a place that even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was unwilling to set foot in, they were not searched. That place was the Floating Cloud City Lord's mansion. It must be known that the Floating Cloud City Lord represented the great Qi divine dynasty. How could a small sect like the Heavenly Dragon sect dare to offend the great Qi divine dynasty? The world of cultivation was a cruel world. Everything depended on strength. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Not only did the Heavenly Dragon sect's people search Floating Cloud City, they even searched the nearby cities. However, the result was the same. The forbidden technique that Gu Fei used on him would take his life. He had no choice but to use all the power he had to find the people of the Supreme Mystery sect. Even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon sect was alarmed. Some people saw the old ancestor enter the Donglin Pavilion, but very quickly he left. Nobody knew why the old ancestor went to the Donglin Pavilion. After the old ancestor returned, he went into seclusion and no longer asked about the Heavenly Dragon sect's matters. 10 days passed. Second young Master Qian did not find any useful information in the end. For the sake of his life, although second young Master Qian was extremely unwilling to face Gu Fei, he had no choice but to go to the Donglin Pavilion and beg Gu Fei to spare his life. Although second young Master Qian did not find the people of the Supreme Mystery sect, Gu Fei did not break his promise and removed the forbidden technique from second young Master Qian's body. Second young Master Qian immediately pissed his pants and scrammed away. In a private room on the top floor of the Donglin Pavilion, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balon all had ugly expressions on their faces. In the past few days, they had sensed that someone was watching them. "Boss, it's time for us to change places," He Tian said directly. They had booked a private room on the top floor of the Donglin Pavilion for more than 10 days. Obviously, it had attracted some people's attention. Moreover, the strange movements of the Heavenly Dragon sect could not be hidden from the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. Perhaps the people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity were already monitoring them nearby. "Yes, we will leave tonight." Gu Fei nodded. They could not stay in Floating Cloud City any longer. Those people had not made a move yet. Perhaps they were waiting for experts to come. "Big brother, what should we do next?" Xiaoqing asked. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "This time, we deceived the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. It's time to move against our old enemy, the Dongfang family." "Boss, are you going to take action against the Dongfang family?" He Tian said. He was best at deceiving and scheming people. Hearing Gu Fei's words, this guy couldn't help but rub his fists. "Well, we'd better think about how to greet those guys before we leave," Gu Fei said. Hearing this, He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Boss, do you still want to scheme against those guys outside?" He Tian had already guessed Gu Fei's intention. What do you think?" Gu Fei said with a sneer. "Leave it to me. This is my special skill." He Tian was very happy. It seemed that he had not done something in person for a long time. "In that case, go ahead and do it." Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, Gu Fei and the others continued to talk for a while and then stopped talking. They sat cross-legged and closed their eyes to rest, while He Tian left the private room. Time was disappearing. Several hours passed and the night gradually fell. When the lanterns were first lit, several powerful auras appeared outside the Donglin Pavilion. What's going on? When those people came out from the dark, they felt something was wrong. The Donglin Pavilion was too quiet. Although the lights were brightly lit, there was no one in sight. Oh no, those guys couldn't have escaped, could they? Someone said in a low voice. The people who came were all experts of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Among them, a gray-haired cyan-robed old man was an immortal emperor of the sect master level. You, go in and have a look. The cyan-robed old man pointed at a young cultivator beside him and ordered. The young cultivator immediately took the order and flew into the Donglin Pavilion cautiously. However, after the young cultivator flew into the Donglin Pavilion, he was no longer alive. The old man had a vague feeling that something was wrong. You go in. The cyan-robed old man ordered another middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm and had 1 foot in the Immortal Realm. However, when the middle-aged cultivator also entered the Donglin Pavilion, he disappeared without a trace, just like the young cultivator just now. This. Chapter 936. Just as He Tian had expected, the people from the Zhao clan of the primordial region had long since set their eyes on them. The reason why the people from the Zhao clan of the primordial region hadn't acted yet was probably because their experts hadn't arrived yet. This night, Floating Cloud City was destined to be restless. A celestial being aura that made all the cultivators in the city palpitate suddenly descended upon Floating Cloud City. The city lord of Floating Cloud City was immediately alarmed. He didn't dare to neglect the arrival of a celestial being. However, when the city lord found out that it was an immortal emperor from the primordial Zhao clan, he retreated back to the city lord mansion. One had to know that Floating Cloud City was a city of the Immortal dynasty, the Dachi godly dynasty. It was the territory of the dynasty, so no matter what happened in the city, it could not be hidden from the city lord's eyes and ears. The city lord of Floating Cloud City naturally knew why the immortal emperor of the primordial Zhao family suddenly came to Floating Cloud City. The Immortal dynasty had existed for countless years and had produced invincible immortal emperors. It had an incomparably deep foundation that was enough to contend against the Zhao family of the Desolate Era. Even if an immortal emperor of the Desolate Era arrived, he wouldn't need to go out and greet them. After the immortal emperor of Desolate Ancient Zhao family arrived in Floating Cloud City, he went straight to Donglin Pavilion. At this time, those who were hiding in the vicinity of Donglin Pavilion came out. With the arrival of an immortal emperor, all the members of the Zhao family didn't need to hide anymore. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, shaking the entire Donglin Pavilion as though it would collapse at any time. The immortal emperor of Zhao family had begun to clear the area. Under the pressure of the celestial being, the cultivators near the Donglin Pavilion immediately changed their expressions and retreated to the distance. This immortal emperor of the desolate ancient Zhao clan had some misgivings. He didn't want to harm the innocent. After all, this was the territory of an undying dynasty. He couldn't do as he pleased. There was no one in the entire Donglin Pavilion. The 2 cultivators sent by the immortal emperor of the Zhao clan had disappeared after entering the Donglin Pavilion like a clay ox entering the sea. You, go in and take a look. The green-robed old immortal emperor pointed to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was clad in a divine armor made of immortal crystals. He was tall and sturdy, like a divine general of the ancient heavenly court, exuding a powerful pressure. This was an immortal-level divine general. Yes. The middle-aged divine general obeyed, then strode through the air towards the Donglin Pavilion. With every step he took, the entire space shook along with him. 2 practitioners had already fallen into the Donglin Pavilion, so the immortal general had to be careful. After all, one of the 2 practitioners had stepped into the immortal realm. The immortal crystal divine armor on the middle-aged man's body shone with dazzling divine light like a star. 108 divine rainbows revolved around him, protecting him. Everyone watched this scene nervously, especially those from the primordial Zhao clan. They even seemed to have forgotten to breathe. The middle-aged man in the fairy crystal armor came to the entrance of the Wang Lin pavilion, paused for a moment, and then directly stepped in. People could see him walking in the Wang Lin pavilion. "Are you all right?" The cultivators from the primordial Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was another question. What happened to the cultivator who entered the building earlier? Just as everyone was bewildered, the expression of the divine general who entered the Wang Lin pavilion suddenly changed drastically. Then he disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if he was suddenly pulled into an independent world by some force. The fluctuation of immortal force, even his aura, completely disappeared. A dimensional void? Two dazzling divine lights shot out of the eyes of the azure-clothed immortal emperor. Like two materialized peerless divine weapons, they pierced forward. Bam! The void shattered. The two divine lights directly tore apart the void. The entire Wang Lin pavilion almost collapsed. The divine general who disappeared fell out of the shattered void. However, the divine general who fell out of the void was already a corpse. Oh, damn it! The azure-clothed immortal emperor couldn't help but fly into a rage when he saw that the divine general had died. He turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the pavilion ahead. Rumble! The entire pavilion immediately shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the walls of the pavilion, as if it could collapse at any time. The might of a sect-lord-level deva poured out of the building, causing all of the cultivators in Floating Cloud City to feel immense pressure. Those with weaker cultivation bases were already slumping to the ground. It's all arrays. Immortal eliminating array, God-killing array, destruction array, yin-yang array. Damn it! The azure-clothed immortal emperor roared again and again. He seemed to have encountered some trouble. At this time, the entire pavilion blossomed with divine lights of various colors. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out. The spiritual chi of the entire world was attracted, and the weather changed. The people from the Zhao family of the primordial clan were stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. Those people had actually set up a killing trap in the entire Wang Lin pavilion. This killing trap caused the Zhao family of the primordial clan to lose 3 cultivators, including an immortal-level divine general. It could be said to be a bad start. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura broke out from the pavilion, as if an ancient giant beast had awakened. The sky and the earth changed color. The entire Floating Cloud City was shaking, and a pressure that was many times stronger than the might of a celestial being instantly enveloped the entire Floating Cloud City. Mighty holy weapon. That old guy actually has a mighty holy weapon? In the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord of Floating Cloud City's face was extremely ugly. The powerful pressure shook the divine soul. Even a powerful immortal was pressed to the ground by this pressure. The City Lord of Floating Cloud City collapsed on the City Lord's throne, his face pale. Even the City Lord of Floating Cloud City was in such a state, let alone the other cultivators in Floating Cloud City. Under this pressure, the spirit of all the cultivators in Floating Cloud City was almost collapsed. Rumble! The entire Wang Lin pavilion began to collapse, and the broken pieces immediately turned into dust. A bright divine light rose from the collapsed pavilion, like a rising divine sun, illuminating this side of the world as bright as day. Under the illumination of the divine light, countless formation marks were collapsing and countless killing formations were obliterated. At this time, on a mountain 1,000 miles away, 4 silhouettes were standing. They were Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan. In front of them, a mass of divine light burst out from Floating Cloud City. That mass of divine light was like a sun rising from the city, illuminating the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. Mighty holy weapon, He Tian murmured. The various killing formations that he had set up couldn't withstand the power of the mighty holy weapon. Under the power of the mighty holy weapon, all of them collapsed. Let's go, Gu Fei said. That immortal emperor of Zhao family had a mighty holy weapon. The killing trap set up by He Tian wouldn't be able to trap such a figure. If that immortal emperor didn't have a mighty holy weapon, He would be half dead after breaking into He Tian's killing trap. While speaking, Gu Fei soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Xiaoqing and Balan also soared into the sky, chasing after Gu Fei. Chapter 937. Somewhere in the primordial chaos world. The sun was high up in the sky. Cranes soared in the sky, and auspicious clouds lingered in the air. Spiritual mountains stood tall, and mountain springs and waterfalls dotted the landscape. The immortal qi was so thick that it almost couldn't be dispersed. An ancient palace sat in the center of this land of immortal qi. It was like an ancient primordial beast was entrenched there, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. Most of the people from the Zhao clan who'd entered the primordial chaos world had already left, but there were still a few who'd chosen to stay. Every primordial power had a stronghold in the primordial chaos world, and they were all guarded by peerless experts. The Zhao clan was no exception. There was a sect leader-level celestial standing guard in the primordial chaos palace. He was definitely a super antique who possessed a forbidden treasure that could suppress his cultivation, and he didn't fear the heavenly tribulation. Although an unprecedented horde of beasts had occurred in the primordial world of desolation, the strongholds of the ancient desolation factions in the primordial world of desolation were not destroyed. One had to admit that the primordial power's foundations were truly terrifying. One had to know that the beast tide back then had been driven by the invincible primordial beast king. Rumble. Just at that moment, 1,000 miles away from the Zhao clan's divine palace, the sound of thunder rang out. Blinding bolts of lightning descended from the sky, bombarding downwards. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth filled the air. The tranquility of the world was shattered. A figure rushed out of the Zhao clan's divine palace. It was an extremely old man. His teeth and hair were all gone, and his skin was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. The old man stood in the sky above the divine palace, looking in the direction of the thunder. His originally turbid eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, as bright as the stars. Heavenly tribulation, that place, the old man murmured to himself, his voice incomparably ancient. His skinny body seemed like it could collapse at any moment, and he didn't release any aura. He'd sealed himself with a forbidden treasure. This was the only way to prevent the heavenly tribulation from descending. Silhouettes flickered, and 2 more silhouettes rushed out from the divine palace below. These 2 were also white-haired old men. There was no aura coming from them, as if they had jumped out of the 3 realms and were not part of the 5 elements. The 2 old men also sealed their auras. Old Ancestor, that is, one of them, a tall and mighty-looking old man, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw the strange phenomenon in front of him. This old man was truly too old, but he was still alive. It was as if he was hanging on by a single breath, unwilling to die. That kid is going through tribulation. The old man's eyes flickered and his expression seemed to be somewhat complicated. No one knew what he was thinking about. What? That kid called Zhao Wuji? Another old man with a ruddy complexion was startled and said in disbelief. The old man nodded and said, "As long as he can survive the heavenly tribulation, then let him be the sacred prince of our Zhao clan." When the 2 old men heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The next patriarch? Seems like the old ancestor really thinks highly of this junior. One must know that there are many people in the Zhao family who want to become the sacred prince. The sacred prince, the son of the sacred king. That was a noble status that only the descendants of the clan with limitless potential could enjoy. As a cultivation clan that had existed since the primordial era, the Zhao family could be said to be extremely prosperous. There was no lack of cultivation geniuses in the clan. There were 1 or 2 people in the younger generation who were even stronger than Zhao Wuji. They were popular candidates for the sacred prince position. However, if Zhao Wuji successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, then the others would have no chance. If the old ancestor of the primordial era spoke up, then even the current patriarch wouldn't be able to change anything. While Zhao Wuji was drawing down the heavenly tribulation, tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a large mountain in another region, tribulation clouds were rapidly forming. They enveloped the world and emanated an aura of destruction that caused all living beings in the world to tremble. A black figure sat at the top of the mountain and looked up at the tribulation cloud. His body emitted endless battle intent. He was fearless against the might of the world. This person was the young divine king of the Jiang family. The young divine king of the Jiang family actually didn't leave and also summoned the heavenly tribulation. This was a test of life and death. No one could help him. If he passed the heavenly tribulation successfully, then he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. If he failed, then both his body and soul would be destroyed. All the primordial era powers had a way to enter and exit the primordial world, but not many people were willing to stay because not many people believed that they could resist the heavenly tribulation. This was also why all the primordial era powers had to wait 10,000 years for the primordial world's force of heaven and earth to be at its weakest before entering. 10,000 years was a cycle. The primordial world's force of heaven and earth would be very weak for a few years. At this time, the force of heaven and earth's influence on cultivators would also be at its weakest. The young divine king of the Jiang family and Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family both chose to stay and fight for the chance to become a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As long as they succeeded, they could become sacred princes who were undefeatable in the same realm. 1,000 miles away from the mountain, there were also a few big shots of the Jiang family watching everything closely. Without a doubt, the young divine king of the Jiang family was the most dazzling figure in the primordial era's Jiang family. Even the experts of the older generation were no longer his opponent. Gu Fei wouldn't be lonely on the path of the extreme Dao saint. 10 days later, the primordial era's Zhao family announced a piece of shocking news to the outside world. The Zhao family had a sacred prince. He had unlimited potential and had the chance to become a sacred king of the human race. During the primordial era, the 4 major clans of the primordial era each had a sacred king. Therefore, if a descendant with unlimited potential appeared in the 4 clans, he would be conferred the title of sacred prince because such a descendant had the chance to become a sacred king of the human race. However, what no one expected was that the person who became the sacred prince of the Zhao family was the person who was the least favored. That person was Zhao Wuji. There were many people in the Zhao family who were unconvinced, especially the other 2 outstanding youths who had the qualifications to compete for the position of sacred prince. These 2 people thought that they were more outstanding and stronger than Zhao Wuji. However, after Zhao Wuji easily defeated these 2 people, the dissenting voices in the Zhao family disappeared. Everything was decided by strength, and no one dared to have any objections. Almost on the same day, the Jiang family of the primordial era also announced that a descendant of the Jiang family had become a sacred prince. Has the era of the rise of kings arrived? So many geniuses actually appeared in the same era. Someone sighed. Not long after, an immortal king from the southern desolate White clan also walked out. This was the Azure Dragon King. He wielded a great dragon halberd and consecutively killed several immortal kings from the Zhou clan. His domineering aura startled the experts of the older generation of the Zhou clan. The Zhou family also produced a sacred prince with the potential to become a sacred king of the human race. He fought with the Azure Dragon King and destroyed a mountain range. Chapter 938. The East Domain was in turmoil because of Gu Fei tricking Shin King of the Zhao clan. In the South Domain, the conflict between the Zhou clan and the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland intensified. The descendants of the 2 clans fought ceaselessly. Even the legendary Western Paradise was in turmoil. In the forbidden land of the desolate antiquity in the extreme west, a supreme true devil came into being. He led 100,000 devil soldiers and slaughtered their way into the land of Buddha. The Buddhist land was in chaos and the legendary heavenly Buddha reappeared in the world. The Buddhist Lord refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Buddha was one of the 6 paths and was the leader of the 6 paths. It was said that it was a true paradise with a supreme heavenly Buddha guarding it. The Jiang clan of the remote antiquity guarded the North Domain, but the demons in the extreme North Domain were still restless. If it wasn't for the abyss of immortals and demons, the demons in the extreme North Domain would have already killed their way out. Some people said that there was a great change in the extreme North Domain. A bottomless well appeared in the domain. This well was connected to the legendary True Domain, and a supreme great devil was about to return. The chaos in the Tenglong continent had appeared for 300 years. The remote antiquity forces returned, and the demons that were said to have died also jumped out. The demons might not have given up and were still peeping at the 3 realms, and 6 paths heroes were born in troubled times. Although the Tenglong continent was in turmoil, there were constantly outstanding figures emerging. A golden age of experts was coming. No one would be lonely on the road to the Supreme Saint Realm. The 3 realms were in chaos, and a great war was inevitable. No one could predict who would be able to slay the devil and prove their Dao. When the major forces felt that a storm was coming, Gu Fei and the others appeared in a city outside the eastern mountain range. The Dongfang clan was hidden in the endless mountain range of the eastern domain. The Eastern Emperor city was very famous in the Eastern Domain because there was once an invincible emperor in the Eastern Domain. This emperor was called the Eastern Emperor. The city was named after this invincible emperor. The Eastern Emperor came from the Dongfang clan. He disappeared more than 10,000 years ago. Some people said that Dong Huang had found a way to ascend to the Heaven Realm and entered the legendary Heaven Realm. Others said that Dong Huang had entered the depths of the 100,000 mountains and might have fallen in the 100,000 mountains. There were all sorts of rumors, and no one knew which were true and which were false. However, the fact that the peerless emperor of the Dongfang family had gone missing was a fact that was absolutely true. The Eastern region Holy Emperor had dominated the Eastern region for tens of thousands of years. He had helped the Dongfang family accumulate a deep foundation, allowing the Dongfang family to survive until now. Even the primordial Zhao family was afraid of him. The East Royal City was one of the only 2 cities in the Eastern Domain that was not under the jurisdiction of the Great Qi dynasty. The city lord of the East Royal City was not someone from the Immortal dynasty, but was appointed by the Dongfang family. The true owner of this city, which was situated close to the endless mountain range in the eastern region, was the Dongfang family. The Clear Sky Pavilion was known as the largest merchant group in the Tenglong continent. Although it only had 3 floors, it was the most famous store in the East Imperial City. At this time, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were looking around the trading hall of the Clear Sky Pavilion. Gu Fei and the others had already changed their appearances, so they were not afraid of being recognized. When Gu Fei saw the Clear Sky Pavilion, he couldn't help but think of a name that had been sealed in his heart for hundreds of years. This caused Gu Fei to involuntarily walk into the pavilion. After entering, they realized that there was a whole other world inside. This was a pavilion that had been refined by an expert. The space inside was very large. Inside, there were countless magic tools, refining materials, and all kinds of spiritual medicine. This was a store that specialized in serving cultivators. That's pure blood gold. That's a dragon yuan fruit. The business of the Clear Sky Pavilion was very good. A large number of cultivators lingered inside, carrying out all kinds of transactions. Spiritual treasures and various kinds of spiritual medicine were all rare items. At this time, when night fell, many people would come to the Clear Sky Pavilion at this time. Therefore, there were more and more cultivators in the Clear Sky Pavilion. Although the Clear Sky Pavilion only had 3 floors, each floor was an independent space that had been refined by a supreme magic power. It could accommodate more than 10,000 cultivators. The Clear Sky Commercial Group didn't seem to be as simple as it seemed. Gu Fei and the others wandered aimlessly in the trading hall. They didn't care about weapons below the king tier. Soon, a few people appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. A little fatty with white hair and a sly expression appeared on his face. It was obvious that he was not a person who was easy to deal with. There was also a young man in white. Although he had delicate features, he seemed somewhat evil. The other young man did not smile. He had a dark face and dark skin. His true form was that of a crow. He was actually a great demon that had taken human form. "Boss, this little fatty looks like your cheap disciple." He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "Gu Zhong." When Gu Fei heard He Tian's words, Gu Fei also felt that this little fatty with white hair really did look like his cheap disciple. "It can't be that kid," Xiaoqing said. "Gu Zhong should be in the sorcerer's land at this time." How could he appear in the eastern region? He Tian shrugged and said, I'm not saying it's that kid. However, Gu Fei was deep in thought. He sensed the unique aura of a martial artist from the little fatty with white hair. Could this little fatty really be related to Gu Zhong? The inheritance of the martial ancestors' bloodline had long disappeared in the long river of history. In this world, apart from Gu Fei, perhaps only the unparalleled expert who walked out of the yin-yang jade pendant was a true martial artist. Of course, Gu Fei's cheap disciple could also be considered a martial artist. Over the past 20 years, even Gu Fei had no idea what level Gu Zhong's cultivation had reached. The little fatty with white hair and two other young men were standing in front of a transparent counter. Inside the counter was a magical herb in the shape of a dragon. The magical herb in the shape of a dragon was only about a foot long, but it looked like a heavenly dragon that was about to soar into the sky. It was shrouded in a faint layer of spiritual light, like a flying dragon. Oh, I didn't expect to see a heavenly dragon herb here. At this time, another group of people walked over from afar. This group of people all had imposing appearances and looked very extraordinary. Behind this group of people were a few women. These women all had jade-like appearances and were extremely beautiful. We brothers have already taken a fancy to this heavenly dragon grass. You guys can scram now. The leader of the group walked over and said coldly. His expression was incomparably arrogant. Who do you think you are? The little fatty was unhappy when he heard this. His white eyebrows immediately raised. This is our East Royal City's young master Dongfang. You guys should leave now. Another young man said with a cold smile, his face full of disdain. Just drive these country bumpkins away. A purple-haired young man said. At this time, the movement of the little fatty had attracted the attention of the other cultivators in the hall. Isn't that Dongfang Ming? Who said he isn't the young master of the Dongfang City Lord? Those people are going to be in trouble. The cultivators in the hall recognized the young man who was leading the group. It was the young master of the East Royal City Lord, which surprised Gu Fei and the others. Country bumpkins? The faces of the little fatty and the others immediately darkened. The face of the black-faced crow became even darker. What young master Dongfeng? We have never heard of these little cats and dogs. That's right. We can't let these little cats and dogs ruin such a magical herb. The little fatty and the young man with an evil aura spoke one after another, causing young Master Dongfang's pale face to turn the color of a pig's liver. You guys are courting death. The eldest young master of the Dongfang family was extremely furious. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed forward. In the instant that his entire palm pressed forward, it turned golden and dazzling. You think I'm afraid of you? Little fatty threw out a punch right away. This punch of his was worlds apart from young Master Dongfang's palm strike. There was not a single trace of energy on his fist. It was as if he had punched out casually. There was no fluctuation of Dharma power or divine power. The people behind young Master Dongfang laughed. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins. How dare they provoke young Master Dongfang with such weak cultivation? Are these guys savages from the mountains? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the little fatty's punch. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan all looked a little unnatural. Die! The corner of young Master Dongfang's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful and cruel smile. His golden palm covered the space in front of him and slammed down. Bam! The golden palm and the seemingly ordinary fist of the little fatty collided. Then, everyone's eyes popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck's egg could fit inside. Young Master Dongfang's smile froze. Then, his expression turned ferocious and painful. Kacha! A clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and everyone felt their blood run cold. The entire hall was so crowded that it was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Then, young Master Dongfang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His entire golden arm began to twist in an eerie manner. Then, his entire body was flung out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This little fatty's seemingly ordinary punch actually had such power, sending young Master Dongfang flying with a single punch. I thought you were strong, but you're just a useless piece of trash," the white-haired fatty said with disdain. The young men with young Master Dongfang were shocked. They did not expect this little fatty to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and defeat young Master Dongfang with one punch. "Kill him!" Young Master Dongfang's enraged voice rang out. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He had never been so heavily injured before. The bones in his arm were broken into several pieces. Even if he could be healed, it would still hurt like hell. "Kill you, my ass!" The white-haired fatty took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment he reappeared in front of young Master Dongfang, who was crawling up from the ground. Bam! The little fatty did not hesitate. He charged forward and threw a punch, landing directly on young Master Dongfang's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from young Master Dongfang's body. This punch caused young Master Dongfang's chest to cave in. His internal organs turned into a bloody pulp, and his physical body's vitality was immediately cut off. Chapter 939. The trading hall of the Haotian Pavilion was silent. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Young Master Dongfang was killed by a white-haired fatty with a single punch. This guy, Gu Fei, could already tell that the white-haired fatty had displayed a martial arts combat skill. In this world, there weren't many people who had truly mastered martial arts combat skills. "Boss, I'm afraid this fatty has something to do with your disciple." He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. He didn't want anyone to hear the conversation between him and Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He looked at the fatty in front of him. This guy didn't panic after killing a void-controlling realm cultivator with a single punch. His courage was amazing. Although young Master Dongfang was ignorant and incompetent, he was the son of the East Royal City's city lord after all. His cultivation had almost entered the demigod realm. Even among the younger generation of the East Imperial Kingdom, this young Master Dongfang was definitely one of the best. However, such a person had been beaten to death by someone else. The fatty had undoubtedly pierced the sky. The young cultivators who were with young Master Dongfang were speechless. They looked at the white-haired fatty in horror. Young Master Dongfang was actually dead. Young Master Dongfang was actually dead. Bang! The white-haired fatty directly smashed the counter with the heavenly dragon grass. He grabbed the magical herb inside and rushed out of the Haotian Pavilion. The young man with an evil aura and the crow spirit in human form also rushed out of the Haotian Pavilion with the white-haired fatty. At this time, the people in the trading hall of the Haotian Pavilion came to their senses. The trading hall was suddenly in an uproar. The death of young Master Dongfang shocked everyone to the extreme. No one thought that someone would dare to kill the son of the East Royal City's city lord in the East Royal City. "You're dead." The young cultivators who were with young Master Dongfang were pale and their hands and feet were cold. The women also turned pale. However, in their eyes, young Master Dongfang and the others were already equivalent to dead people. He could still live after killing young Master Dongfang? One should know that this was the East Imperial City, and young Master Dongfang's father was the governor of the East Imperial City, an expert in the immortal realm. The news of young Master Dongfang being killed in the Clear Sky Pavilion quickly spread across the entire East Royal Kingdom. All the cultivators were in an uproar, and the entire East Royal Kingdom was in an uproar. A powerful chi surged out from the city lord's mansion, and the pressure of an immortal god instantly enveloped the entire East Royal City. All the cultivators in the city trembled under this pressure, and no one could remain calm. The Dongfang city lord was furious. Not only did he send out all the experts in the city lord's mansion, but he also personally went out. No one believed that Little Fatty and the others could survive. Little Fatty and the others were not stupid. After killing young Master Dongfang, they immediately rushed out of the East Royal Kingdom and fled into the Endless Mountains. Gu Fei and the others followed behind Little Fatty and the others. He Tian purposely left some traces behind to lure the experts of the East Royal Kingdom into the mountains. It had to be said that Little Fatty and the others were quite capable, especially Little Fatty, who was proficient in the art of concealment. If it wasn't for He Tian purposely leaving some traces for the experts of the East Royal Kingdom to chase after them, Little Fatty and the others would have disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei wanted to take this opportunity to lure all the experts of the Dongfang family into the mountains. Boom! A powerful demonic force suddenly exploded in the mountains. Little Fatty and the others were finally caught by an expert of the Dongfang family. The crow spirit made its move and fought with a middle-aged man in green. The crow spirit revealed its true form. It was a ferocious bird that was as large as a small mountain. With just a flap of its wings, it caused a mountain ridge to crumble. Demonic chi surged into the sky. However, the azure-robed middle-aged man fighting the crow demon was also very powerful. He used all kinds of divine arts to fight the crow demon on equal footing. However, the middle-aged man in green was only one person while Little Fatty's side had three. Of course, Little Fatty and the young cultivator with the demonic aura would not just sit around. Little Fatty walked in the air and charged up from below. One step took him hundreds of feet and he was behind the middle-aged man in an instant. Then he threw a punch. Boom! The air in front of Little Fatty trembled under his fist. At this moment, his fist was still very ordinary. There was no blinding divine light, no monstrous waves of divine power. It was a simple punch, but it displayed great power. It shook the air in front of the fist. Martial arts battle technique? The middle-aged man was shocked. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. An extremely powerful wave of mana surged out from his body. Seal! As the middle-aged man shouted, the entire void seemed to condense into a block in an instant. A great force sealed the void within a radius of several hundred feet. Little Fatty and the crow spirit were immediately frozen in the air. The middle-aged man's power was unfathomable. He had sealed two experts in an instant. I didn't think that you, Little Fatty, would be a successor of the martial arts. You deserve to die even more. The middle-aged man's body emitted a dazzling light and his words were extremely cold. The middle-aged man seemed to have merged with the sky and earth around him. His unfathomable power sealed the area and activated the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Just as the middle-aged man was about to attack and kill the Little Fatty and the crow demon who were sealed in the void, a loud noise suddenly rang out from the forest below. The part of the forest instantly collapsed. The young cultivator with the Little Fatty, who was covered in evil energy, made his move. An eerie and terrifying aura spread out. A heavenly cauldron that emitted a pale green light rushed out from below. The entire area was immediately filled with chilly winds. Faint and illusory figures rushed out from the Jade Divine Cauldron. They were countless evil spirits. The Jade Divine Cauldron seemed to be connected to this ghostly realm. The profound Yin Ghost Chi was vast and mighty. This terrifying aura could be felt within a radius of 12 miles. Rumble! The space that was sealed by the middle-aged man's unfathomable divine ability began to tremble, and faint ghostly shadows began to attack that part of the void. In an instant, the profound Yin Ghost Chi that rushed out from the heavenly cauldron enveloped the space. Ghostly figures flickered in the sky above the mountain as if the gates of hell had opened. This is, Gu Fei and the others who were hiding in the distance could not help but feel surprised. The heavenly cauldron that rushed out from below was a ghost cauldron. So that kid with the evil chi is from the ghost Dao, He Tian said. At this time, the young cultivator with the evil chi was sitting cross-legged below. He used all his strength to control the ghost cauldron, but it seemed to be very taxing. The ghost cauldron vibrated and emitted a horrifying green evil light. Ghost chi rushed into the sky. A heaven-devouring power quickly formed inside the ghost cauldron. The void almost collapsed. It's the 1,000 Ghost Cauldron. Are you the successor of the Ghost Emperor? The middle-aged man roared again and again. He was in great danger and could no longer care about attacking the Little Fatty and the crow demon that he had imprisoned. Bam! The void shook violently. The space that was sealed by the middle-aged man collapsed. Little Fatty and the crow spirit rushed out immediately. Chapter 940. The 1,000 Ghost Cauldron vibrated as a sinister aura filled the air. It emitted a sinister green light and floated in the air. Xian Yin Chi surged and countless ghostly figures could be vaguely seen. Emperor-level ghost weapon, 1,000 Ghost Cauldron? He Tian was incomparably shocked. The moment the ghost cauldron appeared, it immediately swallowed the expert from the Dongfang family into the cauldron, displaying its great power. Moreover, this ghost cauldron was very similar to a legendary holy weapon of the ghost Dao. It doesn't seem to be an emperor's sacred weapon. Gu Fei looked at the three-legged cauldron in the sky and said indifferently. His eyes flickered. Could it be a replica? At this moment, He Tian could also tell that the three-legged cauldron did not emit the might of an emperor of the ghost Dao. Just as Gu Fei and the rest were in doubt, the young cultivator with the sinister aura flew up from the ground and continuously sent streams of Xian Qi into the thousand ghost cauldron, activating it to refine the middle-aged man who had been devoured by the cauldron. I noticed that the fatty and the crow spirit had also rushed over from afar. He immediately joined forces to refine the expert from the Dongfang family in the cauldron. Bam! 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 Violent crashing sounds came from the thousand ghost cauldron. The middle-aged man had not died and was attacking the thousand ghost cauldron in an attempt to rush out. Hum! The thousand ghost cauldron vibrated and gradually grew to the size of a small mountain. Boundless Xian Qi surged and a sinister green light illuminated the entire sky. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? I'm afraid he has already stepped into the immortal realm. The fatty and the rest had ugly expressions. If this was the real thousand ghost cauldron, even a real immortal god would be turned into a pool of thick blood in an instant. However, the problem was that this cauldron was not the real thousand ghost cauldron. It was not the real ghost emperor's sacred weapon. It could not refine the expert in the cauldron for a while. The commotion here would definitely be noticed by the other experts of the Dongfang family. The fatty and the rest could not help but become anxious. If the experts of the Dongfang family came, they would probably be in big trouble. The city lord of the East Imperial Kingdom had come personally. He was an immortal god. The three of them worked together to activate the ghost cauldron. Green runes began to appear on the body of the fake thousand ghost cauldron, and then they were branded into the cauldron. The ancient runes attracted the spiritual qi of the world. An endless amount of spiritual qi gathered from all directions and entered the ghost cauldron. The ghost cauldron immediately let out terrified roars. A terrifying energy wave spread out from the ghost furnace, as if a terrifying ghost king had awakened inside the furnace, causing people to tremble in fear. After countless ancient runes rushed out of the furnace and were branded into the furnace, a pale green ghost fire flickered in the furnace. A bone-chilling cold aura immediately spread out from the furnace. It was as though the void was about to freeze over. A layer of frost appeared on the bodies of the three and they were all trembling slightly. This is a king ghost weapon. When Gu Fei and the others saw the ancient runes appear on the ghost cauldron, they were very surprised. The person who could brand the runes that gathered spiritual qi from all directions and let the divine weapon display such great power was definitely the king of the ghost Dao. The cold aura emitted from the ghost cauldron made them feel cold all over. Although this ghost cauldron was not a king ghost weapon, it was still a ghost weapon from the hands of a ghost king. It could display the might of a king. The ghost palace of Plentiful City was the ghost sect of the world. All the ghost Dao cultivators in the world could be said to be the disciples and grand-disciples of the ghost emperor of Plentiful City. This king ghost weapon must have come from the ghost palace of Plentiful City. Gu Fei had seen the glory of the ghost emperor. Back then, when the true devil appeared in the northern land, the ghost emperor beat the sky-shaking war drum and fought against the fire devil ancestor of the 5 elements of the true devil. The supreme power he displayed had long been imprinted in Gu Fei's heart, and he would never forget it. At this time, the ghost cauldron floating in the sky gradually shrank. Waves of wind and thunder came from inside, and finally, it became the size of a fist. Without any suspense, the power of the king ghost weapon was definitely not something a paragon realm cultivator could resist. The expert of the Dongfang family was refined to death. Let's go! After refining the Dongfang family cultivator to death, Little Fatty and the others did not hesitate at all and charged headfirst into the endless mountain ridges. Just as Little Fatty and the others left, a ray of light like a divine rainbow appeared in the distant sky, and a terrifying wave of magic power arrived. Coming at this time, The people of the Dongfang family are really slow. He Tian said disdainfully. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others were hidden high in the sky, and no one could sense their existence. Moreover, He Tian had just used some methods to seal the sky and earth, isolating all the fluctuations and auras of the area. Otherwise, how could little Fatty and the others hide from the expert of the Dongfang family after fighting for so long and even using the king ghost weapon? As soon as He Tian withdrew the divine technique that sealed the area, the expert of the Dongfang family immediately appeared. It was a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. He wore a Daoist robe and a Daoist crown on his head, and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was an old Daoist with the demeanor of an immortal. Another ninth heaven paragon realm cultivator in the mortal world. This old Daoist cultivation was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, but in the eyes of mortals, he was an immortal among immortals, an invincible expert in the mortal world. But in the eyes of a heaven realm cultivator, an invincible mortal realm cultivator was no different from an ant. If one didn't become an immortal, it would all be for naught. So what if one was invincible in the mortal world? In the end, one would just be a pile of dirt. The old Daoist couldn't sense the presence of Gu Fei and the others, but when the old Daoist sensed the fluctuation of energy that had yet to dissipate, his expression changed drastically. This is the profound Yin Ghost Qi and Dongfang Ming's aura. Could it be that the people from the plentiful city ghost palace killed the young city lord? The old Daoist muttered to himself with a trembling voice. The plentiful city ghost palace was a force that was more powerful and terrifying than the major ancient powers. No one knew where the plentiful city ghost palace was located, and the people from the plentiful city ghost palace were very mysterious. Some people even doubted the existence of the plentiful city ghost palace. However, after the battle in the north 300 years ago, no one doubted the existence of the plentiful city ghost palace anymore. The master of the plentiful city ghost palace, the plentiful city ghost emperor, was a ruthless character that could compete with the supreme devil lord. Although the five elemental fire devil lord was suppressed by the ancient fire god in the earth fire vein for millions of years, using the earth divine fire to refine this true devil lord day and night, causing this true devil lord to be extremely weak. However, this true devil lord still had a supreme demonic might that could intimidate the three realms and six Dao. Even if it was a great expert of the present age, they would still have to bear a grudge if they encountered this true devil lord. However, the plentiful city ghost emperor could fight endlessly with such a ferocious devil. After the battle that year, no other power in the world dared to easily provoke the plentiful city ghost palace. Even the major ancient powers that returned to the Tenglong continent from the outer domain were very afraid of the plentiful city ghost emperor. Swoosh! A divine rainbow streaked across the sky. Another ray of light rushed out from a distant mountain and arrived nearby in an instant. Another expert of the Dongfang family had arrived. This was a middle-aged man with a sickly pale complexion. "Greetings, granduncle." The middle-aged man retracted the ray of light and appeared in front of the old Daoist. He then respectfully bowed to the old Daoist. This old Daoist was the middle-aged man's granduncle. Only at the demigod realm, Gu Fei and the others who were hiding high up in the sky couldn't help but feel a little impatient. The people that came were all mediocre fellows. They weren't worth fighting at all. They only attracted 2 human rank cultivators who weren't even immortals. This wasn't what Gu Fei wanted to see. Killing these 2 people wouldn't affect the Dongfang family at all. The 2 cultivators of the Dongfang family didn't know that their lives were in the hands of Gu Fei. "Old Black, I'll leave it to you." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then he flew in the direction where the white-haired fatty and the others disappeared. Xiaoqing and Balan quickly followed. "It's my pleasure." He Tian slightly bowed to Gu Fei and said in a very gentlemanly manner. At this time, the 2 cultivators of the Dongfang family were talking below. They were greatly shocked that the descendant of the Ghost Emperor's bloodline had appeared here. Bang! Suddenly, the old Taoist and the middle-aged man heard a muffled sound above their heads. The heaven and earth shook, and they quickly looked up. The 2 of them were scared out of their wits with this glance. "Spare us." "No, they saw a pitch-black hand emitting endless power of extreme Yin. It shrouded the sky and slammed down on the two cultivators of the Dongfang family. The mighty power of the hand froze the two cultivators in an instant. Then, they were smashed into dust by the hand that descended from the sky. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was the difference between a heaven-rank cultivator and a human-rank cultivator. One was high and mighty, standing at the top of the 9 heavens and looking down on the world. The other was like an ant on the ground. The pitch-black hand then disappeared into the void as if nothing had happened. Someone killed 3 experts at the peak of the mortal realm. I'm afraid those old farts of the Dongfang family won't be able to sit still. He Tian's face revealed a disdainful sneer. Among the 3 cultivators of the Dongfang family, 2 of them were only a step away from becoming immortals. Even in the primordial era, people like them would be heavily nurtured. 2 of them had died in one go, and a demigod had been lost as well. Even the Dongfang family would feel heartache. Swoosh! He Tian then disappeared into the void and chased after Gu Fei and the others. Who are these people? Chapter 941. The white-haired fatty and the rest were still on the run. However, the Dongfang family did not make a move after losing 3 of their man-level pinnacle cultivators. This surprised Gu Fei and the rest. Gu Fei's plan had failed. He had wanted to lure the Dongfang family into the mountains and kill them one by one. The grudge between him and the Dongfang family had reached an irreconcilable point. Only when one of the 2 sides completely fell would this enmity be completely over. The Dongfang family was hidden in the mountains of the East region. For thousands of years, no one knew the exact location of the Dongfang family. Without someone from the Dongfang family leading the way, it would be difficult for outsiders to enter the Dongfang family. If the Dongfang family refused to come out, there was nothing Gu Fei could do. The white-haired fatty was extremely cunning. He was even more shrewd than a 1,000-year-old ghost. He, the crow demon, and the ghost Dao cultivator wandered around the endless mountain ridges for more than 10 days. They were thousands of miles away from the East Imperial Kingdom before coming out of the mountains. What bad luck! The moment they walked out of the mountain, the little fatty's entire body went limp. The other 2 were not much better off. The 3 of them were in an extremely sorry state. Their hair was disheveled and their clothes were torn. They looked like 3 beggars' disciples. No one would be able to recognize them as powerful cultivators. As the sun set, the fatty and the rest filled up their stomachs with spring water from a small stream. They were about to continue on their way to a populated area. However, at this moment, 4 silhouettes silently appeared on the grassland beside the stream. The 4 of them appeared without any warning. It was as if they had walked out of thin air. There was not a single ripple or aura. Little Fatty and the others were truly shocked by this. Run! Little Fatty leaped up from the ground, wanting to soar into the skies and fly away. Bam! The void trembled violently as the young man directly took out the fake 10,000 ghost cauldron. Dark ghost chi surged, but he didn't want to attack the 4 of them. Instead, he wanted to use this king-grade ghost artifact to protect himself and fly away. The crow spirit directly revealed its true form and flapped its wings, causing a ferocious astral wind to blow down the surrounding trees. It was as if a great monster had appeared and wanted to fly away. It had to be said that these 3 fellows were really too cunning. All of them wanted to escape at the first possible moment and had never thought of attacking each other. Needless to say, the person who could silently appear in front of the 3 of them definitely had a much higher cultivation than them. The 3 of them unanimously chose to escape. Among the 4 people who suddenly appeared, a young man in black chuckled and then directly stretched out his hand. A pitch-black hand instantly condensed and grabbed forward. The little fatty, who was the first to escape, was caught by the pitch-black hand and brought back by the black-robed youth. The green-robed, green-haired young man also made his move. A beam of golden light shot out from his body and instantly caught up to the crow spirit that had already flown into the sky, trapping it firmly. The crow spirit struggled with all its might. Its demonic aura was vast and mighty, and its feathers vibrated as if they had turned into magical weapons. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as it tried to cut the golden beam of light. However, there was no suspense. The crow spirit could not cut the golden rope-like beam of light on its body and fell straight down from the sky. As for the young cultivator who cultivated the ghost Dao, he could not escape even with a king ghost weapon in hand. The ghost cauldron floating above his head was directly taken by the leading young man among the 4 people. The little fatty and the other 2 used all sorts of methods, but none of them could escape from the hands of the 4 mysterious people who had suddenly appeared. This time, the little fatty and the other 2 were immediately scared out of their wits. For seniors, please spare me. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the little fatty immediately begged with tears and snot running down his face. The crow spirit also knelt in front of Xiaoqing, almost hugging Xiaoqing's thigh. I have an 80-year-old mother, a wife, and a son. Seniors are like farts to me. Please let us go. Damn. You're a demon, all right? You also have an 80-year-old mother? Hey Tian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This demon was truly too much of a character. They were kindred spirits. Hero, please spare us. The young cultivator who cultivated the ghost Dao was even more exaggerated. With a loud cry, he prostrated himself in front of Gu Fei. Birds of a feather flock together. These 3 fellows were actually able to come together. It could be considered a rare combination in the world. The 3 of you actually dared to escape. This old black is very angry, and the consequences will be very serious. Hey Tian stared at the little fatty and the others with a ferocious expression. Senior, please spare us. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. If we had known that you were old, we wouldn't have dared to escape even if we had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. The 3 began to beg bitterly. Gu Fei and the others were completely shocked by these 3 fellows. These 3 were full of nonsense, but they were really lying through their teeth. They simply didn't know who Gu Fei's group was. First, each of you break one of your arms. Hey Tian said with a murderous aura. Let's see how you can continue to boast. What, is it really that serious? The 3 of them seemed to be scared silly when they heard this. These 3 fellows were too good at acting. If Gu Fei's group didn't know the details of these 3 fellows, perhaps they would have been fooled by these 3 fellows. Okay, all of you get up. At this time, Gu Fei spoke. If they let Hey Tian continue to force them, these 3 fellows would be like corner dogs jumping over the wall. These 3 fellows appeared weak, but they were secretly preparing. As long as Gu Fei's group relaxed, these 3 fellows would probably attack them. However, Little Fatty and the others didn't know that these tricks of theirs were useless in front of Gu Fei's group. Even if Gu Fei's group didn't understand and let Little Fatty and the others attack, they wouldn't be able to hurt Gu Fei's group at all, not to mention a sneak attack. This, Little Fatty and the others who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that they were seen through by these 4 mysterious people? They were hesitating whether they should attack or not. I, Old Hey, have already used this trick of yours 10,000 years ago. If you still don't get up, do you really want me to break one of your arms? Hey Tian said disdainfully. In terms of underhanded means, Hey Tian was definitely the ancestor of this aspect. Perhaps only Old Tortoise could beat Hey Tian. Little Fatty hesitated for a moment, but in the end he gave up. The other party was definitely not someone they could fight against. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. Little Fatty and the others stood up from the ground, feeling uneasy. Chapter 942. Who is Gu Zhong to you? Gu Fei said with an expressionless face. The white-haired Little Fatty before him was too similar to his cheap disciple, Gu Zhong. However, this Little Fatty was definitely not Gu Zhong. Little Fatty's expression changed when he heard that. Even the young cultivator with the evil aura and the crow spirit that could already transform into a human were shocked. Their faces were filled with fear. This time, they were not pretending. They were truly afraid. If you want to find Gu Zhong, you can go to the shaman land. Of course, that is if you have the guts. The fatty's expression changed several times as he said these words. Gu Fei and the others could not help but look at each other when they heard this. This fatty might really be related to Gu Zhong from the shaman land. Otherwise, he wouldn't know Gu Zhong. It should be noted that the eastern region and the west earth were separated by more than 10 million miles. Mortals would never be able to cross the central plains from the west earth to the eastern region even if they spent their entire lives. Even cultivators who could fly would have to fly for dozens of years to reach the eastern region from the west earth without stopping. Ancient teleportation formations that could transport people across borders were all controlled by the major powers. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to come into contact with such formations. So you do know Gu Zhong. Tell me, what is your relationship with Gu Zhong? Xianxia smiled evilly as he took a step forward and stared coldly at the little fatty. It was as if he was a high and mighty demon god looking down at an ant. Although Tian did not release any aura, the fatty and the others still felt a great pressure. Their hearts trembled as if they were being stared at by a terrifying primordial beast. Tian was also very curious about how these fellows had come to the eastern region. The war god of the shaman land, Gu Zhong. Who in the cultivation world doesn't know him? The fatty said. His expression was a little strange, and there seemed to be a hint of jealousy in his words. The war god of the shaman land? Gu Fei and the others couldn't help being startled. That brat Gu Zhong had actually made a name for himself in the cultivation world? This caused everyone to be greatly surprised. Big brother, I didn't expect your cheap disciple to be so amazing, Xiaoqing said with a smile. In just 10 to 20 years, Gu Zhong had grown rapidly and become the god of war of the Wu land. Xiaoqing and the others admired Gu Fei's foresight. That brat Gu Zhong didn't disappoint me. Gu Fei nodded his head and said. However, his face was still calm and expressionless. You are. When little fatty heard the conversation between Gu Fei and Xiaoqing, his eyes popped out and he was tongue-tied. For a moment, he was speechless. The young man shrouded in evil aura and the crow spirit in human form had their mouths agape and eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Tian stared at little fatty and said in a deep voice, Our boss is Gu Zhong's master. Who did you learn your martial arts skills from? Warriors in the world could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This little fatty had definitely practiced the most authentic martial arts skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the East Royal City's young master Dongfang with 2 punches. The body of a warrior was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. What? Are you scared? Tian said in a stern voice. This little fatty was really asking for a beating. This, little fatty was immediately awakened from the shock after being shouted at by Tian. He was at a loss of what to do and knelt before Gu Fei. Greetings, Grandmaster. The little fatty stammered, and could not say anything else after that. He prostrated himself to Gu Feifei. Song Sanqiu of the plentiful city Ghost King greets Senior. Wu Peng, the successor of the Luofeng mountain of the extreme East Goblin tribe, greets Senior. The young man shrouded in evil aura and the crow spirit hurriedly saluted Gu Fei. They did not dare to neglect him. After all, this was the master of the war god of the sorcerer land. You all believe that I am Gu Zhong's master so easily? Gu Fei said. This little fatty, who was prostrating himself, immediately raised his head. The face of the Ghost King's disciple became even paler. Even the expression of Wu Peng of the Eastern Goblin tribe changed. These guys all had powerful backgrounds, especially Song Sanqiu and the Crow Spirit, Wu Peng. The forces behind these 2 guys were so powerful that it was shocking. I was wondering why this little guy looks so much like that fat worm. It turns out that he is Fat Worm's son, Little Fatty Worm. Tian said angrily. In the world of cultivation, there should be no one willing to pretend to be my father's master. Little Fatty thought for a moment and said, Stand up and talk. Gu Fei said. This little fatty's temperament was exactly the same as his cheap disciples. They were both ruffians and restless people. My father has a lot of enemies. Little fatty wanted to say something but stopped. It turned out that this white-haired little fatty, who was not even 20 years old, was the son of Gu Zhong and the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Gu Zhong really captured the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to be his wife. At that time, all the forces of the ancient wilderness were preparing to enter the ancient world of chaos, and the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was no exception. However, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was captured and made to be his wife. This matter caused the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to lose face. They sent out the experts of the older generation to kill Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong hid in Yanwu City and did not come out. Yanwu City was protected by a peerless divine formation set up by He Tian. Even if the female immortals of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land came, they would not be able to break through. The experts of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land were all preparing to enter the ancient world of chaos. Even the female immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm could not be separated. The female Shin king of the celestial being realm could not leave the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Just like that, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land gave birth to a son for Gu Zhong. This son was Gu Xiaofeng, the little fatty. Gu Zhong was quite impressive. After the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land gave birth to a son, he went into seclusion for 15 years and successfully became a martial immortal. On the day he came out, the experts of the Li family of the desolate antiquity and the Buddhism of the West Earth were attacking Yanwu City. Gu Zhong was furious and killed an immortal of the Li family and 2 sons of the Buddha of the West Earth. He even killed 1,000 miles and chased the Li family of the desolate antiquity and the Buddhism of the West Earth out of the Shaman land. That battle made Gu Zhong famous as the god of war of the Shaman land. When the forces of the desolate antiquity retreated from the ancient world of chaos, the female immortal king of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land finally came to find Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong was no longer the same as before. He could actually take 3 blows from the female immortal king and did not die. The female immortal king then left, tacitly agreeing to the relationship between Gu Zhong and the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Gu Zhong could not die under the attack of the female immortal king at the immortal realm. With such cultivation and strength, he was definitely someone that the major forces would want to rope in. The Yaotai ancient Holy Land recognized the relationship between Gu Zhong and the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Oh heavens, oh earth, how can this be? It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. After knowing how this little fat worm came to be, He Tian couldn't help but sigh. He had seen the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land before. With that kind of beauty and temperament, even the Empyrean fairy above the 9 heavens could not compare to her. Why did she fall for that fat worm? After listening to little fatty Gu, even Gu Fei couldn't speak for a long time. Xiaoqing and the others were even more dumbfounded. Gu Zhong was really something. He actually snatched the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to be his wife. No wonder Gu Zhong could be safe in the Shaman land. It turned out that he had the support of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Although the divine formation that He Tian had set up could kill immortals and destroy gods, if an immortal king or deity king with cultivation above the 5th heaven of the mysterious change realm attacked, it could still be broken. I really doubt it. Are you really the daughter of the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land? He Tian looked little fatty Gu up and down with a look of disbelief. It was no wonder that He Tian would doubt it. After all, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was one of the most beautiful female cultivators in the world. If this little fatty looked like the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, he would definitely be a handsome man. Alright, let's get out of here first, Gu Fei said. At this time, the sun had disappeared from the horizon. Night was coming. There was no one here, but it was not a place to stay for long. There's a town 300 miles away, He Tian said. He sensed a few strong auras there. There were cultivators in the town. Let's go there. After saying that, Gu Fei waved his hand. The power of heaven and earth wrapped around everyone. They rose into the sky and flew toward the town 300 miles away. The mystic skill that Gu Fei displayed had little fatty and the others astounded. You're too bold. How dare you sneak out of the land of the sorcerer? In a private room of a restaurant in the town, Gu Fei finally knew how little fatty came to the East region. This guy had sneaked out. Little fatty had reached the void-controlling realm before the age of 20. He was definitely a genius. If he was careful, he would definitely become the second Gu Zhong. There were very few real martial artists in the Tenglong continent. If Little Fatty was killed, it would be a great loss for Gu Fei's branch. Grandmaster, the land of the sorcerer is a barren land. There's no place to play. The Central Plains is a paradise for cultivators. Little Fatty said coquettishly. Yes. I haven't seen Gu Zhong for almost 20 years. It's time to take this opportunity to go back to the land of the sorcerer. Gu Fei said. Little Fatty was immediately unhappy when he heard that. How could he not know what Gu Fei meant by that? He hurriedly begged, Grandmaster, please let me stay by your side. If I can be taught by Grandmaster, my cultivation will definitely improve greatly. You should just give up on this idea. He Tian said unhappily. He still did not believe that Little Fatty was the son of Yaodai Holy Maiden and Gu Zhong. At this time, Song Sanxiu, the disciple of the Ghost King, and the Crow Spirit, the Dark Rock, had left. Little Fatty's invincible ruffian trio was broken up. Chapter 943. I didn't expect the supreme platform that had disappeared for countless years to reappear. In the restaurant that Gu Fei and the others were in, two cultivators were whispering to each other. The content of their conversation made Gu Fei's expression change. The two cultivators and a few other cultivators had gone to explore the famous heavenly market in the eastern region. They had accidentally discovered an ancient altar in an ancient ruin. One of the cultivators walked onto the ancient altar and disappeared. When the cultivator reappeared, he seemed to be scared out of his wits and couldn't speak for a long time. However, when the cultivator came back to his senses, what he said shocked everyone to the extreme. The cultivator who had disappeared from the ancient altar for about an hour had actually entered the void and seen the legendary road to heaven. During the late period of the primordial era, the primordial world had collapsed and the world had changed. The passage between the heavenly realm and the human realm had disappeared and the heavenly tribulation had stopped descending. No one had been able to ascend. Even the almighties of the primordial era could not break the void and enter the heavenly realm. They were separated forever and the heavenly realm became a legend. Only the supreme Tao ancestor had left behind an altar that could connect to the heavenly realm and reappear the road to heaven. The cultivators of the human realm could enter the heavenly realm through the road to heaven. This altar that the supreme Tao ancestor had refined with his supreme power was the supreme platform. However, due to the chaos back then, the sky-connecting platform in the primordial Tao sect that had been passed down by the supreme Tao ancestor had been lost. In ancient times, a supreme almighty had attacked the primordial Tao sect in an attempt to snatch the sky-connecting platform. A great battle had broken through heaven and earth. The area where the primordial Tao sect was located had been completely destroyed. The almighty who had attacked the primordial Tao sect had died and the primordial Tao sect had almost been annihilated. After this battle, the supreme platform had disappeared. However, no one had expected that the supreme platform, which had disappeared for countless years, would be discovered by a group of cultivators who were exploring the heavenly market. There were 8 cultivators in the group. The 2 cultivators next to Gu Fei's group were from the Great Qi dynasty. As for the other 6, there was a demigod from the primordial era's Shao family and a cultivator from the northern region. It was impossible to hide the disappearance of the sky-reaching platform. Even the 2 cultivators from the Undying dynasty next door to Gu Fei's group had already sent the news back to the Qi capital of the Great Qi dynasty. The Great Qi dynasty's royal family must have already received this news. The imperial family of Great Qi had probably already made their move. The 2 cultivators next door were also very careful. They used a spell to seal the private room before talking to each other. However, with Gu Fei's powerful spiritual will, he could clearly hear the voices of the 2 cultivators. The sky-piercing platform has appeared. When Gu Fei told He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others this earth-shattering news, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all stunned. They could already predict that the eastern region would soon be plunged into a reign of terror. All the cultivation forces in the entire Tenglong continent would flock to the heavenly realm. Even the demons would join in. The temptation of entering the heavenly realm was fatal to every cultivator. Even the almighty of the present age would go crazy. Everyone wanted to step on the path to heaven. The sky-piercing platform, the sky-piercing platform. He Tian muttered to himself. His expression changed several times, as if he had lost his mind. The heavenly realm. Xiaoqing and Balan also yearned for the legendary cradle of the strong. That was the final resting place of the strong and the goal of all cultivators. At this time, the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes were moving around. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy didn't want to be sent back to the shaman land by Gu Fei. His sharp senses sensed that something earth-shattering was about to happen. That's great. A complacent smile appeared on the little fatty's face. In this way, he could stay with the Grandmaster for a while. Maybe he could even get a lot of benefits. The little fatty began to calculate in his mind. This guy had run away from home. How could he go back to the shaman land so easily? Boss, the heavenly market is there. He Tian couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't wait to find the legendary treasure that could connect with the heavenly realm. The sky-piercing platform was a sacrificial altar of the extreme Tao refined by the supreme Tao ancestor. It was a sacred object of the extreme Tao. It contained the supreme way of the immortals and could give people the opportunity to comprehend the way. Such a sacred object of the extreme Tao, even if it couldn't connect with the heavenly realm, was enough to make all the cultivators crazy. The two cultivators next door didn't know that their conversation had been heard and remembered by Gu Fei. Soon after, the two cultivators left. It's a dangerous place. Legend has it that a part of the heavenly realm collapsed and formed a place that even the immortals were unwilling to set foot in, Gu Fei said. Although the heavenly market was a dangerous place, many cultivators went there to explore. Some people said that there was a heavenly palace in the depths of the heavenly market. However, ever since the heavenly market appeared, no one had been able to enter the depths of the heavenly market. However, the cultivators who entered the sky market could vaguely see a palace hall in the distance. Although it was faint and illusory, many people thought that it was a real palace hall. A part that fell from the heavenly realm? He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were shocked when they heard this. No one had expected the heavenly market to have such a shocking origin. It seemed that even the heavenly realm was not spared from the great changes that happened back then. This was the ancient history of the eastern region. Gu Fei knew that the heavenly market was the only dangerous place in the eastern region. Now, two dangerous places had appeared. The other new dangerous place was the bottomless devil's den that was formed when the area where the supreme mystery sect was originally located collapsed. Gu Fei and the others talked for a while and then left overnight. Once the news of the Sky Tower's appearance spread, it would attract the attention of the sect masters and they would have no chance. Gu Fei originally wanted to send the little fatty grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, back to the sorcerer's land, but it seemed impossible now. He could only bring the little fatty with him for the time being. Just as Gu Fei and the others were rushing to the heavenly market, several extremely powerful auras burst out from the capital of the Great Qi dynasty. These auras all came from the imperial palace of the Qi dynasty. Some of the old antiques of the Great Qi dynasty were alarmed. Soon, 3 purple golden chariots rushed out of the imperial palace and disappeared into the night. In the Zhao family of the antiquity, there was a place where the 4 dragon veins gathered. There was a huge cave where the 4 dragon veins converged. This was the forbidden area of the Zhao family, the Dragon Transformation Cave. Legend had it that there used to be an ancient flood dragon cultivating here. With the power of the 4 dragon veins, it successfully transformed into a dragon. This was the Dragon Transformation Cave. Chapter 944. The appearance of the ancient sky platform had shaken the world. Everyone who had received the news was moved. No one could sit still. The old fogies and living fossils of the major powers of the world of cultivation were all alarmed. Even some of the legendary almighty figures who lived in seclusion were likely to jump out into the open. The news of the sky-reaching platform's appearance couldn't be hidden any longer. All the cultivators looked at the sky ruin in the eastern region's ferocious land. The sky market had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was shrouded in fog all year round. Some people had seen ferocious and terrifying primordial creatures roaming in the fog. There was an indescribable power enveloping the entire sky market. This power could interfere with the spirit sense of cultivators. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shun King couldn't spread their spirit sense in the sky market. Some people said that this was the power of the law of heaven and earth, which originated from the heaven realm. The sky market was a ruin that fell from the heaven realm. There were collapsed mountains, cracked lands, dried-up lakes, bottomless abyss that spewed murderous chi, and a large number of primordial ruins. Although the sky market was the most famous dangerous place in the eastern domain, it also attracted countless cultivators to explore. Someone once found a 10,000-year-old herb king in an abandoned herb garden in the sky market. Someone also found a fragment of a primordial sacred artifact in the ruins of a primordial palace. Some people even broke into the depths of the sky market and successfully escaped. That person really saw an endless sky palace in the depths of the sky market. I sensed a primordial aura. When the sun rose in the east, Gu Fei and the others arrived near the sky market. However, they didn't go in. He Tian stopped them. The chaotic law of heaven and earth formed a mysterious power. This place is not simple. He Tian put away his cynical expression and became incomparably serious. Gu Fei knew that He Tian was definitely a grandmaster in the field of formations. He could see all kinds of big powers of heaven and earth. It seemed that this guy had seen something. Grandmaster Old He, so you're a coward. The little fatty hid behind Gu Fei and said to He Tian. When He Tian heard this, a few more black lines appeared on his head. He gritted his teeth and said to the little fatty, "You little brat, what do you know? Are you itching for a beating?" Little fatty hid behind Gu Fei, looking as if he was saying, "What can you do to me? Hateful brat." He Tian glanced at Gu Fei. Although he was angered to the point that his face was black, he really couldn't do anything to the little fatty. This brat's life is really good. He has a martial king ancestor in the profound transformation realm. Erebus does not want to offend Gu Fei. All right, how can you lower yourself to the level of a child? Gu Fei said, "Are we going in or not? If not, let's leave." The sky-high platform had appeared because those old antiques that were about to be buried in the ground had jumped out. If they hesitated any longer, they would have nothing to do with the arrival of those old fossils. Rumble. At that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the distant horizon. A powerful aura surged from afar. An expert had arrived. Furthermore, this expert did not conceal his presence at all. A terrifying aura was released from the outside, announcing his arrival. Gu Fei and the others immediately changed their expressions and carefully hid themselves. Rumble. The entire world began to tremble. A purple gold chariot rushed over from the distance. It was like a primordial divine mountain was crashing down from the sky. Wherever it passed, cracks would appear in the space. That's a chariot made from violet gold godly metal. Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balon, and the others were incomparably shocked. A hazy figure stood atop the chariot. One could vaguely see a crown on his head and a purple dragon robe. He looked like a human emperor patrolling the skies. It's an old antique from the Grand Qi imperial family. Gu Fei recognized the attire of the person on the chariot. The imperial family had arrived. The violet golden chariot emitted a terrifying pressure as it crushed down from the sky. It charged straight into the sky market without the slightest hesitation. After entering the heavenly market's territory, Gu Fei and the rest could no longer sense the terrifying aura from the purple gold chariot. The old antique from the Grand Qi imperial family seemed to have driven the chariot into a different world. The terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The sky market, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but glance at each other. This region that had fallen from the heaven realm was indeed very strange. Cultivator's divine sense had completely lost its effect. This region was very frightening. One had to know that once a cultivator's divine sense lost its effect, they could only use their naked eyes to see what was going on around them. This way, the opponent could easily sneak up on them and launch a surprise attack. It was impossible to defend against. Just as the old antique from the Grand Qi dynasty charged into the sky market, another powerful aura appeared in the distance. Someone was rapidly approaching. It was an azure-robed middle-aged man. He strode through the void, and with each step, a Dao aura flowed beneath his feet. One step spanned hundreds of kilometers. This person had only taken a few steps to charge into the sky market. This speed was most likely even greater than Gu Fei's 8 steps. Of course, Gu Fei's 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. It was just that Gu Fei's cultivation wasn't enough to unleash the full power of this technique. That azure-robed middle-aged man, who could travel hundreds of miles with a single step, was at least a sect master-level figure. Gu Fei's group no longer hesitated. There was no time for hesitation. The other experts had already arrived. Gu Fei's group finally entered the strange region ahead. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's cultivation was too weak. For safety's sake, Gu Fei still threw the little fatty into his inner world. This made He Tian extremely happy. He finally didn't have to face this infuriating fellow. Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan had also completely refined their supreme saint weapons. They believed that they still had the ability to fight for the legendary extreme Dao ancient altar that could connect to the heaven realm. The moment they stepped into the sky market, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan felt that their divine senses were actually affected by an unfathomable force. It was difficult for them to leave their bodies. Be careful, Gu Fei reminded. If their divine senses couldn't leave their bodies, they wouldn't be able to sense any aura from the outside world. They could only rely on their naked eyes to observe. If they weren't careful, they might encounter danger. Apart from not being able to use their divine senses, Gu Fei and the others didn't notice anything strange. In the sky market, a thin mist lingered. Everything seemed so unreal. Gu Fei's group advanced cautiously. They weren't in a hurry to rush forward. Swish! When Gu Fei's group entered the sky market for dozens of kilometers, Gu Fei suddenly saw a black shadow flashing behind a boulder. It was extremely fast. That is... Chapter 945. The sky market was an ominous place filled with unfathomable dangers. Some people had even seen traces of primordial life forms. The untainted world was vast and boundless. Tens of thousands of races lived there. It was the most prosperous period since the creation of the world. Among the untainted world's races, many were extremely powerful. For example, the innate divine beings, the innate demons, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. The ultimate experts of these races were definitely comparable to supreme saints. The human race was not the most powerful race among the untainted world's families. However, the human race had produced many supreme saints. Therefore, during the untainted world, the human race was not weak. The great path of heaven and earth flourished and declined. The cycle continued. Although the untainted world's races were extremely prosperous, during the later stages of the untainted world, shocking changes occurred. The untainted world's families collapsed and the end of the world arrived. Countless untainted world's races died or were injured. Countless races were even exterminated and completely disappeared from the world. Only a few extremely powerful races were able to survive. The appearance of an unknown primordial life form in the sky market was a major event that shocked the entire cultivation world. However, the primordial life form in the sky market did not leave the sky market. This made all the forces in the cultivation world heave a sigh of relief. The primordial life form that had survived the upheaval of the world had undoubtedly reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Perhaps even the almighties of the current era would be moved. Gu Fei and the others had only entered less than 100 miles into the sky market when Gu Fei caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing behind a huge rock. This made everyone nervous. A dazzling starlight rose above He Tian's head. Endless power of the stars fell from the fist-sized starlight and protected He Tian within it. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz! With a loud sound, a golden divine pagoda appeared on Xiaoqing's right hand. Xiaoqing held the golden divine pagoda in his hand and carefully scanned his surroundings. The 9-story pagoda was shrouded in golden light. Each story seemed to have a world of its own. The power that emanated from the golden pagoda enveloped Xiaoqing. Balan did not dare to be negligent and immersed himself in his divine sense sea. The sun god pearl that was nourished by the divine flame day and night also rushed out from between Balan's eyebrows. Gu Fei and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura emitted by the three great saint weapons dispersed the surrounding mist. Swoosh! A blood-colored demonic bow appeared in Xiaoqing's hand. This demonic bow was the spoils of war that Gu Fei obtained after killing Dongfang Qin. Gu Fei had given it to Xiaoqing. The demonic blood-slaughter bow was held in Xiaoqing's hand. At this time, the golden divine pagoda flew up from Xiaoqing's hand and floated above Gu Fei's head, sprinkling down rays of golden light. Xiaoqing directly drew his bow and pulled it open. The spiritual energy in the world immediately gathered towards the blood-slaughter demonic bow. A blood-colored demonic arrow condensed and a terrifying demonic aura appeared. Kill! Xiaoqing did not hesitate and directly released the arrow. The blood-colored demonic arrow pierced forward and disappeared between the mist and the mountain ridge. Just as the blood-colored demonic arrow disappeared, an angry roar suddenly came from the nearby area. Then, a black shadow rushed out from the mountain ridge. Gu Fei and the others were immediately shocked. This was a humanoid creature. This creature's body was covered in black scales and had a pair of blood-colored pupils. At this time, this unknown creature's blood-colored pupils swept over Gu Fei and the others. On this creature's chest, there was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. This can't be. An ancient creature? He Tian's expression became very ugly. Didn't these creatures hide in the depths of the sky market? How could they appear in the outer area of the sky market? The humanoid ancient creature roared angrily at the sky. Then, it leaped up and pounced toward Xiaoqing. It was extremely fast, and a horrifying aura immediately spread out. Swoosh! Xiaoqing immediately retreated. At the same time, the golden divine pagoda floating above his head soared into the sky and rapidly enlarged. A vast and boundless power of the metal element came crashing down on the ancient creature. Bam! The entire area shook. Each of the 9 levels of the golden divine pagoda was transforming into a void. It was as if 10 layers of heaven and earth were falling at the same time. The ancient creature was also a terrifying existence that had developed intelligence. Knowing that it was in danger, it immediately turned into a beam of black light and rushed out of the golden divine pagoda. The golden divine pagoda was an almighty sacred weapon. One attack from an almighty sacred weapon could shatter heaven and earth. However, although the void trembled under the suppression of the golden divine pagoda, the ground didn't shatter. Only an extreme crack appeared. This, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The void in the sky market was actually more stable than the void in the outside world. Even an almighty sacred weapon wouldn't be able to shatter it. The ancient legends seemed to be true. This 100,000 miles of land might really have fallen from the heavenly realm to the human world. Swoosh! The humanoid creature moved quickly. It was so fast that only a black bolt of lightning could be seen. A horrifying aura spread out as the ancient creature closed in on Xiaoqing. Droplets of purple blood dripped to the ground. Little Qing's arrow had injured this primordial creature quite severely. Little Qing activated the golden divine pagoda again and again. The power of the metal element surged, intimidating the surroundings. But even so, it was difficult for it to truly suppress this primordial creature. Instead, it was almost forced in front of it several times. The creature's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, the surrounding area was shrouded in mist, affecting Xiaoqing's vision. The world in the sky market had its own laws. Once a cultivator entered, their divine sense couldn't leave their body and they couldn't sense the other party's aura. At this time, Xiaoqing could only rely on his hearing and vision to capture the opponent's movements before making a move. As a result, Xiaoqing was forced into a passive position. Even with an almighty sacred weapon, Xiaoqing couldn't suppress the creature for a while. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. They didn't have time to waste on this creature. Thus, he took a step forward and used his extreme speed 8 steps to intercept the creature. After that, Gu Fei threw a punch at the primordial life form. It was an ordinary punch without any energy fluctuations, but the entire void trembled under Gu Fei's punch. The creature roared and directly clawed at Gu Fei. Its sharp, scaly claws tore through the void, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the creature's sharp claws. A bone-chilling sound of bones shattering rang out. The creature's claws and half of its body were smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Purple blood splattered as the primordial creature was sent flying backwards. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to the primordial creature in an instant. Then he sent out a palm strike and blasted the other half of the primordial creature's body into a cloud of purple blood mist. Chapter 946. The Sky Market had a circumference of 100,000 miles. It was the fiercest place in the eastern region. It was also one of the most mysterious and ancient places in the entire Tenglong continent. It was already impossible to find out when this slaughter domain with a circumference of 100,000 miles had appeared and how it was formed. The reason for that was because this domain had appeared far too long ago. It was said that it had been formed when the heaven realm had fallen during the prehistoric times. However, this was only a legend after all. No one knew the truth. Some people had seen a sky palace appear in the depths of the Sky Market. Some people had also seen extinct ancient creatures walk out from the depths of the Sky Market. The Sky Market was a ruin between the heavens and the earth. There were collapsed ancient temples, dilapidated ancient temples, collapsed mountain ranges, and broken caves. Everything had been destroyed. Some people had even seen the fragments of the extreme saint weapon in the Sky Market. Countless years ago, a great battle had taken place here. Although countless years had passed, the traces of the battle had not been erased by the merciless passage of time. After killing the primordial creature, Gu Fei continued on his way. An ancient creature that was rarely seen in thousands of years had actually appeared in the periphery of the Sky Market. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. Could it be that something had happened in the depths of the Sky Market? Gu Fei was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Supreme Mystery Sect had once been the Bigfoot of the Eastern region. It was one of the masters of the Eastern region of the Tenglong continent. The ancient books of the sect had recorded some things about the Sky Market. Although he had never been to the Sky Market, he knew some of the facts about it. Mist lingered all around. Under the situation where one's divine sense could not leave their body, visibility with the naked eye was not very high. Even Gu Fei could only vaguely see a few hundred meters around him. He could not see anything further. If even Gu Fei could only do this, it was easy to imagine what others could do. It should be known that Gu Fei was a king in the mysterious transformation realm. Moreover, he was a king of the immortal martial realm. His physical body was strong to an unimaginable level. His hearing, sight, smell, and other senses had also transformed to a level that was difficult for others to reach. Even the fur on Gu Fei's body could sense the extremely subtle fluctuations in the air. There was no doubt that Gu Fei had the upper hand in the Sky Market. Although his spiritual force had been completely suppressed by the unpredictable power of the Sky Market, Gu Fei could still use his various senses to sense everything that was happening within a radius of several hundred meters. There were many primordial life forms moving about in the Sky Market. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as a 30-meter-tall giant walked past a stone mountain. He wore beast hides around his waist, and he carried a 10-meter-long stone club that looked like a small mountain. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. These are primordial giants. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. They were hiding in the rocks of the mountain, looking at the giant walking away and disappearing into the thin mist with shock on their faces. The servants of the legendary deities? Gu Fei said in shock. There were some ancient records in the Tenglong continent. In ancient times, there were deities who could imprison the primordial giants and build palaces and abodes for them. The primordial giants were extremely strong. Legend had it that they could grow up to 15 meters tall. They could smash a mountain with a punch and crack the earth with a stomp. An adult primordial giant could even kill celestial beings like the Immortal Emperor and Shen King. That was close. If it wasn't for Boss, we would have bumped into this primordial giant. He Tian was still scared. In the mist, no one knew what was walking in front of them. Even if they could hear the footsteps, they might think that it was an primordial life form. The moment Gu Fei heard the footsteps, he led everyone to hide. The primordial giant was extremely strong. It wasn't something that Gu Fei and the others could deal with. Why is there such a thing here? Gu Fei was also shocked. The primordial giant tribe had been extinct for a long time. However, no one would have thought that an primordial giant would appear in the sky market. Over the years, ever since people discovered the sky market, countless cultivators had entered the sky market to explore. However, most of them couldn't come out. Those who could come out had never seen an existence like the primordial giant in the process of exploring the sky market. Of course, there might be people who had seen the primordial giant. However, those who had seen the primordial giant would never come out of the sky market. Fortunately, the primordial life forms that appeared in the sky market wouldn't come out of the sky market. Otherwise, if an primordial giant suddenly appeared in the Tenglong continent, it would be very lively. An adult primordial giant could tear primordial beasts apart and kill celestial beings like the immortal emperor and Shen King. Its terrifying destructive power was unquestionable. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to continue moving forward, a loud sound came from the direction where the primordial giant disappeared. Then there was a cry of surprise. Needless to say, a cultivator who had entered the sky market must have encountered the primordial giant. Although everyone's divine sense was suppressed by the power of the heavens and earth and couldn't leave their bodies, everyone could feel a strong wave of Dharma power coming from the front. In the fog in front of them, there was a faint flash of divine light. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The fog in front of them tumbled violently and the ground shook continuously. There were cultivators fighting with the primordial giant. However, the sounds of fighting and the Dharma power in front of them disappeared very quickly. Everything gradually calmed down as if nothing had happened. On top of the stone mountain, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Did the primordial giant win, or did the human cultivators kill the primordial giant? With their divine sense suppressed, Gu Fei and the others couldn't find out the outcome of the battle. Gu Fei and the others waited on top of the stone mountain for quite a while before carefully descending the mountain and heading towards the place where the battle had taken place. The person walking in front was Gu Fei. He pricked up his ears and widened his eyes. He didn't dare to relax at all and fully utilized his innate ability to listen in all directions. Cultivators walked the supreme grand Tao of strength and cultivated the supreme martial physique. Gu Fei was an immortal martial king at the second heavenly layer of the profound transformation realm. His physique had evolved to an unimaginable level. He was able to accurately sense even the smallest changes in the air. With his powerful senses, he could definitely help Gu Fei, who had lost the ability to use his divine sense, turn misfortune into fortune in this area where divine sense was suppressed. They followed the primordial giant's footprints all the way until they passed through a small forest. Then, an open field appeared in front of them. Chapter 947. The primordial giant tribe was extremely powerful. When Gu Fei and the others arrived, they saw that the place where the battle had just taken place was a complete mess. There were more than a dozen craters on the ground. Judging from the shape, it was likely that the giant had smashed them with its stone staff. Gu Fei and the others could see that some of the craters had chunks of flesh and blood. Some people had actually been smashed into minced meat. The scene was extremely bloody. Within a radius of several hundred meters, countless pieces of flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. There was not a single complete corpse. Everyone had been crushed by the primordial giant, their bodies and souls destroyed. The large pool of blood was a ghastly sight. Fragments of magical treasures were scattered on the ground, some of which still emitted fluctuations of magic power. Even though everyone's divine sense was suppressed, they could still sense it. There was a line of huge footprints disappearing into the depths of the sky market. The battle ended with the complete defeat of the human cultivators. Although Gu Fei and the others had already guessed the result, they couldn't help but be moved when they saw such a bloody scene. Although it was a very short encounter, it was extremely tragic from the looks of it. The primordial giant is indeed terrifying. He Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered this giant that was even more terrifying than the primordial giant beasts. Although He Tian had already regenerated his flesh and cultivated to the mysterious transformation realm, and also possessed an almighty sacred weapon, he knew that he was no match for this primordial giant. An adult primordial giant was a powerful existence that could kill a celestial being. It dared to challenge an almighty from the Antiquity era. Even an almighty from the Antiquity era would have a headache if they encountered an adult primordial giant. The primordial giant just now was about 10 meters tall, so it should have not reached adulthood yet. Otherwise, it would have killed all of them with a single blow. Why did the extinct primordial race jump out? Did something happen in the depths of the sky market? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The primordial giant race had long been extinct since the late primordial era, but now it had appeared in the sky market. No one knew what had happened. These people. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw the corpses on the ground. Very quickly, his expression changed again. He could tell the origins of these people from the tattered clothes. Someone you know? He Tian asked. He saw the change in Gu Fei's expression. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, judging from their clothes, they should be cultivators from the Eastern Domain's 6 Yang Palace. 6 Yang Palace? You mean the 6 Yang Palace that was killed by the great bandits of the Eastern region? You mean the 6 Yang Palace? He Tian asked in shock. No wonder there's still a wave of pure yang energy lingering around here. It hasn't completely dissipated yet. Xiaoqing looked around and said in a deep voice. The 6 Yang Palace was a great sect in the eastern region, but it had already submitted to the primordial Zhao clan. From the looks of it, the 6 Yang Palace had suffered heavy losses this time. Judging from the scattered corpses, at least 20 to 30 people had been killed by the primordial giant. Moreover, there were a few magic treasure fragments that contained immortal spirit energy, which meant that at least one immortal spirit had died here. For a large sect in the eastern region like the 6 Yang Palace, there was naturally no lack of immortal gods in the sect. However, if an immortal god died, there would be one less. It was very difficult for anyone to cultivate to become an immortal god. Therefore, even if an immortal god died in the 6 Yang Palace, the 6 Yang Palace would feel the pain. When Gu Fei and the others saw the identity of the cultivators killed by the primordial giant, the first thing they thought of was that the news of the sky-reaching platform had probably spread. If the cultivators of the 6 Yang Palace could appear here, then the other great sects in the eastern region, such as the Valley of Fallen Souls and the Empyrean Terminus sect, had probably received the news as well. It wasn't hard to imagine that more cultivators would soon appear in the sky market. Let's go. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and rushed toward the east. Everyone was shocked and quickly followed him. Gu Fei's senses were very accurate. Along the way, Gu Fei had led He Tian, Balon, and Xiaoqing to avoid many terrifying primordial beasts. In the sky market, fog lingered and visibility was very low. Even cultivators could only see a few hundred meters around them. It was very easy to get lost in the sky market. Many people lost their way and entered the depths of the sky market, never to come out again. It had to be said that a cultivator's body was very mysterious. The constant transformation of the body made it so sensitive that it could sense all the minute changes in the surrounding void. It could even sense the change and distribution of temperature. Gu Fei could determine which direction was east based on the distribution of temperature in the void within a few hundred meters. As long as he could determine one direction, the other 3 directions would appear immediately. With Gu Fei around, Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balon, and the others wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the sky market. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, the sound of the air rippling could be heard in the distance. Then, a huge black figure appeared in the fog and flew toward the bloody place at high speed. The black figure broke through the fog and rushed over. Roar! A huge roar shook the heaven and earth as the black figure swooped down. It was a mystical dragon with a pair of wings on its back. If the old antiques in the cultivation world saw this mystical dragon, their jaws would definitely drop. This was a race that had disappeared for countless years and was thought to have gone extinct. Gu Fei's extremely sensitive senses sensed the mystical dragon's arrival, so he immediately retreated. The mystical dragon wasn't much weaker than the desolate giant. The mystical dragon was 7 or 8 meters long and had a single horn on its head. It was ferocious and terrifying, and its blood-colored scales were glistening. There seemed to be a layer of blood-colored flames dancing on its body. One look was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary dragon. An ancient pterosaur? At that moment, a cyan figure appeared in the sky silently. He looked like a high and mighty god emperor, looking down at the mystical dragon that was devouring the corpses of the cultivators below. The blood-red mystical dragon roared at the person in the sky when it was disturbed from its meal. An extremely horrifying aura surged from the mystical dragon's body. Why would an extinct ancient pterosaur appear in the sky market? The cyan-robed middle-aged man muttered to himself with his hands behind his back. He didn't take the ancient pterosaur seriously at all. Boom! Just as the cyan-robed middle-aged man was deep in thought, the ancient pterosaur suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous divine flame toward the cyan-robed man in the sky. The mist that enveloped the surroundings was immediately dispersed by this blazing energy wave. Chapter 948. The green-robed middle-aged man was so powerful that he slammed a primordial ferocious dragon into the ground, leaving a huge handprint on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a monstrous divine fire erupted from the handprint and swept up to the sky, causing the void to collapse and the ground to melt. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a mystical dragon rushed up from the ground as if it had been reborn from the fire. Its violent and ferocious aura spread in all directions. What happened? At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were already far away from that area. They appeared in a forest a dozen miles away. The terrifying dragon roar caused them to be extremely shocked. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura spread in all directions. Even though their divine senses were suppressed in this area, they could still sense it. A peerless ferocious beast was born? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. That ferocious beast was probably even more terrifying than the desolate giant. However, at this time, Gu Fei and the others could not care about anything else, because the place they were in was not a good place. It was a forest of golden trees, a golden forest. In the forest, every tree was straight up to the sky, as if it was cast from gold. Every leaf was flowing with a golden luster. Everyone could feel that there was metal elemental power lingering in the forest. This place, this time, not only Erebus, but even Gu Fei's expression turned ugly. The golden forest was a place where the power of the metal element gathered. Such a place was the resting place of some kind of terrifying ancient divine beast. No way. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That kind of divine beast had been extinct for a long time. It did not appear even in the later period of the primordial era. Could it be that there was such a divine beast living in the depths of this golden forest? Let's go in and take a look. He Tian made a bold move. He actually walked into the depths of this golden forest. If there was a mythical beast resting in this forest, then its nest must be in the depths of this forest. If his guess was correct, there was definitely a divine tree king growing in the depths of the metal element divine tree, and the legendary divine beast was resting on the divine tree king. Big brother. Xiaoqing was startled to see Gu Fei following He Tian deeper into the forest. He had been feeling uneasy ever since he entered the forest. He had the true dragon bloodline in his body, so he had an innate ability to sense certain existences. I also want to see if the legendary divine beast really exists. Gu Fei glanced at Xiaoqing and said indifferently. Everyone was curious, and Gu Fei was no exception. After finishing his words, Gu Fei caught up with He Tian. Xiaoqing and Balan looked at each other and followed helplessly. Balan's original body was a fire qilin. Of course, he was not the ancient chaotic fire qilin that was born from the chaotic divine flame. Balan's body had a very thin trace of the chaotic fire qilin's bloodline. It was this bloodline that originated from the Khanate divine beast that gave Balan a talent that ordinary demonic beasts did not have. Balan and Xiaoqing were the same. The Khanate divine beast bloodline in their bodies had awakened. If they transformed to the ultimate form, they would become the invincible true dragon and chaotic fire Qilin. Xiaoqing and Balan both had almost unlimited potential. At that moment, the green-robed middle-aged man and the winged red dragon were engaged in a fierce battle. The entire sky and earth were shaking. The power of the man and the dragon shook an entire region. It should be known that this was a region in the sky market, yet it had been shaken by their power. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful this man and dragon were. The green-robed middle-aged man and the red dragon moved quickly in the void. They were so fast that only green and red divine lights could be seen colliding. Celestial Emperor's forbidden area. The green-robed middle-aged man shouted. Endless green divine lights immediately surged out of his body and enveloped the entire region. The red dragon was engulfed by the murderous aura. Swoosh. The green divine lights disappeared instantly as if they had escaped into the void. Everything that was enveloped by the green light disappeared into thin air. Even the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into the void. Bam, bam, bam. After the green-robed middle-aged man and the red dragon disappeared into the void suddenly shook violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. It was as if something was attacking the void, wanting to break through the void and rush out from the void. The void was constantly cracking, like a beautiful piece of porcelain that had been shaken until cracks appeared. Boom. Finally, with a loud sound, the void shattered. Then, endless divine fire surged out of the shattered void. It engulfed the sky and the earth, burning the entire sky red. A terrifying roar rang out from within the divine fire. The entire world shook violently from the roar, and a crimson dragon appeared indistinctly within the sea of fire. Damn it! The green-robed middle-aged man appeared in the void. His body shone with divine light and endless divine fire. It was as if a supreme emperor had descended. The green-robed middle-aged man's face was a little pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even someone as strong as him had been injured. This red fire winged dragon of the primordial ancient winged dragon race was really terrifying. However, at that moment, the red fire winged dragon in the sea of fire surged with divine fire. It flapped its wings, turned around, and fled into the depths of the sky market. Everywhere the red fire winged dragon passed, besides the divine fire that swept in all directions, there were red agate-like blood droplets that dripped from the sky. The agate-like blood droplets contained terrifying fire energy. Everything that came into contact with the blood droplets was immediately set on fire and burned to ashes. The red fire winged dragon was also injured. Trying to escape? Not so easy. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered. Then he took a step forward in the void. He traveled 100 miles with each step and chased after the dragon. Very soon, the red fire-winged dragon and the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into the horizon. After the green-robed middle-aged man and the primordial ancient fierce dragon disappeared, a figure walked over silently from afar. It was a white-haired old man holding a walking stick. The walking stick in the old man's hand was pitch black and looked like a winding dragon. The head of the walking stick actually looked like a dragon's head. It was very extraordinary. The old man looked in the direction that the green-robed middle-aged man had disappeared and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that old fellow from the Li family to still be alive. It seems like the appearance of the supreme altar has caused a few of those old fellows who are rumored to be dead to jump out." With that, the old man disappeared into the void. The ancient Desolate Era's factions and the Immortal dynasty all possessed the ancient teleportation formation that could transport people across regions. Not long after the news of the Supreme Altar's appearance spread, the experts of the various factions started to appear in the sky market. Everyone wanted to obtain the extreme path sacrificial altar that the Supreme Dao Ancestor had refined. Legend had it that the Supreme Dao Ancestor had comprehended the Supreme Great Path on this sacrificial altar and founded the Immortal Dao lineage. The Immortal Dao lineage had developed to the present and was extremely prosperous. Among the various major clans, there were existences who had embarked on the Immortal Dao. The great era of the rise of various monarchs was coming. After the untainted land, the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent welcomed a prosperous era. However, it was also facing a crisis. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Extreme decline leads to prosperity. This was the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that no one could break this eternal law? No one knew. Everyone was struggling bitterly. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were heading toward the depths of the golden forest. During the untainted land, there was a divine bird that rested on the golden divine tree. The tree was called Fusang, and the divine bird was called the golden crow. The golden crow was born from the golden sun and rested in Fusang. It was called the divine bird of the sun. It was a true connate supreme divine beast that was born between heaven and earth. It was comparable to an extreme path sage. When the golden crow appeared, it was like the golden sun had fallen. The earth turned red, and all life was extinguished. Everything was burned to ashes. Only the legendary golden divine tree that was born from the golden essence of heaven and earth could withstand the divine power of the golden sun. The golden divine tree that appeared in the sky market was not the real Fusang divine tree. If it had been the real Fusang divine tree, He Tian would have fainted from excitement. However, the undying divine tree, the Fusang divine tree, had disappeared like the golden crow. It had become a legend. Gu Fei and the others had never thought that they would meet the real golden crow in this golden divine forest. Even if there was a divine beast that rested in this golden divine forest, it would be like Xianxia and Balon. It was a divine beast that had awakened the bloodline of an innate divine beast. This kind of divine beast was not on the same level as an innate divine beast. The golden divine forest was very quiet. Only the sound of the leaves being blown by the wind could be heard from time to time. There was not a single leaf in the forest. This was a golden divine tree that was born from the golden essence chi. The leaves would not fall at all. There were no branches in the forest. There were only roots that were like golden dragons that were deeply rooted in the ground. In the entire Tenglong continent, it seemed like only the Beitang family, which cultivated the 5 elements' divine abilities, had obtained a seedling in an earth vein where the golden essence chi gathered. Thousands of years had passed, but the seedling of the golden divine tree that the Beitang family had obtained had only grown less than a foot tall. Although the golden divine tree was not the legendary Fusang divine tree, it was also a divine item formed from the golden essence chi. It was extremely rare and could be refined into an emperor divine weapon. It was really shocking to see a forest of golden divine trees growing in the sky market. It should be known that the golden divine tree did not grow even once in 50,000 years. In this forest, even the shortest golden divine tree was 14 to 15 zhang tall. The deeper they went, the taller the golden divine trees that Gu Fei and the others saw. From time to time, they could see a golden divine tree towering in the forest. Gu Fei and the others did not dare to be careless. There might be a genuine divine beast in the depths of the golden divine tree. Chapter 949. The Metal Divine Tree King? Looking at the towering tree that seemed to be cast from gold, everyone was extremely shocked. This was a rarely seen divine tree in the world. Strands of extremely pure metal elemental essence circulated around the tree. Gu Fei and the others could sense that the metal elemental essence of the divine tree king was leaking out, nourishing the 5 elements divine trees in the 5 elements forest. The divine tree king was hundreds of meters tall. In the wildlands, there were countless trees that were hundreds of meters tall. However, this divine tree that was born from the metal essence of the 5 elements gave people the feeling that they were facing an ancient divine mountain. The 5 elements divine tree might not even grow a tree in tens of thousands of years. Didn't this mean that the divine tree king had already grown for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years? Just thinking about it made one's heart palpitate. Countless years had passed, but this divine tree king was actually able to avoid all kinds of disasters and appear in the present world. This made Gu Fei and the others feel inconsolable. However, what made Gu Fei and the others even more shocked was that there was a huge bird's nest in the dense foliage of the 5 elements divine tree king. It was a bird's nest made from the leaves of the 5 elements divine tree. Gu Fei and the others could see a few golden feathers that looked like golden flames. Bird's nest? The place where the legendary golden sunbird, the golden crow, rests? The bird's nest shone with golden light. There were golden essences that looked like little golden dragons circling around it. The power of metal surged, giving people a great sense of oppression. It was as if a terrifying divine beast was sleeping inside. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei, who would remain calm even if a divine mountain collapsed in front of him, couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaoqing stared at the huge bird's nest above the five elements divine tree king and suddenly said with incomparable seriousness, "I can feel the nest of a divine beast." What? Everyone was shocked. He Tian's reaction was even more exaggerated. With a whoosh, he directly fled. He was truly faster than lightning. Gu Fei and the others also had the urge to retreat. If there really was a mythological beast sleeping inside, and the mythological beast in the crow's nest was awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this wasn't the undying Fusang tree and the nest on the five elements sacred tree king wasn't a real crow's nest, the fact that it could occupy the entire five elements sacred forest and even build a nest on the tree king was enough to show how powerful this divine beast was. It's just a trace of a divine beast's aura. It's not powerful at all. Xiaoqing's complexion was a bit strange. It seemed like he didn't know why he had such a feeling. There seemed to be something in the bird's nest that attracted him, but it wasn't the legendary mythological beast. Aura of life. At this time, Gu Fei's powerful senses also sensed a weak life force in the huge nest on the tree king. Swoosh! A figure flickered. At this moment, He Tian, who was so frightened that he was about to rush into the five elements divine forest, rushed back from afar. "Brother Qing, you're scaring people to death," He Tian said unhappily. Xiaoqing glanced at He Tian, then said disdainfully, "Who told you to be so cowardly?" He Tian immediately fell silent. His face turned the color of pig liver. He thought to himself, if there really is a mythological beast sleeping in the bird's nest, you guys will definitely run faster than me. However, He Tian didn't dare to say such words. Gu Fei and the others were on high alert. They soared into the sky and flew up to the ancient tree king. They arrived in front of the bird's nest. The nest was very clean, and they didn't see any bones. It seemed like this was a nest built by a mythological beast that loved cleanliness. Suddenly, Gu Fei cried out. Through the dense foliage he saw a dazzling golden egg in the bird's nest. There was actually a golden egg in the ancient tree king's nest. This was something that no one expected. The faint life aura that Gu Fei sensed came from this golden egg. A mythological beast egg with signs of life. When He Tian saw the golden egg, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, a bold plan appeared in his mind, the mythological beast-raising plan. A mythological beast that contained the bloodline of an innate mythological beast was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns even in the primeval era. If this golden egg could successfully hatch into a mythological beast, then this mythological beast would definitely have unlimited potential. Not to mention He Tian, even Gu Fei and the others were very tempted. "If you guys don't want it, then I'll take it." Mahakala's eyes spun. In the next moment he charged into the bird's nest. Then, he extended his hand and picked up the golden egg. The golden egg was as big as a human's head. Its entire body was golden, and the eggshell looked as if it was cast from immortal gold. It was crystal clear and had a faint layer of golden light circulating around it. This guy, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and Balan didn't expect He Tian to have the guts to rush into the bird's nest. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they were afraid that there were powerful restrictions in the bird's nest. However, when they saw that He Tian was fine after picking up the golden egg, they knew that they were worrying too much. There were no restrictions in the golden crow's nest. Why would such a powerful mythological beast leave its egg in the bird's nest without setting up any restrictions? This was too unexpected. "Brother He, everyone who sees it has a share." Xiaoqing was very envious when he saw He Tian walk out of the bird's nest with the golden egg in his arms. "It's mine." When Erebus heard this, he immediately used his clothes to wrap up the golden egg. The golden light still shone from under his clothes, as if it was covered with a golden flame. "We know that you were the one who obtained it, but you can't keep it to yourself," Xiaoqing said unhappily. This was a mythological beast's egg that contained life. If they could hatch it, they might be able to cultivate a golden crow. That was an existence that even supreme saints would have a headache about. Of course, although the golden bird had the bloodline of the connate divine beast, it was almost impossible for it to transform into a golden crow. However, even if it couldn't transform into a real golden crow, there were not many people in this world who could suppress the golden bird, which was infinitely close to becoming a golden crow. While Xiaoqing and He Tian were fighting, Gu Fei was suddenly attracted by another item in the bird's nest. It was a black and swarthy object. Gu Fei picked it up and took a closer look. He realized that it was a black fragment the size of a palm. Furthermore, it was very heavy. Gu Fei felt like he was carrying a huge mountain when he held it in his hand. What is that? Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan couldn't help but gather around and look at the fragment in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei stared at the black metal fragment in his hand that had no aura or fluctuation. It seemed like an ordinary object. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly took out his 9 sky stars sword and slashed at the fragment in his hand. Clang! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. When the sword struck down, the palm-sized piece of black metal didn't even have a single trace of being cut. This. Chapter 950. The palm-sized piece of metal looked rusty and devoid of luster. However, when Gu Fei's 9 heaven star sword slashed down, it actually failed to leave a mark on it. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword had not been successfully refined and the heavy sword had no edge, with Gu Fei's current strength, he would probably be able to split a mountain in half. What's going on? Is this damned thing actually an immortal divine material? He Tian, Xiaoqing and Balan were all dumbfounded because they knew that Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword was refined from an immortal divine material formed in the infinite starry sky, the 9 heaven stars iron. Gu Fei was also very shocked. He put away the 9 heaven stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. The aura of an extreme sacred weapon immediately made He Tian and the others tremble in fear. The cold sword aura that emanated from the purple gold divine sword seemed to be able to penetrate their bodies, into their bones, and even into their souls. It made the souls of He Tian and the others tremble. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out again. This time, even Gu Fei himself was dumbfounded. He Tian and the others' eyes bulged out. No way! How can this be? Impossible! Despite the purple gold divine sword slash, the palm-sized piece of black metal still didn't have a single mark on it. Everyone was stunned. Even an extreme sacred weapon couldn't cut through this piece of black metal. What exactly was it? Could it be a fragment of an extreme sacred weapon? Is the legend true? An extreme sacred weapon actually shattered in the sky market? Gu Fei's heart trembled. Someone in the eastern domain had obtained a fragment of an extreme Dao holy weapon in the sky ruin. This was actually true, and it was not a baseless rumor. He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan and the rest were stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. A fragment of an immortal weapon? Was that even possible? In this world, who could shatter an extreme holy weapon? Did a battle between supreme saints take place here? Could it be that the sky market, which had a radius of 100,000 miles, was formed by a battle between supreme saints? Gu Fei thought of many possibilities, but all of them were just his guesses. No one could answer his question, not even the old turtle. Let's get out of here quickly. After a while, Gu Fei was the first to recover from his shock. He decisively put away the violet gold divine sword and the mysterious black metal piece. Not bad. He Tian nodded as he scanned his surroundings from time to time. He had a guilty conscience. If the golden bird perched on the divine tree king returned, he would be out of luck. Everyone jumped down from the bird's nest and walked out of the 5 elements divine forest. He Tian wanted to take the divine tree king as well, but he gave up after a few tries. The divine tree king had been rooted here for countless years, and it had long become one with the metal elemental vein beneath the ground. He Tian currently did not have the ability to take away the entire divine earth vein. He Tian could not take away the 5 elements divine tree king, but he was someone who would pluck a bunch of feathers from a wild goose that flew over his head. How could he leave empty-handed? He pulled out a few 5 elements divine trees that were over 30 meters tall before stopping. The 5 elements divine tree king contained the essence of the 5 elements. It was a rare divine material that could be refined into an emperor weapon. If other cultivators discovered this divine forest, the entire cultivation world would probably be shaken. After Gu Fei's group left, the towering divine tree king suddenly moved. Countless golden leaves floated down from the tree. Each leaf was dull and lifeless, as if it had lost all its vitality in an instant. Rumble. Gradually, a strange tremor spread out in all directions with the divine tree king at the center. In the end, the entire divine forest was shaking. Endless metal elemental essence gathered towards the divine tree king from all directions. The golden trees began to wither rapidly. The metal elemental essence of the divine tree king at the periphery of the divine forest dissipated the fastest. The divine tree king at the center of the divine forest was devouring the life force of the entire divine forest. The life force of the trees at the periphery of the divine forest was being forcefully sucked away. The originally dazzling golden leaves dimmed and fell from the tree. The leaves of the divine tree king were said to never fall. Therefore, there was not a single leaf in the divine forest. But now, the entire divine forest was rustling. Golden leaves floated down and soon, a thick layer of golden leaves appeared on the ground. The divine tree king, whose life force had been completely sucked out, began to explode into golden powder that fell to the ground. The divine tree king was disappearing. The divine tree king was swallowing the metal essence. The trunk that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it was shaking violently. Its own life force was also disappearing, quickly gathering towards the trunk. Rays of golden light rushed over from all directions. This was the life force of countless divine trees, the purest metal elemental essence in the world. At this time, Gu Fei's group was already dozens of miles away from the divine forest. However, they could still sense the strange movements in the divine forest. In the direction of the divine forest, the wind and clouds changed color. Spiritual chi from all directions gathered there. It was difficult for them not to sense this kind of change. What's going on? Did the golden bird come back and lose its temper because it lost its egg? He Tian's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of the divine forest. Beams of divine light shot out from there, dispersing the fog within a radius of 1,000 miles. At this moment, many big shots were alarmed. A violet gold war chariot rolled through the sky, rushing in the direction of the divine forest. At the edge of a bottomless valley in the sky market, a middle-aged man in azure clothes looked in the direction of the divine forest in shock. His expression changed several times. Terrifying roars came from the bottom of the bottomless valley from time to time. Unknown ancient creatures were howling. Intense killing intent surged out from the bottom of the valley from time to time. Many skeletons were scattered around the valley. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to unknown ancient creatures. The green-robed middle-aged man turned around and took a deep look at the valley. Then he soared into the sky and strode in the direction of the forest of God. When the world changed, something extraordinary must have been born. Even some of the lofty big shots were attracted over. Chapter 951. Rumble. The fog that had shrouded the sky market for countless years was dispersed by the metal elemental power. Everything within 1,000 miles was immediately exposed to the sunlight. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky. It was a rare day of good weather. The commotion caused by the divine tree king was too great. The metal elemental power was vast and mighty, causing most of the sky market to shake. Terrifying roars came from the depths of the sky market. Terrifying primordial life forms had been alarmed. The Sky Palace. The legendary Sky Palace has appeared. Many palaces appeared in the depths of the sky market. They were like a mirage, faintly discernible and indistinct. A boundless aura of vicissitudes and ancientness was emitted from the palaces. The old antiques and monsters who had already entered the depths of the sky market were all extremely excited. The area where they had discovered the sky-high platform was a valley in the depths of the sky market. There were ancient ruins in the valley, which were the ruins of a primordial divine city. The sky-high platform was located in the center of the ruined primordial divine city. Time was merciless. Even a primordial divine city had collapsed and turned into ruins. Nothing was eternal, and even a supreme saint artifact could be broken. The valley where they had discovered the sky-high platform was near the mysterious Sky Palace. The old monsters rushed into the valley without hesitation. They had taken the risk to enter the sky market for the sky-high platform. As long as they could control it, they would have the only way to enter the celestial realm. This was a fatal temptation for all cultivators. Everyone wanted to reach the heavens in a single step. The various ancient powers, the 100 races of the southern wilderness, the demon tribe of the extreme east, the Buddhist sect of the west, and the devil region of the extreme north all had one goal: the sky-high platform. The moment the old monsters rushed into the valley, something happened. A terrifying energy wave erupted from the valley without warning. Screams and cries of alarm rang out, but everything quickly calmed down. Then, a demonic figure shrouded in demonic chi walked out of the valley. "Yellow Dragon, I know you're here. Come out and fight." A cold voice came from within the demonic chi. A blood-colored demonic light hovered above the demonic shadow. It was a blood-colored demonic saber. "Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, I can't believe you're still alive." A yellow figure walked out of the void. The person who walked out of the void was a burly middle-aged man who wore a bright yellow dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head. This person exuded an imposing aura without being angry, like an emperor of the human world. His entire body was covered in a vast and mighty dragon aura, and there were many phantoms of great dragons appearing around him, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "Humph! You, the yellow dragon, are not dead yet. How can I bear to die?" Mo Ing, who was hidden in the demonic chi, said coldly. This person with monstrous demonic energy was the great demon lord of the northern demon territory, Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. The blood-red demonic saber floating above his head was the heavenly demon saber that caused all righteous cultivators to pale. The middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe was none other than the eastern extreme demon lord, Huang Long. "Since you're still alive, I'll kill you today." Huang Long was extremely powerful. He walked in the void, and every step he took caused the entire void to tremble. He was like a barbaric dragon as he approached Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. Rumble. Demon Lord Huang Long's body was filled with surging true dragon chi, which was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. "You're the one who will die." Demon Monarch of 6 Paths did not back down. He stretched out his hand, and the heavenly demon saber floating above his head flew into his hand. Swoosh! Without saying anything else, Demon Monarch of 6 Paths stepped out with monstrous demonic energy. He crossed a distance of thousands of feet and slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long's head. The horrifying blood-red saber radiance soared thousands of feet into the sky, emitting an evil blood-red demonic light that dyed the heavens and the earth red. It was as if the saber could split the world in half. A broken flag appeared in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand. He waved the flag, and a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth surged out. It directly shattered the saber radiance of the heavenly demon saber, and swept toward Demon Monarch of 6 Paths outside the valley where the supreme platform was located. Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of 6 Paths were fighting. Terrifying waves of energy spread out in all directions. Streaks of blood-red saber radiance crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, and a flag fluttered in the void. The two were old enemies, and they started a life-and-death battle. Neither of them held back. At this moment, the area where the metal element tree king was located was replaced by a ball of golden light. It was as if a golden sun had fallen to the ground. The golden light enveloped a radius of more than 10 miles, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. Many old monsters had already arrived, but none of them made a move. The powerful aura coming from the mass of golden sun-like divine light was frightening. Before the situation was clear, no one would make a move. Gu Fei, He Tian, Balon, Xiaoqing, and the others had already retreated 1,000 miles away. They climbed a mountain, but they didn't leave. Instead, they just watched. the mass of golden light that covered an area of more than 10 miles seemed to be nurturing a terrifying ancient beast. It emitted a frightening aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, and golden divine light kept bursting out of the golden light. No one knew that in the center of the golden light, the metal element divine tree king was constantly shaking. All the golden leaves on the tree had already fallen off. The gigantic tree trunk that seemed to be cast in gold had already cracked open, and a golden-haired youth was struggling in the middle of the cracked tree trunk. The life force of the divine tree king was quickly gathering toward the golden-haired young man. The whole tree was withering, and the divine tree king had unexpectedly transformed at that moment. No one knew how long the divine tree king had been growing for. Perhaps it had been hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Unexpectedly, the divine tree king had gained intelligence. This was a different kind of evolution and transformation. The divine tree king was about to become a monster. At this time, the divine tree king was at its weakest, but no one could see through it. The old monsters outside were unable to see through the golden light and into its depths. As the boundless metal essence rising from the ground was continuously devoured by the golden-haired youth who was struggling to get out of the tree trunk, the aura emanating from the golden-haired youth's body became increasingly powerful. An hour passed, and the golden-haired young man had already broken through half of his body. He was about to succeed. Aside from the divine tree king, all of the metal element divine trees within 10 miles had their life force sucked out of them. They collapsed into piles of golden powder. The entire forest had disappeared just like that. Chapter 952. Boom! When the black-robed old man made his move, heaven and earth shook. A ferocious black dragon flew out of the old man's hand, emitting a boundless ferocious aura. Roar! The black dragon roared into the sky, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain, like a pitch-black mountain range spanning between heaven and earth. That's the Black Dragon Elder? Didn't he already perish in the God-fallen sea? Someone immediately recognized the black-robed old man's identity. The black dragon was the black dragon staff in the old man's hand. It was an Emperor Divine weapon. This Emperor Divine weapon had a great history. The Black Dragon Elder had killed a wild dragon in an uncivilized land, extracted its soul, and then refined it into a 10,000-year-old soaring dragonwood. The black dragon was extremely ferocious. It directly broke through the layers of golden light and rushed into the golden world in front of it. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire golden light to shake. Roar! Just as the black dragon charged into the golden ball of light that covered a dozen or so kilometers, a furious roar that caused everyone's expressions to change immediately sounded out from within. Rumble! The entire ground immediately began to shake. Within the golden light, it was as if a terrifying beast had been startled. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from within. Then, rays of golden light condensed and turned into golden divine trees that rushed towards the black dragon that had rushed into the light. Metal element divine power surged violently. This is the legendary Fusang divine tree? Endless metal essence condensed into towering trees. Each tree emitted a vast amount of metal element divine power that suppressed the heavens and shattered everything. Some of the older antiques were extremely shocked. Just what was inside that could actually attract metal element power to form golden divine trees to attack the black dragon that had rushed in? Boom! Countless golden divine trees pressed down with an extremely powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. The black dragon formed by the black dragon staff fell from the sky and onto the ground. Even the Emperor Divine weapon was suppressed. Outside, the black dragon elder's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had not expected such an ending. Wow! Boundless metal essence chi enveloped the surroundings, forming a terrifying metal domain. Cries of pain rang out from within the metal domain, causing one's scalp to go numb. Boom! The black dragon formed by the black dragon staff rushed up from the ground, displaying the ferocious might of an emperor. It directly broke through the metal domain and rushed out, then flew back into the hands of the black dragon elder. Even the emperor weapon is suppressed. What kind of existence is inside? Could it be that an unparalleled expert is taking that step? Breaking through to the sky human stage? For thousands of years, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone actually taking that step. Many powerful cultivators had gathered outside the metal elemental domain. None of the people who could enter the sky market were weak. Some of their cultivations were not inferior to the Black Dragon Elders. The metal element essence qi is vast and mighty. Could it be that the old man from the Beitang family is breaking through? Some people could tell that the existence in the metal realm was activating the metal essence qi in the divine meridians of the earth to cultivate supreme divine skills. It seemed that it was trying to break through the celestial being realm. In the Tenglong continent, the Beitang clan was the leader of the forces that cultivated the 5 elements' divine abilities. There's no aura of a human cultivator inside. Some people felt that something was wrong. However, no one could see through the void and look directly into the depths of the metal realm. There, a towering tree that emitted divine light was shaking, and a golden-haired young man, who was 6 feet tall, was struggling out of the trunk. This golden-haired young man was no different from a human, but his body gradually emitted an aura, a demonic aura that was different from that of human cultivators. The towering tree contained endless metal essence qi. This was the tree's life force. The tree's life force was rapidly surging towards the golden-haired young man in the trunk. Rays of divine light began to emit from between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows, and a golden divine pearl was forming. This was the demon clan's divine elixir, which was unique to the demon clan. Any great demon who had cultivated to a high level would have a demon elixir in their body. Even Xiaoqing had a dragon pearl in his body. That dragon pearl was the demon elixir. The metal divine tree king's transformation had reached the most critical moment. It had lived for countless years, and only today could it transform into a demon. When Gu Fei and the others entered the divine forest, the divine tree king did not dare to act rashly. It allowed Gu Fei and the others to take away the divine beast egg and the mysterious metal piece from the nest. The divine tree king had already developed intelligence. It knew that Gu Fei and the others were incomparably powerful, and they also had supreme treasures in their hands. It would be difficult to kill them. Thus, the divine tree king did not make a sound and allowed Gu Fei and the others to leave. Now, the divine tree king's demon elixir was forming. Endless metal essence qi was pulled out from the ground and then entered the demon elixir. The weak demon qi began to gradually strengthen. Demon, a great demon is breaking through to the celestial realm. Sensing the demon qi coming from the metal realm, everyone outside could not help but change their expressions. The Black Dragon Elder's expression changed greatly, and he was about to attack again. However, at this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly enveloped the Black Dragon Oldman. A figure silently walked over and blocked the Black Dragon Oldman's path. The person stared at the Black Dragon Elder and said coldly, "Fellow Black Dragon, how have you been?" This was a middle-aged man in purple robes. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. His long purple hair casually draped over his shoulders and back. "You are..." The Black Dragon Elder actually panicked when he saw this purple-haired middle-aged man. He could not help but take a step back as a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. "It's a sky demon, Venerable. I didn't expect this great demon to still be alive and have come out again." On a distant mountain peak, a white-haired old man who could not be any older spoke with a trembling voice. His wrinkled face was filled with shock. The appearance of the sky connecting platform caused a commotion in all directions. Even the super antiques that were said to have fallen jumped out. On a large mountain 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were quietly watching the movement in front of them. They had not left yet. "What's going on? I sense the aura of the sky demon bloodline. Could it be that the sky demon that could compete with the Tai Huang left behind a bloodline in the human world?" He Tian's expression changed several times as he muttered to himself. His eyes evolved into yin and yang, and a trace of the great Tao circulated within them. This was the legendary yin-yang divine eye that could see through the 3,000 worlds and see into the underworld. Chapter 953. The yin-yang eye that He Tian had cultivated possessed unfathomable power. It could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin. The heavenly demon blood in the heavenly demon lord could not be hidden from He Tian. A descendant of the heavenly demon? Gu Fei was very surprised. The purple-haired middle-aged man had such a great background. Such a background was not inferior to that of Old Tortoise. Xiaoqing and Balon did not know what kind of existence the heavenly demon was, so they were not too surprised. However, Gu Fei was different. He was a disciple of the Taixin sect. The Taixin sect was once a large sect in the eastern region that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. There were many ancient books in the sect. In ancient times, there were 2 demon saints of the extreme path in the demon clan. These 2 demon saints were congenital divine beasts born from heaven and earth. They were the parents of heaven and earth. Of these 2 demon saints, one was the Tai Huang who had refined the demon weapon Tai Huang seal, and the other was the heavenly demon. The Tai Huang and the heavenly demon were supreme existences that could compete with the saints of the human clan. Even though they had disappeared for countless years, they still did not disappear from the memory of cultivators. How do you know that person is a descendant of the heavenly demon? Gu Fei looked at He Tian and asked suspiciously. How many secrets did this guy have? He actually knew so many secrets of the untainted land. Now he could even recognize the heavenly demon blood. Gu Fei found that he could not see through He Tian anymore. He Tian's origin was very mysterious. It seemed that he had something to do with the god clan trapped in the Naraka realm. But now it seemed that He Tian was not so simple. It should be known that even the god clan trapped in the Naraka realm would not be able to see the heavenly demon blood, let alone know the origin of the purple-haired middle-aged man. I don't know either. He Tian touched his head and said with some embarrassment. It seemed that he still did not completely remember what happened in his previous life. Of course, no one could tell if he really didn't know or if he was pretending to not know. Old Black, you're too unkind, Xiaoqing said. This guy, He Tian, made him very unhappy. He obviously knew a lot of things, but he refused to say anything. I really don't know, He Tian said innocently. Xiaoqing glanced at He Tian and didn't say anything else. After being with He Tian for so long, how could he not know He Tian's temperament? If this guy wasn't willing to say something, he wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. Balon remained silent and did not speak. He only looked ahead quietly. At this moment, the heavenly demon sovereign had already begun fighting with the Black Dragon Elder. The vast and mighty metal elemental domain of the metal elemental essence Qi was emitting a vast and mighty demonic Qi. The existence within the metal elemental domains seemed to be making progress towards success. Could it be that someone from the Yao clan has successfully broken through to the sky human realm and become a great expert of the Yao clan? Many old antiques and old monsters had already gathered in the vicinity. Everyone was watching, and no one dared to act rashly because the extreme East Demon tribe had already appeared. The heavenly demon sovereign was like a huge mountain above everyone's heads. This great demon had already dominated the Tenglong continent 10,000 years ago, beating all the sect masters into submission. Some people had said that this great demon had offended an almighty from the ancient desolate era and had been killed by that almighty. Now, everyone knew that the rumor was absolutely false, because the heavenly demon sovereign had appeared in front of everyone and was engaged in an immortal battle with the Black Dragon Elder. Rumble! A bronze seal rushed out of the heavenly demon sovereign's head. The seal instantly became as huge as a primordial divine mountain. It pressed down from the sky, wanting to obliterate the Black Dragon Elder below. The Grand Sovereign Seal? Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from the huge seal, which was exactly the same as the Grand Sovereign Seal in the old turtle's hand. The Grand Sovereign Seal of the old turtle was covered in cracks, as if it could crumble at any time. However, this huge seal did not have a single crack. Bam! That huge seal caused the space below to collapse. Boundless demonic energy surged violently, shaking the entire heaven and earth. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, terrifying to the extreme. The Black Dragon Elder roared angrily, and the Black Dragon staff in his hand exploded with a dark light. The staff seemed to come to life and turned into a black dragon. Then, it soared into the sky from the Black Dragon Elder's hand, emitting boundless divine power, and met the huge bronze seal that was pressing down. The original body of the black dragon staff was a soaring dragon wood, and a dragon soul had been smelted into it. This Emperor Divine weapon was not strong enough to destroy the void and shatter the world, but it was definitely a celestial divine weapon that was ranked among the Emperor Divine weapons. Boom! The huge bronze seal and the black dragon collided fiercely. In an instant, the void collapsed and was annihilated. Everything within a radius of several miles was crushed by the mighty power, and nothing was left. This was the great annihilation of the void, and the ground was silently shaved thousands of feet lower. This was the sky market, and the void here was extremely stable, but it was still seriously damaged. If this was outside the sky market, the power of the two Emperor Divine weapons at full force would probably erase everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. How terrifying! Some old monsters and antiques could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. A destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. Some great cultivators had no choice but to retreat. Everyone was trembling with fear. This was a supreme battle between sect masters. "Ha! Brother Black Dragon, you seem to have regressed." The celestial demon Venerable looked up to the sky and laughed. A huge seal floated above his head, and endless demonic power surged. The celestial demon Venerable was very powerful. After he steadied himself, he immediately rushed towards the Black Dragon Elder again, activating the huge bronze seal to smash at the Black Dragon Elder. Roar! Dragon roars shook the sky. The Black Dragon staff transformed into a ferocious dragon, continuously colliding with the incoming giant seal. Heaven and earth seemed to be pierced through by these two Emperor Divine weapons, and the nearby mountains were constantly crumbling under the divine might of the Emperor. Celestial Demon Venerable, don't push me too far. The Black Dragon Elder said coldly. Although he was constantly being forced back by the Celestial Demon Venerable and was at a disadvantage, he still did not retreat and continued to clash with the Celestial Demon Venerable. "So what if I force you? What can you do to me?" The Celestial Demon Venerable said in a deep voice, and had no intention of stopping. The battle between sect leaders was extremely terrifying. Emperor weapons were unstoppable, and everywhere they passed by, everything in the world would be destroyed. Everything was destroyed, even the void was turned into nothingness. Who do you think will win? I don't know. The means of such a person is not something we can guess. The Celestial Demon Venerable seems to be a little stronger. The old monsters in the distance whispered to each other. Some people did not think the Black Dragon Elder would win, because the Celestial Demon Venerable's background was too shocking. The Celestial Demon Venerable was a name that made people's hearts palpitate when they talked about it. The fluctuations caused by the battle between the Celestial Demon Venerable and the Black Dragon Elder were not inferior to the commotion caused by the Old Tree King's transformation, and it attracted people from thousands of miles away. People kept arriving, and there was no lack of sect masters among them. Chapter 954. Her robes were whiter than snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. When Gu Fei caught sight of this woman, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as his heart was filled with incomparable shock. What was she doing here? Boss, do you know this fairy? He Tian noticed the change in Gu Fei. He followed Gu Fei's gaze and his eyes lit up. Gu Fei didn't say anything but nodded. Boss, how about introducing her to me? He Tian adjusted his clothes and said coquettishly. A folding fan had appeared in his hand and he was waving it gently. No way. Gu Fei said directly. This guy wanted to be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. However, it had to be said that after this guy was reborn, he was also an elegant gentleman. However, his ruffian aura was still very obvious. Boss, don't say it like that. In any case, I, Old Black, am also a romantic and handsome man. That fairy and I are simply a match made in heaven. Erebus lightly waved his folding fan and put on the appearance of a young master. Go to hell. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked He Tian down from the mountain peak. Damn boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed and waved his hands and feet as he fell down the mountain. He was about to use his yin-yang divine power to fly up. At this time, Xiaoqing, who had been smiling and silent all this time, pointed his finger and a divine light hit He Tian's body, preventing him from condensing his divine power. Bam! A muffled sound came from the mountain peak. He Tian fell straight to the ground, creating a large pit. The folding fan in his hand was nowhere to be seen. Brother Qin, you're too much. He Tian's roar came from the mountain peak. Swoosh! A silhouette flashed, and the yin-yang divine power was vast and mighty. A silhouette rushed up from the middle of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he arrived at the peak of the mountain and directly approached Xiaoqing. Alright, stop fooling around. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to speak up. He Tian and Xiaoqing, these two clowns, walked together and did not stop along the way. If you didn't play tricks on me, then I would play tricks on you. Not only did the two of them not turn into fire and water, they even seemed to be enjoying it. Hee, I'm just joking. When Xiaoqing saw He Tian's sorry state, he couldn't help but snicker. At this time, He Tian was covered in dust, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes had several large holes in them. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a beggar's gang disciple. You win. He Tian said hatefully. He didn't really want to fight with Xiaoqing, but he was already thinking about how to play tricks on Xiaoqing. Standing on the distant mountain peak, the white-robed goddess didn't notice Gu Fei. Her attention was completely drawn to the battle in front of her. At this time, the battle between Celestial Demon Venerable and Black Dragon Elder had already been decided. Black Dragon Elder was no match for Celestial Demon Venerable and retreated. Although the battle between the two sect masters didn't last long, the destruction caused was shocking. The area within a 100-mile radius was completely destroyed by the two Emperor Divine weapons. On the ground, hideous cracks spread into the distance. Everyone was frightened. Even the old antiques and old fossils of the major forces were shocked. It should be known that this was the sky market. The world was extremely stable and difficult to break through. Celestial Demon Venerable didn't chase after Black Dragon Elder. Instead, he let him leave. At this time, many powerful auras appeared in the nearby area. There were powerful figures secretly watching. Celestial Demon Venerable didn't leave. Instead, he stood guard outside the metal elemental domain where Old Tree King had transformed into a demon. It was like a golden sun had fallen to the ground. There was a resplendent golden light there. It was a golden world. Terrifying energy waves spread out, shaking the world. Some people had already noticed that there was a divine vein of the earth there. Moreover, it was a divine vein of the metal element. It contained endless metal elemental essence. A peerless figure was using the metal elemental essence to transform. This was a terrifying transformation. If it succeeded, a powerful figure would probably be born in the demon race. Gu Fei and the others were also extremely shocked. They knew that there used to be a divine forest there. They were afraid that such a terrifying existence had been hiding there. If that existence had attacked them at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this time, many powerful figures walked into the depths of the sky market. They came to the valley where the supreme platform had been found. From here, they could clearly see the endless, illusory heavenly palace 100 miles away. Some people said that it was a heavenly palace that had fallen from the ancient heavenly court. Others said that it was the palace of an extremely powerful figure. Outside the valley, the demon lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of Six Paths were still engaged in a life-and-death battle. Demons were the enemies of the world. They were the common enemy of the human race and the demon race. The demon lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of Six Paths had been enemies for many years. When they met, they were destined to fight to the death. Unless one of them was defeated and escaped, and the other couldn't stop them, one of them would definitely die. Swish! The blood-red saber light soared up into the sky and collided with the broken flag. The void between the heaven and earth was shattered. The power displayed by these two divine weapons had probably surpassed that of the Emperor Divine weapons. The demonic monarch of Six Paths was like a crazed ancient demon. He constantly let out terrifying demonic roars that shook the sky. The sky demon blade in his hand was extremely terrifying. Wherever the saber light passed, the void shattered and the earth cracked. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The demon lord Huang Long waved the broken flag with all his might. The broken flag emitted a monstrous demonic aura and dazzling light. It seemed like a part of the starry sky was about to rush out from the broken flag. The entire heaven and earth shook. The demon lord Huang Long was extremely powerful. The broken flag in his hand almost caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Many old antiques were watching from afar. What kind of divine weapon is that? It's broken to such an extent, but it still has such terrifying power. If it was a complete flag, I'm afraid it could really shatter the void. The broken flag was extremely old and shabby. The Dao patterns on it were also extremely ancient. Some of them were so incomplete that they couldn't even be seen. However, it was this broken flag that displayed such great power that it caused the expressions of many living fossils to change. One demon blocked the entrance of the valley. The battle had been going on for many years. Everyone was worried. If they were to get involved in such a battle, they would probably die. However, there were still some old antiques who couldn't sit still. They started to sneak into the valley from other places to search for the legendary altar that could connect to the heavenly world and reappear the heavenly path. However, none of this could be hidden from the demon lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of Six Paths. A chaotic battle was inevitable. No one was willing to see the supreme altar fall into the hands of others. The entire area suddenly burst out with extremely powerful auras. Some people directly used their Emperor divine weapons and wanted to rush into the valley. However, there were other ancestor realm old monsters who blocked those who wanted to rush into the valley. Chapter 955. The heavenly demon venerables intimidated everyone, causing all the forces to not dare to act rashly. 3 days later, in the evening, the sunset was as red as blood. The golden divine tree king, which had lived for countless years, finally took that step. The golden demonic aura spread out for 30,000 miles, and more than half of the sky market trembled. The supreme demonic pressure made everyone almost unable to breathe. It was extremely terrifying. Other than the celestial being realm's celestial emperor and Shin king, even the mysterious transformation realm's celestial kings and divine kings were paralyzed, trembling all over. Let's go! Gu Fei and the others immediately retreated. They didn't dare to watch anymore. It should be known that they had taken a divine beast egg and a piece of black iron from the divine tree king's nest. The legendary golden sun divine bird didn't appear, which made Gu Fei feel a lot more at ease. Perhaps something had happened to the divine bird that laid the golden egg. However, Gu Fei still felt threatened. The divine tree king had already developed intelligence, cultivated supreme demonic techniques, and successfully transformed into a demon. This was a guy even more terrifying than the current almighties. The old monsters of the major forces quietly retreated. In the end, they didn't make a move. Now that the divine tree king had successfully transformed, they even more wouldn't make a move. The divine lady also disappeared. Gu Fei originally wanted to meet up with her, but she had retreated a step earlier than them. What a pity! He Tian still couldn't forget about the divine lady. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and Balan directly ignored He Tian. This guy didn't even take a look at himself. He was actually fantasizing about that woman. At this time, the mist in the sky market was actually dissipating, and a powerful aura began to spread out from the depths of the sky market. This aura wasn't very strong, but it made people's hearts palpitate. What's going on? There seems to be something strange in the depths of the heavenly market. Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing. They were heading towards the depths of the sky market. The sky connecting platform was also very attractive to them. According to the legends, the heaven realm was the cradle of experts. All the cultivators cultivated day and night for the sake of breaking through the void and ascending to the heaven realm. They were no exception. When He Tian sensed the aura coming from the depths of the sky market, his expression changed several times. In the end, he revealed a look of fear. Legend has it that those who have been dead for countless years can still come back to life? He Tian muttered to himself. It was difficult for him to maintain his calm, as if he knew something. Gu Fei and the others didn't ask any questions. Just as Gu Fei and the others were passing through a mountain ridge, a white figure suddenly rushed over from the side and intercepted Gu Fei and the others. "Oh, so it's you." He Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, this person didn't pay any attention to He Tian. She didn't even look at He Tian, as she only had eyes for one person, Gu Fei. Xiaoqing and Balan were also very surprised when they saw this person. This person was the otherworldly goddess in a snow-white robe who had retreated before them. Xiaoqing and the others were even more stunned when they saw the goddess. "It's really you." The goddess's beautiful eyes were actually watery. She seemed to be a little emotional, but she seemed to be trying her best to suppress her emotions. Gu Fei wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He looked a little embarrassed and at a loss. These two really know each other. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. From the looks of these two, could it be that something had happened between them? "Boss, this can't be sister-in-law, right?" He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. At this moment, He Tian was really envious and jealous. Why didn't he have such a romantic encounter? "Sister-in-law, my ass." Gu Fei transmitted his voice angrily. "Gu Fei, why don't you go and die? It's fine if you left without saying goodbye, but you actually want to steal my magical medicine." The white-robed goddess stared at Gu Fei for a while. Suddenly, without any warning, she pointed at Gu Fei's nose and scolded him. This, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan couldn't help but be startled by the sudden outburst of the white-robed goddess. It turned out that this otherworldly goddess was actually this powerful. Gu Fei didn't say anything, but his expression became a little strange. "What, is this how you treat your savior?" The white-robed goddess's emotions suddenly erupted and couldn't be controlled. And in front of this white-robed goddess, Gu Fei actually didn't say a word. He let the goddess scold him and didn't talk back. He knew that he was in the wrong. It turned out that this white-robed goddess was the descendant of the Danding Paradise, the one who saved Gu Fei's life in the northern lands, Yen. Yen was a disciple of the Danding school. The Danding school was also a very old sect, but Yen was the only one in her generation. The Danding school was a sect that entered the Tao through sacrificial refining of immortal pills and divine medicines. They used sacrificial refining of immortal pills and divine medicines to improve their cultivation. In the whole Tunglong continent, only the Danding school used this method to improve their cultivation and strength. The Tao of Danding was like the ancient martial arts, it was almost lost. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan all tactfully walked away. After Yen vented for a while, she gradually calmed down. Her eyes were a little red and she looked like she was about to cry. "Alright, it's my fault. You can do whatever you want, don't be angry." Gu Fei walked forward and gently embraced Yen and comforted her. "Wah!" Yen suddenly burst into tears. She cultivated alone and didn't have any martial sisters. Gu Fei suddenly broke into her life. Although it was very short, it was still unforgettable. Gu Fei's departure made her lonely again. She had no one to talk to, so she could only put all her energy into cultivation and alchemy. Even so, she often thought of the days when she was with Gu Fei. The image of Gu Fei in her heart did not fade because of the disappearance of time. Instead, it became clearer and clearer. 300 years had passed. Gu Fei did not expect to meet Yen again. Back then, he was jointly chased by the masters of the Dongfang family and the Beiteng family. He was even shot by a member of the Dongfang family. The evil power of the netherworld black bone arrow gradually eroded his vitality, almost causing him to die. It was Yenner who spent countless efforts to pull him back from the edge of death. She dispelled the evil spirit of the netherworld from his body and healed his injuries. Gu Fei would never forget the kindness of saving his life. However, after he left without saying goodbye, he returned to the Taishin sect. Then, he was dragged by the old tortoise to explore the hellway with the old tortoise. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Yen's appearance did not change much. She still had the personality of a little girl, innocent and innocent. Chapter 956. the inheritance of the Danding school was also extremely long. During the untainted land of antiquity, there were people who refined immortal elixirs and divine medicines to strengthen themselves. They fought against the untainted land of barbaric beasts and stubbornly passed down the bloodline of the human clan. During the untainted land of antiquity, there were tens of thousands of races. The human clan was only one of them, far from being the main character of the world. When the human clan produced a supreme sage, the human clan had the power to compete with the Khanate supreme beings and fight for a bigger living space for the human clan. All kinds of methods to strengthen themselves were discovered by the human clan and used to develop all kinds of cultivation methods. There were thousands of great Daoists, and all of them could become sages. The supreme Dao ancestor created the immortal Dao, the ancient Buddhist lord became the ancestor of Buddhism, the martial ancestor was regarded as the beginning of the martial Dao, and the god ancestor was the first person to comprehend the divine powers. The four supreme sages passed down the four supreme Dao inheritances. Even though the untainted land of antiquity had become a legend, these four cultivation systems were still passed down among the human clan. In addition to the four ultimate inheritances, the human clan had many other ancient inheritances. The Danding school was a branch of the immortal Dao. It had been passed down for so long that it had completely declined. In the Danding utopia, all the inheritances of the Danding school had been preserved. Although the Danding Dao was not as good as the Buddhism, immortal Dao, divine Dao, and martial Dao of the human clan, it was not inferior to the other ancient inheritances. 300 years ago, Yen had already reached the void-controlling realm. Now, she was a goddess at the peak of the ninth heaven of immortal God. She was only one step away from the mysterious transformation divine king. This time, it was not a coincidence that Yen had appeared in the sky market. She had come here to pick a rare divine medicine to refine a cauldron of divine pills. Divine medicine? Gu Fei had a strange expression when he heard that Yen wanted to pick a divine medicine. If it was a divine medicine, there might not be as many supreme sages in the world as there were in the legends. One had to know that after Li Xuandao was killed by Gu Fei, his inner world was refined into Gu Fei's Dantian. It was a divine land that was nourished by at least 5 streams of the divine spring of life. In the region where the divine spring of life was located, even the most common weed would turn into a divine grass after being nourished by the life essence for many years. You stole my longevity grass last time. Don't think I'll let it go just like that? Yen raised her eyebrows at the mention of the godly medicine. She glared at Gu Fei angrily. You've met the right person this time. If it was anything else, I might not have it, but when it comes to divine medicines, I'm afraid that even those ancient powers don't have as many as I do. Gu Fei said arrogantly. Stop bragging. Yen said disdainfully, how about this? If you can help me pick that divine herb this time, I'll spare you. How about it? Tell me, what kind of divine medicine is it? Maybe I have it on me. Gu Fei was very confident. What kind of divine medicine did he not have in the divine soil that he had refined into his Dantian? Are you sure you're joking? Yen looked at Gu Fei with a strange gleam in her eyes. How could I dare to joke with you? Gu Fei said with a smile. All right, the divine medicine I want to pick is a grass of immortality. Yen said after thinking for a while. However, she immediately said, forget it, you should come with me to that place to pick it. Grass of immortality? This time, Gu Fei was really surprised. The legendary grass of immortality was an immortal divine medicine in the world. It was said that after eating the grass of immortality, one would obtain endless lifespan and become immortal. There was actually a grass of immortality in this market? It's impossible for you to have this kind of immortal divine medicine. I need your help, Yen said. Even in the ancient times, there were only a few stalks of immortal divine medicine. Moreover, these stalks of immortal divine medicine already had owners. The ancient Buddhist lord had the tree of immortality, the supreme Tao ancestor had the primal chaos green lotus, and the golden crow tribe had the mulberry tree. These were known divine immortal items that already had owners. Of course, there were more than 3 kinds of divine immortal items, and the legendary grass of immortality was one of them. The grass of immortality had once appeared in the territory of the Phoenix tribe. Although I don't have the grass of immortality, the number of divine medicines I have is unimaginable. Gu Fei was not dejected because immortal divine medicines could only be found and not sought. Really? Then let me see what kind of divine medicines you have. Yen'er said. She was most interested in dealing with all kinds of divine medicines. Gu Fei said that he had a large number of divine medicines, which made Yen'er a little curious. This. Gu Fei looked at Yen'er and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Don't worry, I won't be like some people and steal things. Yen'er glanced at Gu Fei and was a little unhappy. Gu Fei did not say anything else. Instead, he stretched his hand out and drew a line before him. A spatial crack appeared before the two of them. Gu Fei had opened up his inner world. This is... Yen'er was very surprised. Gu Fei had opened up a part of the void with a raise of his hand, and a thick stream of spiritual qi came out of the cracked void. Let's go! Gu Fei walked directly into the void in front of him. Yen'er's beautiful eyes were shining. She didn't hesitate and quickly followed behind Gu Fei and walked in. Wow! When Yen'er entered, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and her cute little mouth forgot to close. Is this a paradise? In front of them was a boundless world. This place was surrounded by auspicious clouds, celestial birds were flying, and spiritual beasts were walking between the mountains. Spiritual qi lingered on the spiritual mountains and towered over the land. Between the spiritual mountains, there were colorful clouds, waterfalls, and flowing springs. In some places where spiritual qi gathered, one could even see jade palaces. I don't know whether this is a paradise or not, but this place is mine. Gu Fei said proudly. What a thick spiritual qi! It's even thicker than my pill cauldron paradise. After Yen'er entered this divine land, all the pores on her body opened up. Traces of spiritual qi actually actively seeped into her body through her pores. What did you say? This place is yours? Could this be? Yen'er felt like she was about to faint. Could this be the legendary inner world? This guy actually opened up a world of his own? No, even if he could open up an inner world in his body, it couldn't grow to this extent. This was clearly a real world. The sun, the stars, the flowers, the trees, everything was the same as the outside world. There was nothing wrong with it. Gu Fei didn't tell Yen'er about the inner world. When Gu Fei brought Yen'er to the vicinity of a heavenly spring of life, Yen'er was stunned again. The surroundings of the heavenly spring were filled with magical herbs. Chapter 957. The heavenly spring of life was the condensation of endless life essence. Wherever the heavenly spring was located, there would definitely be all kinds of divine medicines. For Yen'er, the shock that Gu Fei brought to her came wave after wave. She felt like she was in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. These were all divine medicines. The blood-colored fruits on the phoenix fruit tree looked like phoenixes spreading their wings. They contained the purest fire spiritual qi and fire essence qi in the world. There was also the yin-yang ginseng. It had been many years since the Tenglong continent had seen such a divine medicine that could produce yin and yang essence qi. The scarlet blood dragon beard grass swayed in the wind like small blood-colored dragons. There were also divine medicines that even Yen'er had never seen before. There were so many of them that she couldn't even count them. It was as if all the divine medicines in the world were here. After Yen'er recovered from her shock, she suddenly cheered and rushed into the sea of divine medicines like a little swallow. Gu Fei watched all this with a smile. In the end, Yen'er decided to stay in Gu Fei's inner world after plucking the immortal grass. She would refine a kind of heaven-defying divine elixir. There were all kinds of divine medicines in Gu Fei's inner world. For an immortal master like Yen'er, who was immersed in gathering medicinal herbs and refining pills, this place was more attractive than a real paradise. Gu Fei was very curious about what kind of divine elixir Yen'er wanted to refine. However, Yen'er didn't want to say it out loud. Yen'er reluctantly came out of Gu Fei's inner world and asked Gu Fei to go with her to pluck the immortal grass. She was a little impatient. Gu Fei summoned He Tian, Xiaoqing and Balan and set off with Yen. Boss, you were inside for so long. Did you get intimate? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. This guy had a wretched expression when he spoke. Intimate my ass. Gu Fei raised his leg, wanting to kick He Tian away. Hee I missed. He Tian had learned his lesson this time. With a slight movement of Gu Fei's shoulder and before his right leg could kick out, this fellow had already jumped away and avoided Gu Fei's kick. Looking at this sister-in-law's figure, she seems to be a virgin. Boss, I can't help but admire her. He Tian transmitted his voice. Admire me for what? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This He Tian always had the air of a ruffian. He was never one to submit to others. Did he change his temperament today? I admire your willpower, boss. You are able to remain calm in front of such a goddess. I can't help but admire you. He Tian sighed. When Gu Fei heard this, several black lines immediately appeared on his head. What kind of rubbish are you thinking about all day long? If you talk nonsense again, I will suppress you in the latrine pit for 10,000 years. When He Tian heard this, he immediately shut up. He didn't want to be suppressed in the latrine pit by Gu Fei for 10,000 years and become a stinky, hard latrine pit stone. Gu Fei and He Tian were communicating through voice transmission. Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others had no idea what they were talking about, let alone Yen. Yen'er led the way and led Gu Fei and the others all the way to the west. They passed through an ancient ruin and a collapsed mountain. After walking for nearly 10,000 miles, they finally arrived in front of a bottomless crack. This was a crack that stretched for thousands of miles. It was pitch black and bottomless. Gu Fei could feel a faint evil qi coming out from the crack. This is where the immortal grass is? Gu Fei said. He didn't quite believe it because this was not a spiritual land where the immortal grass could grow. Yes, it is below here. Yen-er pointed at the crack in front of them and said, the legendary immortal grass. He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. With a whoosh, he directly rushed out and jumped into the crack in front of them. This greedy bastard. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked by He Tian's action. This friend of yours is in trouble. Yen'er looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile and said, she seemed to know something. At this moment, a terrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth suddenly sounded from below the crack. The sound shook the sky and made Gu Fei and the others' ears ring. Ancient creature? When Gu Fei and the others heard the terrifying roar coming from the crack, their faces changed immediately. There was an ancient creature under the crack. Bus, save me. He Tian shouted and rushed out of the crack as if his butt was on fire. A huge black shadow also rushed out of the crack following He Tian. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying roar shook the heaven and earth. The roar of the ancient creature that rushed out of the crack shook the heaven and earth. Even the nearby mountains collapsed. When Gu Fei and the others heard this roar, their souls were shaken. Yen'er was on the verge of falling. If not for Gu Fei pulling her back, she might have fallen from the sky. Gu Fei and the others quickly retreated. The ancient creature that rushed out of the crack was actually a dragon. It was a winged dragon covered in thick black scales and had a pair of wings on its back. He Tian was a guy who had no sense of loyalty. After rushing out of the crack, he hid behind Gu Fei and the others. Bang! The black winged dragon, which was the size of a small mountain, immediately made its move. Its pitch-black dragon claws covered the sky and an endless amount of energy poured down from its claws, enveloping the entire region and sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei and the others. Old He, you bastard! The power that came down from the dragon claws was too strong. Xiaoqing and the others felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them, almost suffocating. Xiaoqing was shocked and angry, cursing He Tian for being unkind. Damn it! Even Balan, who had always been cold and silent, cursed. At this time, Yen'er also hid behind Gu Fei in fear. Only Gu Fei was still calm, looking up coldly at the terrifying dragon claws that came down from the sky. With this strike, Gu Fei could tell that the strength of this ancient winged dragon was definitely comparable to the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King. But so what? Gu Fei blasted out a punch. The weak airflow caused Gu Fei's hair to flutter gently. It was an ordinary punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the dragon claws of the ancient winged dragon. This ordinary punch of Gu Fei had actually successfully blocked the attack of the ancient winged dragon. Yen who witnessed this scene was shocked. She never thought that Gu Fei could actually resist such a terrifying ancient and savage beast. It was truly unbelievable. As for Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian, they weren't too surprised. The mountain-like ancient winged dragon roared angrily and was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. Dragon blood seeped out from the dragon claws. Chapter 958. Gu Fei, Yen, and the others went to pluck the immortal spiritual medicine growing under a crack in the ground in the heavenly market to refine the heaven-defying divine pill. However, things didn't go smoothly. An immemorial pterosaur rushed out of the crack. This was an incomparably powerful race in the untainted ancient world. Although the immemorial pterosaur was also a dragon, it was fundamentally different from a real divine dragon. Without the pure bloodline of a divine dragon, it was at most a mixed race. However, the power of the immemorial pterosaur was undeniable. Xiaoqing, Balan, He Tian, and Yen retreated far away. They couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. They would only become a burden to Gu Fei if they stayed. Roar! Gu Fei stood on the ground and let out a furious roar toward the sky. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, as if he was an undefeatable god of war from the ancient times. His battle intent surged like a rainbow and boundless murderous intent. The mountains and trees within a radius of 10 li instantly crumbled and turned into ashes under his roar. Yen was completely dumbfounded by this scene. She never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. His roar could move mountains and shatter mountains. How terrifying! He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan weren't shocked because they knew Gu Fei's strength very well. Immortal emperors and Shen King below the fifth heaven of the sky realm couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Only immortal emperors and Shen King above the fifth heaven of the sky realm could pose a threat to Gu Fei. The pitch-black immemorial pterosaur also let out a furious roar when it sensed the powerful battle intent of Gu Fei. The terrifying dragon roar almost collapsed the sky. Boom! The immemorial pterosaur swooped down from the sky with monstrous black flames. In just an instant, the black flames covered the whole heaven and earth, as if the night had suddenly fallen. Go! He Tian said before retreating into the distance. Yen, Xiaoqing, and Balan hurriedly followed behind him and retreated into the distance. They stood high up in the sky and looked down at the battlefield. They saw a black flame that looked like a black cloud pressing down from the sky, and a destructive aura spread out in the world. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even though they had retreated far away, they still felt a great sense of danger. It's the lunar underworld fire. I didn't expect this thing to have a trace of the primordial frost dragon's bloodline. He Tian's ruffian aura was completely gone. He was extremely serious now. At this moment, the monstrous Taiyin underworld fire swept down from the sky, enveloping the heavens and the earth, sealing off all directions, completely sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Gu Fei sneered. Then, a boundless amount of blood qi erupted from his body. Black and white yin and yang energies gushed out from Gu Fei's body and swept out in all directions. Boom! A vast amount of yin and yang energies quickly gathered and condensed into a huge seal of yin and yang that was as huge as a mountain. It bombarded upwards, and the Taiyin underworld fire that was surging down from the sky was immediately dispersed. A ball of black light, like a black sun, rushed out from the endless Taiyin underworld fire and collided with the seal of yin and yang. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, a part of the void instantly turned into a chaotic nothingness. Nothing existed anymore. A terrifying power of destruction swept out in all directions, and everything in its path was instantly destroyed. Rumble! The crack in the sky and earth on the ground shook, and a large piece of the ground began to collapse and fall into the crack. The seal of yin and yang that Gu Fei had condensed collapsed, and the black sun-like ball that emitted boundless power of yin was also struck into the Taiyin underworld fire. Swoosh! The 5 elements void emerged from Gu Fei's body. Then he rushed into the sky and walked in the 5 elements void. He broke through the layers of Taiyin underworld fire and charged in. An earth-shattering sound of collision was heard. The ball of Taiyin underworld fire in the sky surged violently and gradually dissipated. 2 figures were moving at high speed and fighting endlessly. Will Big Brother win? Seeing this, Xiaoqing could not help but feel a little worried. The primordial pterosaur was too powerful. Even a patriarch-level figure would have a headache. No wonder Yen could not pluck the immortal grass even though she knew where it grew. With Yen's cultivation and strength at the peak of the 9th heaven of immortal god, she was as weak as an ant in front of this terrifying primordial pterosaur. Big Brother will definitely win, He Tian said. He had his eyes on the Taiyin dragon ball of the primordial pterosaur. Gu Fei, come on. Yen stared at the front nervously. Her palms were sweating. The immortal grass. She wanted to get the immortal grass and refine that kind of heaven-defying elixir. Yen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and it was hard for her to make any progress. She was the successor of the Tao of alchemy. Only that kind of heaven-defying elixir could help her break through her current shackles. As long as I have the immortal grass, Yen's eyes lit up. Among the 4 of them, only Balon still looked cold and arrogant. He watched the battle in front of him calmly and did not say a word. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Gu Fei did not disappoint them. His king martial body was unparalleled. Endless qi and blood finally dispersed the Taiyin underworld fire that filled the sky and drowned the place. Black and white yin-yang essence qi covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei's qi was too strong. It was like an ancient dragon. It made people's hearts palpitate. Even a sect leader's qi and blood were not as strong as Gu Fei's. Gu Fei had already gained the upper hand. He was gradually suppressing the ancient pterosaur. A black pearl that looked like a black sun was floating in the yin and yang essence qi. The primordial winged dragon roared again and again. Several times, it wanted to rush down into the crack in the earth below, but it was intercepted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even this primordial life form couldn't compare to him. Boom! A moment ago, Gu Fei was still